Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023 Lien International Conference on Good Governance, organized by Nanyang Centre for Public Administration and Lien Legacy Fellowship of Nanyang Technological University, in partnership with Strategic Group, International Institute of Administrative Science, Asian Association for Public Administration, and the Civil Service College, Singapore. My name is Hai Yuqian, and I'm a PhD candidate from the School of Social Sciences at NTU, Singapore. It is my honor to welcome you to the conference this morning.
My name is Miao Chunzi, and also a PhD candidate from School of Social Sciences, and I will be the MC in the afternoon.
This is the first time for the biannual event to be held in August. We're glad to see so many old and new friends from all around the world here today. The theme for this year's conference is Good Governance for the Common Good, and we gather academics and practitioners in various fields to deliberate on the dynamic concept and best practice of the common good.
We're delighted to have distinguished speakers from various fields across the globe to address us today. We will have various segments throughout the conference that address different issues, so stay tuned.
To kickstart this conference, let's put our hands together for Professor Liu Hong, Associate Vice President of NTU, Director of Research and Executive Education of NCPA, and Executive Director of Lien International Legacy Fellowship, to give his welcome address. Professor Liu, please.
Ms. Josephine Teo, Minister for Communications and Information, and Second Minister for Home Affairs. Mr. Desmond Tan, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, and Deputy Secretary General, National Trade Union Congress, Singapore. Mr. George Yeo, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Singapore. Mr. Zainul Abidin, Member, NTU Board of Trustees. Mr. Lawrence Lien, Chairman, Lien Foundation. Professor Luke Om, Vice President, Research, NTU. Mr. Lin Chi Om, Chairman, Lien International Legacy Fellowship Council. Distinguished partners, guests, and speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great honor to welcome you to the 2023 Lien International Conference on Good Governance. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express our gratitude to all the distinguished speakers and participants for joining our conference. A special word of thanks to Minister Josephine Teo for gracing the conference as the guest of honor. The Lien International Conference on Good Governance is a biennial event that gathers local and international academics and practitioners to examine major issues in governance, public service delivery, and evaluation. The 2023 Lien International Conference theme is Good Governance for the Common Good. In the midst of an increasing polarized and fragmented global landscape, the challenge of harmonizing conflicting interests has become more complex. Against this backdrop, our policymakers are entrusted with the urgent responsibility of championing the principle of the common good. This requires the formulation of policies that achieve the greatest possible good for the greatest possible number of people. This is why we have the gathering of distinguished speakers here in Singapore. We are very delighted to welcome about 300 participants from a few dozen countries, including Singapore, China, ASEAN countries, Japan, South Korea, India, and countries from Europe. For those participants from outside Singapore, a warm welcome to Singapore and to Nanyang Technological University, NTU. In addition to today's plenary conference, we will hold 10 sessions composing of 30 panels tomorrow to be held at the beautiful NTU Yunnan Garden campus tomorrow. I'm confident that all the participants will benefit from the insightful speeches and presentations, as well as the productive exchanges of ideas during the two-day conference, and explore close collaborations for future opportunities. This conference is co-organized with the Strategic Group, International Institute of Administrative Science, Asian Association for Public Administration, and Civil Service College, Singapore. We are grateful for their collaboration and strong support, and look forward to working closely together for similar projects in the future. With 30 years of development, the Nanyang Centre for Public Administration, or NCPA, strives to become a leading education and research institute on public governance. Since its inception in 1992, NCPA has trained about 20,000 government officials and other public sector leaders from China, ASEAN, India, and beyond, and has served as a bridge to connect Singapore and these countries in exchanging ideas and best practice pertaining to public governance. At present, we have about 550 full-time postgraduate students, and we administer a few dozen short-term executive training programs every year, jointly with distinguished organizations such as the Temasek Foundation International, the Indonesian Ministry of National Planning, and China Scholarship Council. NCPA is proud to have played a small part in the dynamic developments of educational exchange between Singapore and other countries. Thanks to the Lien Foundation's generous funding and matching funds from the Singapore Ministry of Education, NTU established the Lien Legacy Fellowship in 2007. More than 130 Lien Fellows, who are promising leaders in both the public and private sectors of Singapore and China, have enhanced the mutual understanding between the two countries through high-level exchanges, laying a solid foundation for bilateral cooperation in policy-making and social-economic development. The Lien Legacy Fellowship and NCPA have jointly organized academic conferences, Lien International Conference, and Lien China Development Forum. We were honored to receive the Business China Enterprise Award in 2017 from Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the instrumental guidance from the Lien Leadership Council, chaired by Mr. Lin Ji-ong. In the pursuit of policy-oriented research and achieved greater synergy in research, we also set up the Lien Research Program on Good Governance. We believe that public policy and public administration cut across traditional fields of politics and should integrate with other fields to enhance applicability of research. Through this program, the research team leveraged on the Lien Fellowship networks and their extensive expertise as practitioners to jointly conduct research or participate in joint consultancy projects. Moving forward, besides engaging government agencies, business, and social enterprises, the Lien Fellowship will also be involved in more people-to-people projects, such as the Social Lab project, whereby students, both postgraduate and undergraduate students in Singapore, are invited to propose case studies and public surveys that explore real-life social issues. The students we have the valuable opportunity to collaborate with like-minded peers and receive mentorship from Lien Fellows. Last but not least, please allow me to say a few words about the dog gifts of our conference. The two products are from the Jenny, an award-winning Singapore brand under Touch Community Service, represent the creative talents of people with intellectual disabilities. Our engagement with Touch Community Services illustrates the idea of working together for greater and common good. We firmly believe in the transformative power of philanthropy and its ability to create positive change. Once again, I would like to express our gratitude to all of you for gracing today's event. I would also like to thank my colleagues, led by Dr. Celia Lee and Mr. Fu Long, for their hard work in preparing for the conference. On behalf of the organizing committee of this conference, I would like to thank Professor Luke Ong, Professor Joseph Liao, and Professor Wang Jie for their advice and strong support. I wish everyone a productive and enjoyable conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Liu, for your address. Next, please welcome Mr. Lawrence Lien, Chairman of the Lien Foundation, to deliver his speech. Mr. Lien, the floor is yours.
Minister Josephine Teo, thank you for gracing our event. MOS Desmond Tan, Mr. George Yeo, Mr. Zainal Rashid Abedin, Professor Luke Ong, Professor Liu Hong, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm delighted to be here with you, especially seeing so many eminent speakers and delegates coming from around the globe to join us physically and virtually at the Lien Centre, Lien International Conference on Good Governance. On behalf of the Lien Foundation, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to NCPA for organizing this excellent and important conference. Post-pandemic, the world seems a little different. Heat waves and floods have become more intense and frequent. Income inequality has worsened. Youth disenfranchisement is on the rise, and mental health is a growing issue among many issues. With continued underinvestment in the commons, warning signs loom as societal issues now extend far beyond the ability of any individual, player, or sector to solve. The future hence requires a governance structure that is more collaborative across different sectors and more generative, so that we can work in tandem, each contributing what each is uniquely able to do, and to work collectively to co-create new paradigms and new solutions. I belong to the world of philanthropy, and so I have to confine my examples from this sector to illustrate. I think philanthropists actively contribute to the ongoing debate and redefinition of what is common and what is good in society. While a common understanding of what the good means is often wanting, our attempts to do good, to make philanthropic investments as engaged practitioners are no easy business. And as pointed out in for the last 8 years, I have built up the Asia Philanthropy Circle, or APC for short, to elevate our members' philanthropic practice, like through creating tools and resources for our members and the wider Asian social sector and philanthropy ecosystem. Earlier this year, we published a philanthropist guide to giving with some 30 case studies of Asian philanthropists. This is different because most of such literature come from the West. Here we have an Asian publication, and I hope many of you will buy the book to read. In addition, we are always working to shape the role that philanthropy plays in society. So one of my occupational hazards is bringing my practices from my civil service experience. And so we did scenario planning within APC, and we produced a publication called The Future of Asian Philanthropy, looking at what philanthropy the role it can play in 2050, long enough for things to be different. We examine state governance and stakeholder interactions as important as societal values as the driving forces that can shape a society's trajectory. So, we looked at a lot of issues. In fact, when the Ukraine war broke out, I said, what role could philanthropy have played in preventing something like that? Because philanthropy used to be much more involved in peace and international diplomacy, but no longer. For both APC and the Lien Foundation, what we're trying to do is to go well beyond charity, to play a complementary role in societal change and collaborative problem solving, to tackle root causes systemically. And this includes coordinating with key stakeholders to create shared solutions, building meaningful relationships based on trust, and looking to the societal common good as our guiding purpose. We try to actively engage and collaborate with governments around the world so that government and philanthropy can identify their respective roles for solving societal problems. So, for example, last month I was actually invited to a Senate hearing in the Philippines because there were two senators that produced two bills to improve early child development. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it, but one of my APC members was at the Senate hearing, and we believe the bills will pass. And that was a result of some of the groundwork that APC had been doing in the Philippines. Our partners are equal, willing to challenge the status quo and having a pioneering spirit. We built an ecosystem, not an ecosystem, energized by our partners to push the envelope, to think beyond silos, and to create new innovations together. And one of our partnerships is with NTU, which we have aligned with since 2007, and built on each other's strengths. We have had projects like the Lien Environmental Fellowship Program, which is bringing engineering expertise from NTU to the rest of Asia in the fields, particularly of water and waste management. The NCPA has been our valuable partner in policy research under the Lien Initiative of Policy and Governance, and in managing the Lien Child Legacy Fellowship Program, as we are all familiar with. Such strategic alliances have provided platforms for individuals and institutions from Asia and beyond, promoting transnational knowledge sharing as well as building trust and better relationships. This two-day conference brings great and diverse minds together to stimulate high-impact ideas and exchanges and to facilitate high-intensity collaborations and developments. Against the uncertainties and common challenges we face, more solutions and work opportunities are lying in wait, and conferences like this will help us as we come together to cross-fertilize new ideas and new ways of doing things. And on this positive note, I wish all of you a fruitful conference, and thank you very much for having me.
Much, Mr. Lien, for your speech. Coming up, we have Professor Luke Ong, Vice President of Nanyang Technological University, to give his address. Professor Ong, please.
Ms. Josephine Teo, Minister for Communications and Information, and Second Minister for Home Affairs, Mr. Desmond Tan, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, and Deputy Secretary General of the National Trade Union Congress, Mr. George Yeo, former Minister for Information and the Arts, Health, Trade and Industry, and Foreign Affairs, Mr. Zainal Abidin, Member, NTU Board of Trustees, and former Senior Minister of State, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Lawrence Lien, Chairman, Lien Foundation Singapore, and Asia Philanthropy Circle. Distinguished partners, guests and speakers, friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm honored to welcome our distinguished guests to this year's Lien International Conference on Good Governance, organized by the Nanyang Centre for Public Administration, NCPA. I'd like to thank especially the Lien Foundation for their generous support and to commend the Nanyang Centre for Public Administration for its dedication towards education and research excellence. This conference is a great platform to promote cross-fertilization of ideas while advancing NCPA's international stature as a premier training institution. As a leading academic center that promotes good governance and public service excellence, NCPA continuously seeks out strategic alliances and collaborations to organize events and conduct research that inform practice in public and non-profit sectors. NCPA has established collaborative networks with world-renowned organizations in public administration, such as the International Institute of Administrative Sciences, IIAS, OECD Network of Schools of Government, the UNDP Global Center for Public Service Excellence, and Asia Philanthropy Center, Circle, to name a few. For this two-day conference, we are co-organizing with the IIAS, Asian Association for Public Administration, Stratagem Group, and the Civil Service College of Singapore. So on behalf of Nanyang Technological University, I would like to express my appreciation of their long-standing support. In line with NTU's ethos of Global Asia, NCPA has pursued research that impacts on an international and global scale, particularly on social management, technology governance, sustainable developments in the context of Singapore, China, and ASEAN. We aim to learn from each other the best policies and practices and to enhance Singapore-China collaborations. The title of this conference is Good Governance for the Common Good. What the common good means is contested and complex, but basically the singular term good signifies moral ends and higher purposes that people ought to pursue beyond narrow self-interest. And the word common implies commonality among individuals within a certain group, which may extend to encompass all of humanity, if not a particular community with shared values. As a public institution, NTU is part of a global academic community that helps to define and contribute to the common good by way of research and education. NTU has the highest percentage of international collaboration in scholarly output among the 60 members of the Association of Pacific Rim Universities. According to an APRU report from last year, which is titled For the Global Common Good. Besides research, NTU's CoLab for Good Fund also supports student-initiated community projects and social enterprises to build student capacity for learning and leadership through community service and civic participation, as well as to instill a sense of community. My portfolio is research, so I'd like to say something about NTU 2025 Strategic Plan, which is our 5-year plan that details our university's goals and agenda in education, research, and innovation. We strongly support high-impact interdisciplinary studies that address global problems and we facilitate the translation of the findings into innovation. We have identified 6 research clusters that are aligned with Singapore's RIE 2025, or Research, Innovation and Enterprise 2025 plan. The 6 areas are health and society, brain and learning, culture, organizations and society, artificial and augmented intelligence, resilient urbanization and natural ecosystems, and the future of industry. Building on NTU's unique and globally recognized strengths, we are developing new research programs and academic entities to support the 6 research clusters. This positions NTU to be an anchor of scientific communities that can achieve real impact, especially in the Jurong Innovation District, Health City, Novena, and the new Tuas Megaport, all in the vicinity of our campuses. Closely aligned with this plan and the Singapore Green Plan 2030, NTU announced its Sustainability Manifesto in October 2021 to chart a 15-year sustainability roadmap. In partnership with 7 multinational companies, our university aims to achieve carbon neutrality by 2035, which is supported by a 1 billion medium-term note program. Furthermore, sustainability has been incorporated in our interdisciplinary common core curriculum for all undergraduate students. We will also launch new undergraduate, postgraduate, and continuing education programs on various aspects of sustainability. This way, NTU promotes the principles of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals across the interrelated pillars of education, research, innovation, and community. Finally, I'd like to say a few words about a new book. Despite living in an age characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, it remains vital to be cautiously optimistic, as every cloud has a silver lining. Against a challenging global environment, new opportunities continue to emerge, and we can strive harder to achieve resilience through innovation and good governance for the common good. NCPA is committed to providing a global knowledge-sharing platform that contributes substantially to the ties between Singapore and China, as well as to ASEAN and beyond. The last Lien conference was held in November 2021, amidst great uncertainties and volatilities. As the world began recovering from the devastating impact of the pandemic, the conference provides a timely platform for scholars and practitioners to think about ways to better navigate businesses and societies in the new normal. Following the conference, Professor Liu Hong and his team edited and published, in collaboration with IIAS, the book entitled Good Governance in a Post-COVID-19 World: Global Health and Economic Recovery. This edited volume is a collection of peer-reviewed chapters that were revised substantially from keynote addresses and papers delivered by leading scholars and practitioners, including Professor Alan Rosenbaum, the then president of the American Society for Public Administration, and Dr. Gao Fu, the then Director General of the Chinese Centre for Disease Control and Prevention. These chapters are also supplemented by 3 practitioner insights, offering first-hand accounts on pandemic containment measures in India, Africa, and Singapore. It gives me great delight to officially launch and present the book later. And we would also like to thank all speakers and authors for their contributions. We hope this book will provide useful comparative perspectives on the adoption and implementation of good governance across different countries in a post-pandemic era. Once again, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Lien Foundation for making this event possible. And I'd like to thank all our distinguished guests and speakers for joining us today. I wish everyone a very productive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ong. Now, please put our hands together to welcome our guest of honor, Minister Josephine Teo, Singapore's Minister for Communications and Information and Second Minister for Home Affairs, up on stage for her speech. Minister Teo, please.
My parliamentary colleagues, Minister of State Desmond Tan, Ms. Tin Pei Ling, Professor Liu Hong, Professor Luke Ong, Mr. Lawrence Lien, distinguished colleagues and friends, Mr. George Yeo, Mr. Zainal Abidin Rashid, Mr. Lim Chi On, Ms. Penny Loh, and many others. Mr. Patrick Tiaf, just saw you. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to the Lien International Conference on Good Governance. The theme for this year's conference is Good Governance for the Common Good. Governance is about the decisions we take collectively as a society. As much as we would like the decision-making process to be representative of and the results fair to everyone in society, this ideal is very hard to reach. A few days ago, at our National Day rally, Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong spoke about HDB's dilemmas when pricing HDB flats. It is just one of the many decisions regarding public housing, which is a subset of housing policies in general, which is itself a subset of social policies, which must cohere with policies around employment, the economy, land use, urban development, transport, and others. Achieving the common good is a noble ideal to work towards. It means doing what is right for the whole of society and not just some of society. It also means taking on board the views and concerns of people who may not themselves be involved in the decision-making processes or whose interests are immediately obvious. But it does not mean that there are no difficult trade-offs. Sometimes, when these cannot be avoided, we have to proceed while finding ways to mitigate the impact on specific groups of citizens. The alternative could be endless hand-wringing or gridlock, which is usually bad news, and in Singapore's case, a recipe for failure. At the birth of our nation, our founding Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, already warned, and I quote him, "Either we learn to think in terms of the national interests instead of sectional interests, or we are in trouble." Close quotes. This reminder bears repeating as we mark the 100th anniversary of his birth. The challenges of good governance are no less acute in the digital age, which is the focus of the rest of my speech. There are very few tried and tested formulas of good digital governance. Unlike in other areas of governance, there are no ready playbooks for digital that Singapore can adapt from. Our task is further complicated by rapid change in the sophistication and use of technologies, as well as the global nature of their reach. I therefore seek your understanding that everything we do remains very much work in progress, or using a more common phrase in software development, a minimum viable product. Let me start with a quick scan of what my colleagues around the world are attempting and the difficulties they face. In 2018, the UK published its Online Harms White Paper, which contained recommendations for regulating online platforms to address harmful material, such as child sexual abuse material and terrorist content. By all standards, this was a progressive and admirable initiative, well worthy of praise. But the far-reaching extent of the proposals also unleashed an insatiable appetite for expansion, which boomeranged as a tsunami of protest. Ironically, there were as many criticisms of inadequacy as there were of overreach. 5 years on and 5 ministers later, a bill is still coursing its way through Parliament. Even when laws are passed, there can be persistent questions about their effectiveness and drawbacks. The EU has enacted landmark horizontal regulations in the past decade, including the General Data Protection Regulations and the more recent Digital Services Act, and Digital Markets Act. However, its trailblazing approach has attracted concerns about overregulation and the potential negative impacts on innovation and legitimate use cases. In the rapidly developing area of AI technologies, countries are compelled to move quickly while it is still unclear what the best approaches are. Even with its AI Act, the EU acknowledges it had not expected the sudden surge of capabilities in generative AI as seen through the likes of ChatGPT. Further to the east, China has pioneered regulations on publicly available generative AI models to prevent the generation of false and harmful information. The Carnegie Endowment for International Peace described China's regulatory approach as vertical and iterative. China's regulations are vertical in that they focus on specific applications of the technology, and iterative because new regulations will be introduced to address gaps or expand the scope of existing regulations. However, until the various regulations come together to create a comprehensive, horizontal piece of legislation on AI, it is possible that Chinese businesses may experience confusion in complying with the different pieces of regulation. Over in the US, the White House recently secured the voluntary commitments of 7 leading companies to mitigate the risks of AI. These commitments signal a promising shift towards big tech companies assuming greater responsibility for their products and services. However, some observers say the commitments lack concrete enforcing mechanisms to hold companies accountable for their promises. In the meantime, the US Securities and Exchange Commission has warned that AI would be the center of future financial crises. This follows an advisory in May issued by the US Surgeon General declaring a national youth mental health crisis, largely driven by social media. Across the board, governing in a digital age has proven to be trickier than expected. Even if well-intentioned policies and programs are developed, implementing them carries considerable risk. Just last month, Japanese Prime Minister Kishida had to apologize for technical and administrative errors arising from the newly implemented National Identification Card system known as My Number. The events I mentioned are therefore only a sampling of the challenges of digital governance. We have not even discussed the lawsuits that have been mounted on privacy as well as discrimination concerns. Despite these difficulties, a responsible government cannot be frozen into inaction. But to govern digital for the common good, we must first be clear about our aims. Governments have differing priorities. For Singapore, 3 key objectives drive our approach to digital governance for the common good: expanding opportunities, ensuring trust and safety, and strengthening community. We want our citizens to live better and more prosperous lives, as well as have the assurance of a promising future. To help achieve these goals, we need the digital economy to generate opportunities for our people and businesses. This is easier said than done. First, technology diffusion has tended to be slow and uneven. A few frontier firms benefit quickly and enormously, while many others languish. Hence, we need to ask ourselves, how can we equip more firms and their workers to benefit from digitalization? Second, many workers experience increased anxieties over job security. Unlike previous waves of automation, the accelerated development of AI tools is expected to displace more white-collar and knowledge workers. The jobs that may disappear aren't bad at all. How do we create new and better jobs and equip our citizens for them? Equally, we must ensure that digital spaces are trustworthy and safe. Without it, digital participation will recede. You may have heard that a lie travels halfway around the world while the truth is still tying its shoelace. Misinformation from user-generated online content spreads even further and faster. By the time they are corrected, the damage is already done. Our citizens' sense of trust and safety is also compromised by their experiences with scams and ransomware. Globally, these cases have risen dramatically. In Singapore, too, they have overtaken physical and other crimes. The victims include young digital natives and businesses whose momentary lapse left them exposed. Governments and industry alike will need to do more to limit citizens' exposure to bad actors so that we navigate online spaces safely and preserve trust in society. As a country rather than commercial entity, the aim of governance must ultimately be to foster a sense of solidarity and commitment for society to move forward together. Digital governance should also contribute to this objective. Ironically, while digital technologies have drawn the world closer, we sometimes feel more disconnected from even our next-door neighbors and friends. Thus, we need to ask what it will take to preserve bonds between people and communities. We can digitize and digitalize a great number of things, but can we also use technology to strengthen relationships, our shared values, shared purpose, and shared love of country. To mount a suitable response to the challenges of the digital age and achieve the aims of digital governance, there are several strategies available to government. They include infrastructure investments, capability development, laws and regulations, whole of society involvement, and international cooperation. Digital infrastructure can be expensive to build. Earlier this year, Singapore published our first digital connectivity blueprint. 2 items alone, new subsea cables and green data centers, will need around $20 billion to materialize. Most of the investments will be made by the private sector. Sometimes, however, the government must take the risk for the common good. One such example is the development of our nationwide fiber broadband network in the early 2000s. Then, most people were happy with speeds of 30 megabits per second. Few people thought they would ever need speeds of 1 gigabit per second. Why was the government spending up to $1 billion in public funds for something unnecessary? As if the answer was not clear enough when Netflix subscriptions soared. COVID-19 erased all doubt. Without high-quality broadband access, it would have been much more difficult for so many SMEs pivoting to online sales, workers to remote work, and students to home-based learning, all at the same time. When building ahead of demand, the government's role can be essential. However, it must also be clear-eyed that not all bets pay off in the same way. Take our attempt to build up a smart nation sensor platform. Like several other cities, we experimented with using lampposts as shared infrastructure for different agencies to place sensors on. However, as mobile sensor technology solutions matured, sensor deployment could be more flexible and less costly than using shared, fixed infrastructure. The bigger payoff in this project shifted from the sharing of infrastructure to the development of data exchange platforms and governance models that facilitated access to sensor data across agencies, which we will need well into the future. In capability development, we have made special efforts to help SMEs adopt digital solutions. Unlike bigger companies, they tend to lack resources, know-how, and sometimes know why. From becoming more data-driven to developing cyber hygiene, agencies like IMDA and CSA have created resources to better equip SMEs. The government must also help to build new capabilities through research and development, especially for trust and safety. For example, advances in quantum computing poses threats which some have said are more dangerous than the impact of AI. Classical cryptography, which has been relied upon to secure information systems and digital communications, may no longer be unbreakable. Our cyber experts have been tracking such developments, aided by the deep reservoir of knowledge and insights at the NUS Centre for Quantum Technology. In 2022, Singapore launched the National Quantum Safe Network. Technical trials have since demonstrated the feasibility of deploying quantum-safe technologies in our communications networks. Along with enterprise and R&D capabilities, we also actively nurture workforce capabilities. For example, we set up the Singapore 5G and Telecoms Academy even before 5G coverage and applications were widespread. Our polytechnics and universities have expanded intakes into ICT-related courses and infused the curricula of almost all disciplines with digital components. More broadly, for the entire workforce, a whole ecosystem of continuing education and training promotes digital mastery, supported by the National Skills Future movement. These efforts pay off in the form of sustained high employment, low unemployment, and wage growth. Another strategy, laws and regulation, requires great wisdom and care on what to do and when to do. The Computer Misuse Act, which came into effect about 3 decades ago, was relatively straightforward. In the 2000s, we amended our Copyright Act to clarify protections for digital media, updated our court procedures to facilitate e-filing of documents, and empowered our law enforcement agencies to handle electronic evidence. Through the Electronic Transactions Act, Singapore began to recognize the legality of electronic records and signatures. In the last decade, with digital and online experiences coming to dominate the way we live and work, we have moved with greater speed and agility to update our laws and regulations. Laws for personal data protection, cybersecurity, and protection against online falsehoods, as well as the recently enacted laws on online safety and online criminal harms, including scams, will likely need more frequent updates as new concerns emerge, demanding fresh interventions for the common good. In fact, since 2018, we have gone through the full parliamentary process for enacting new laws for digital at least once a year. This is in addition to guidelines and frameworks we have introduced in areas where the effectiveness of legislation is not yet clear. In all the strategies I have described above, it is important that the government does not act alone. The private and people sectors can and should be encouraged to do their part. For example, to promote digital inclusion for the most vulnerable, telcos have offered free data plans, while tech companies have supported social service agencies to design useful devices for the frail elderly. They do this under the aegis of the nationwide Digital for Life movement, where the spirit of gotong royong has come alive again in our cyber domain. In the area of AI governance, the government works closely with industry partners and the research community to advance understanding and promote sound principles for responsible AI deployment. This is how we have built on the Model AI governance framework to develop a software and testing and evaluation toolkit known as AI Verify. Earlier this year, we decided to open source AI Verify and set up a foundation with members including Temasek, Microsoft, and Google to steer its development. The global reach of digital technologies means no country can hope to succeed in governing all of them on their own. Instead of decoupling, we should be seeking greater interoperability. This is why Singapore was one of the earliest countries in the world to enter into bilateral digital economy agreements, first with Australia and later with the UK. Together with New Zealand and Chile, we founded the Multilateral Digital Economy Partnership Agreement. Since DEPA's launch, countries like South Korea, Canada, and China have applied to come on board. At a regional level, Singapore cooperates closely with ASEAN member states, for example, to establish norms for seamless and secure cross-border data flows. We were one of the first countries to sign up for the APEC cross-border privacy rules and subsequently the global CBPR initiatives. We also helped lead some of the work streams in the International Counter-Ransomware Initiative, which involves over 40 countries. At the UN, Singapore's permanent representative chairs the open-ended working group for ICT security. More recently, we convened the Digital Forum of Small States and have committed to do more to support capacity building. Having outlined the aims and strategies of our digital governance, what else must we pay attention to? In fact, it is the capability to govern digital effectively. And here, I venture that there are at least 3 aspects. To govern digital, we must know how it works. For example, how do people receive SMSs on their phones? And why were scammers able to insert themselves in the conversation threads between the device owners and the banks? Without this understanding, we would not have mandated the use of the Singapore Sender ID Registry for organizations sending SMSs to their customers using alphanumeric headings. Nor would scams perpetrated through SMSs have declined so sharply. The battle against scammers is not over, of course. Today, scams have become much more elaborate, involving malware and remote access Trojans, RAT, that can take over the devices surreptitiously. It simply means we must up our game to master the technology and design new ways to protect our citizens from harm. Part of this comes from dedicating resources to establish new centers of excellence within government, such as the setup of the CSA in 2015, GovTech in 2016, HTX, which is the Home Team Science and Technology Agency, in 2019, as well as the Digital and Intelligence Service in 2022. Another line of effort comes from rallying the public to be vigilant in countering threats in digital, such as the addition of digital defense as the 6th pillar of total defense. Effective digital governance also demands great agility. Take the CDC vouchers, for example, which helps households in Singapore pay for essential purchases at heartland merchants. When the decision was taken to shift from paper vouchers to digital vouchers, extensive user testing led to many improvements, such as making the vouchers available in the same denominations as cash notes, paper notes. This makes them more familiar and easier to transit to. But the tests also show that the population was not ready for a full digital rollout. What's good for the administrators and for environmental sustainability did not feel good at all for a significant number of citizens. This is why paper vouchers continue to be made available, although with each successive rollout of the vouchers, more people are opting for digital. This realization also led the government to clarify its approach as digital first, but not digital only. Increasingly, digital governance must be data-driven. Without good data, we can only rely on our impressions and limited interactions to guess the problems, why they exist, and what we can do about them. Given how much of digital is about the movement of bits and bytes, the lack of good quality and internationally comparable data for policymaking in digital is both ironic and unsatisfactory. For example, there is no standard measure of the digital economy. How does one treat influencer marketing, 5G-enabled manufacturing, telehealth consultations, e-transactions in financial services, retail, and entertainment spending that have shifted online? Countries can therefore make outlandish claims about how big their digital economies are. It all depends on what they include. As a result, we cannot really analyze the factors that have contributed to the growth of the digital economy and compare them across countries as a way of informing our own considerations. Neither can we easily identify the gaps and take steps to close them for the common good. At a more fundamental level, there is also no unified approach to collecting new data that would shed light on digitally enabled activities. For example, no one can say how much cross-border data flows there really are, and whether our international cooperation mechanisms have been helpful. Even with these limitations, IMDA has started to put together our first ever report on the digital economy, which we will publish in the next few weeks. Our purpose is to shed light on how the digital economy is contributing to Singapore's economy, and to monitor the direction and pace of change over time. We will also take stock of the progress of efforts to grow our tech workforce and help businesses transform through digitalization. While still in its drafting, some trends are worth noting. The information and communications sector, the vertical, was the fastest growing sector between 2017 and 2022. It was the key driver of our digital expansion and engine of growth for the economy. The horizontal pillar of our digital economy, which is a measure of value add in every sector directly attributable to investments in digital technology, has also registered rapid growth over the same period, outpacing the rest of the economy. Expectedly, SMEs still lag behind larger companies in technology adoption. It is, however, encouraging that 94% of SMEs had adopted at least one digital solution in 2022, compared to 74% in 2018. A 20 percentage point improvement over 5 years is quite commendable, especially when the base was already quite high. This report is again a minimum viable product. We are committed to learn more about the different dimensions of the digital economy and to capture their contributions more comprehensively over time. Let me now conclude. I've taken some time to cover different aspects of digital governance. In fact, this is the longest speech I have made since becoming digital minister. And still, I fear I have not done the topic justice. Societies around the world are being tested on our ability to govern digital for the common good. Our aims are often aligned, but the strategies will differ, and equally our capabilities and the results. In the absence of easy playbooks, there is much to be gained from more frequent sharing of observations and exchanges of experiences. However daunting our tasks may be, we owe our citizens in the present and future the determination to try. Thank you once again for inviting me, and I wish you a very fruitful conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teo. And please remain on stage for a while. And Professor Luke Ong, our Vice President of NTU, will present a memento to Minister Teo. Professor Ong will also present the book, Good Governance in a Post-COVID-19 World, Global Health and Economic Recovery, to Minister Teo. I'd like to invite Professor Joseph Liao, Professor Liu Hong, Dr. Ang Hassan, Professor Del Fisher, Dr. Steve Chopin, and Mr. Jeremy Gao and the rest of the authors up on stage to witness the presentation. Thank you, Minister Teo. And please take another group photo and please remain on the stage. Up. Thank you, Minister Teo and everyone. All right. Before we go for a short break, please allow me to ask everyone here to take a group photo. And all you need to do is to remain seated. And our photographer will give you the cue as he takes a photo from the stage. Thank you, Minister Teo, again for gracing this conference. Now it's time for a short break, and I will see you back here in 15 minutes. We'll have keynote speeches by 4 distinguished speakers, so please stay tuned.
Based on what? Based on the exercise.
And
So-
then go back?
Yes, and
Okay.
then go back, yeah. So this is
Forward,
backwards.
backward, that's perfect.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and this is where
So
you can
yes,
see your slides.
hey, that's perfect.
All
Very
right.
important.
Okay.
Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of the short break. Please come back to the conference hall and take your seats. Thank you. The QR code will be right now. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the end of our short break. Please come back to the conference hall and take your seats. Welcome back, everyone. Coming up, we have 4 distinguished speakers from China, Switzerland, and Singapore to deliver keynote speeches. This session will be chaired by Professor Joseph Liao, Dean of the College of Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences of NTU. I will pass my time over to Professor Liao to get this session started. Professor Liao, please.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Welcome back from the break. We are going to go straight into the first main panel now. And to do that, we have 4 very, very eminent distinguished speakers to help us unpack perhaps some of the challenges that we face in terms of governance for the common good, not just in terms of the local context, but very much so the regional and international context as well. Yeah, so how we are going to proceed is I'm going to introduce and invite the speakers to come up one by one to deliver their remarks. After that, with whatever time left, we will gather on the stage for an open discussion and, if time permits, to take some questions as well from the floor before we draw the proceedings to a close for the panel. Okay, so this is how we're going to proceed. So without further ado, let me please introduce our first speaker, who will be Mr. Desmond Tan, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, and Deputy Secretary of NTUC, the National Trades Union Congress. Apart from these very important positions, Mr. Desmond Tan is also a Member of Parliament and has been so since July 2020 for the Pasir Ris Punggol constituency. He holds the position of Executive Secretary of the Singapore Industrial and Services Employees Union and is also advisor to the Supply Chain Employees Union. Before his secondment to NTUC, Mr. Tan was the Minister of State for Home Affairs and Sustainability and the Environment. So he's got a very broad portfolio. Prior to joining politics, Mr. Tan spent 30 years in the public service. He was the Chief Executive Director of the People's Association and held various key appointments in MINDEF, the Ministry of Defence, as well as the Singapore Armed Forces. And these include Chief of Staff, General Staff, Director, Joint Ops, Joint Operations, and Chief Guards Officer, and Director, Public Affairs. So, Mr. Tan, if I may invite you up for your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Professor Luke Ong, Professor Liu Hong, Mr. George, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I also see some of the Lien Fellowship alumni. Good to be reconnected here. It's a very great honor for me to be invited back to join you for today's conference. And it's a very important topic in my view, especially in this current time. So from the governance perspective, the concept of common good refers to a shared objective that policymakers, together with various stakeholders, including the businesses, non-government organizations, employers, and individual members of society, that they work together to try and achieve. And this concept of common good can be challenging or even tenuous, because if the shared objective is not defined properly, it may be unclear for the various stakeholders what exactly we are collectively working together to achieve. So therefore, combining good governance is therefore important to define our shared objectives clearly and also to ensure that these goals are aligned with what our evolving society wants and what our society needs. Let me just cite 2 examples, one more recent and one that is ongoing, that good governance or governance for the common good is seen and practiced in Singapore's context. First is, of course, our nation's fight against COVID-19. On the whole, I think we can be proud that we have done fairly well in protecting both lives and livelihoods throughout this pandemic. Our healthcare system, although under tremendous strain, was never overwhelmed. Our case fatality rate was one of the lowest in the whole world, and we managed to save jobs and to keep our economy going. Throughout all the trials and tribulations, we held together as a society and pulled through as one people. Various surveys reflected these outcomes. According to a global survey done by the Pew Research Center, we are one of the few countries in the world where the sense of unity became even higher than before the pandemic. I particularly like one survey question that was asked to the surveyors, whether one would view getting their COVID vaccination as important to be a good member of society. So the question was not asked whether you view vaccination as important for yourself to protect yourself, but as a good member of society. And Singapore came up ranked highest, with over 90% of Singaporean respondents saying that it is somewhat to very important for the society. Well, this did not come without its challenges, however. The government, in our white paper on Singapore's response to COVID-19, highlighted several areas we could have done better, and also acknowledge some of the missteps along the way. So governance is not about getting our decisions right all the time. What it is, instead, is making decisions and judgment calls with a clear goal and values, together with the various stakeholders and together with our people. Indeed, some key lessons that we have learned from our experience include the need to establish clearly the dimension we are prioritizing in dealing with this crisis, harnessing the strengths of our people and private sectors more, and continue to deliver transparent and clear public communications to build trust and to ensure effective crisis response. In particular, COVID-19 has demonstrated the importance of mobilizing the whole of nation support during this crisis, leveraging our private sector partners' expertise and capabilities, as well as ground-up initiatives to address specific needs of various communities. The government will continue to cultivate these networks and to develop the sustained structures that support partnerships with various stakeholders during peacetime. Another example I'd like to cite of trying to achieve a common good is our Forward Singapore exercise. And this, I'm sure you have heard, was launched last year as a major consultation exercise by the 4G government ministers, led by the 4G government ministers, to renew our social compact. The global geopolitical situation has become fraught, and the risk of further conflict cannot be discounted. A superpower rivalry between the US and China has been ongoing, which is impacting finances, trades, supply chains, and investments across many continents and countries. And amidst these uncertain times, we must stand firm and continue to act based on our values and based on our interests, with a principle-based approach that makes sense for Singapore and for Singaporeans. And beyond external forces, however, there are many challenges plaguing individuals' nations. Despite opportunities amidst these challenges, there is a growing sense of uncertainty, of pessimism, and sometimes even anger about the future in various parts of the world. And as people lose hope for the future, they start to blame one another, and leading to a more fractured and a more fragmented society. So the government must recognize the anxieties of these people in time of great change and act and lead in response. Those who feel left behind can become resentful and believe that the system is not fair or not on their side. This is fertile ground for politics based on disaffection and division to take root, which can lead to increased polarization of our society. Without the ability to hold the center and work towards common good, the quality of governance will suffer in the medium to long term. And this is why the government, our government Singapore, has undertaken the Forward Singapore exercise, which we started last year, and why we have been deliberating and engaging various different stakeholders across the society. Our shared objective is thus to refresh our social compact for our changing context and our circumstances. This is Singapore's approach to addressing the challenges posed by the global and local economic, social, and political developments. By taking a consultative approach and partnering with citizens and stakeholders, we hope to harness the strength, the ideas, and the energy of our entire society to create better opportunities, to provide more assurances, and also to strengthen our resilience and solidarity. Our goal is to establish a compact where everyone feels a stake in our society, and whatever challenges lie ahead of us, contributes and shares in the responsibility of creating a better future, building a Singapore that lasts for many, many more generations to come. So I've cited these two examples of how our government has partnered and is partnering our Singaporean society to achieve a shared objective that we believe to be in the best interest of Singapore. But we must never rest on our laurels and to dwell on what we have already done well. Rather, we must continue to look forward, look ahead, and forge the path that is necessary for Singapore. And this begs the question, how can we then do it? My response is to continue to invest and to focus on our people, our most valued and treasured human capital. This will enable us to be in a better position to foster economic development, social progress, and improve the nation as a whole. There's a Chinese ancient proverb, I think it's in the Ming Dynasty, which says, 治政之要在于安民，安民之道在于察其疾苦. It means the essence of governance is livelihood, and the right way to ensure people's livelihood is to understand the hardships and the needs in their lives. This ancient proverbs underscores the people-centered philosophy for governance. So how do we ensure that our people's livelihood is secured in these ever-increasingly uncertain and turbulent times? First, we must recognize that our operating environment is changing and will always be evolving. The skills, the qualifications, the education, the knowledge that we learned in school many, many years ago may no longer be applicable in today's context. The advancement of technology and automation being increasingly used to perform repetitive tasks has led to the displacement of certain jobs, and jobs that involve routine tasks and don't require complex decision-making or creativity are particularly vulnerable. The changing landscape of work makes it necessary for us to therefore focus on upskilling and reskilling our workforce, and to ensure that our employees are equipped with relevant skill sets, not just for jobs of today, but also for the future job market. It is therefore pertinent for our current and future workforce to build a culture of lifelong learning. And as we embark on building a more resilient workforce and encouraging our workforce to remain relevant in the employment landscape, it is important for good governance to come into play in the investment of our human capital. Through the implementations of policies, initiatives, such as the Skills Future, we want to motivate the Singaporean core to take ownership of their skills development, whether they are employers, and also for employers to play a vital role in propelling our workforce capabilities. And here I'm speaking from the National Trade Union Congress, and that is why in 2019, NTUC introduced a company training committee, which is a concept or ecosystem that plans to journey with employers and with businesses and companies to implement business transformation, job redesign, and to ensure that employees' training and upskilling are supported. The introduction of CTCs has fostered good governance within organizations through transparent communications between the management and our workers. And this approach creates an environment where resources are managed efficiently, workforce strategies are collaborated, and the concerns of all stakeholders are taken into consideration. Today, I'm proud to share that the 455 companies have already established company training committee with the NTUC, and this benefits over 100,000 workers in our workforce. I believe that one of the key to Singapore's continued success in the future will be the unique tripartite partnership that we have here in Singapore. Our close tripartite partnership allows the government, the employers, and the unions or the workers to come together to join hands to work for the good of every Singaporean and our country. And COVID-19 has proven that this tripartism has been a very important force, driving force, to ensure that we save our jobs, we support our workers, and keep our economy going. This uniquely Singapore model of governance to support businesses and also to support our workers is underpinned by this word, trust. Trust that is built upon years and decades of hard work between the tripartite partners. We need to continue to develop this precious partnership and a strong sense of trust and solidarity so that we can emerge stronger from future challenges that we might face. So to conclude, we have achieved a lot for a nation that has just celebrated our 58th birthday, and while the external environment grows increasingly complex and there seems to be many challenges and dark clouds ahead, let us take heart that we have strong foundations, and as long as we continue to pursue the common good, we can proceed on the right track. Stay united as one people, as we always say, and work together with our partners and stakeholders so that we can achieve good outcomes, win-win outcomes, build a stronger nation, and build a better life for all Singaporeans. Thank you very much, and look forward to the dialogue later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. Now we move on to our second speaker. He is Mr. George Yeo, former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Singapore. Now, Mr. Yeo is a household name in Singapore, and in fact, if I may say so, in the region and the world as well. And he is really one of Singapore's foremost strategic thinkers, so we are very pleased that he has agreed to join us this morning. Mr. Yeo is currently a visiting scholar at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore, and also the founding patron of its Asia Competitive Institute. Mr. Yeo was with the Kerry Group in Hong Kong from 2012 to 2021, and he was chairman and executive director of Kerry Logistics Network from 2012 to 2019. Prior to entering the private sector, he served 23 years in the Singapore government and was Minister for Information and the Arts, Minister for Health, Minister for Trade and Industry, and Minister for Foreign Affairs. And before that, he had a very distinguished military career, which began as a signals officer in the Singapore Army, and then he crossed over to the Air Force and became Chief of Staff of Air Staff and Director of Joint Operations and Planning in the Defense Ministry, attaining the rank of Brigadier General. Mr. Yeo is also an international advisor and director on many, many boards, too numerous for me to list here. So I will leave it at that and invite Mr. George Yeo to the stage. Mr. Yeo, please.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, many years ago, I read something Mao Zedong said, which really intrigued me. He said, even between husband and wife, there is class struggle. Even between husband and wife. And I spent a lot of time mulling over this because he was a very serious man. And nothing he said was without meaning. When I was a student, I read Karl Marx. And the young Marx was really worth reading and created an intellectual breakthrough in man's understanding of human society. The later Marx was very political when he wrote the Communist Manifesto. And the word class struggle became a political program. But the young Marx class struggle was more philosophical. If you look at any group of human beings in terms of a balance sheet, on the left-hand side are the assets. Assets can be commoditized, but not always, because assets include human beings. On the right-hand side are the claimants, how the cake is to be divided. Now, if I'm not happy with the way the cake is divided, why should I help the group bake a bigger cake? In other words, the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the balance sheet have got to be seen together. They cannot be seen separately. If the class struggle between husband and wife is not satisfactorily resolved, the family will be a disaster, and children will not be well brought up. But if the class struggle between husband and wife and between parents and children are well resolved, the family flourishes. Now, we can look at the group in terms of a family, in terms of a gathering like this, in terms of a city-state like Singapore, in terms of a community like ASEAN, in terms of the global community. And we are more and more connected, globalized. We cannot escape each other. We are in the same boat. But 2 days ago, I was following with great interest the landing of the Indian lunar craft. It's an amazing story because India landed a craft on the moon, which is now crawling on the moon's surface, with a budget of only $75 million. Really cheap. How did they do it? So they didn't have powerful rockets like the Americans or the Russians or the Chinese. So they had to make use of the Earth's gravity, then the moon's gravity, and then they calculate carefully. It's a very elegant use of engineering. And the little rover they landed on the moon is much smaller than the Chinese rover, which is much smaller than the American rover. One day, many countries will send men on the moon. Then they will meet each other. Will they carry guns? Or will they help each other? Now, we can talk about governance on the moon, but it will always involve a class struggle. I make this point, perhaps a little dramatically, because human beings are very different from other social animals. You can have a flock of birds, a school of fish, a hive of bees, but how they solve the problem of distribution is more or less hardwired, genetic. It doesn't change very much. So when a pack of lions kill a prey, well, who eats first? Who eats second? Who eats last? That's more or less predetermined. If one dies, then it changes again. But human beings are different because of culture. And how we distribute is reprogrammable. And it varies with our moral sense. So whether or not we're able to develop a bigger cake, to bake a bigger cake, depends on whether our moral sense, our value system, and the institutions based on them either facilitate or inhibit the baking of a bigger cake. So from here, we have Karl Marx's view of the superstructure either facilitating or impeding productive forces. It's a profound idea. Whether we are better off in a small group or being in a larger group. You take Singapore. would Singapore be better off rejoining Malaysia? Would Singapore be better off being part of a tight ASEAN political community where we share resources? Are we better off being a part of China or part of America? Well, it depends, because it depends on how, as human beings, we relate to one another in the group. When we were in Malaysia, instead of baking a bigger cake, we spent too much time quarreling on the right-hand side of the balance sheet. So it's better to separate. But sometimes it is better to amalgamate, to be part of a larger merger. And for some activities, like ASEAN, it is to our advantage to merge. But we cannot escape the fact that unlike other social animals, we are moral beings. You see, I was in a monkey temple in Bali once. The mother was carrying a dead child, won't let go, because of a maternal instinct, hoping that the child is not dead. After a few days, it decided the child was dead, it dropped the child, and it moved on. But human beings, from the earliest time, bury the dead and have religious ceremonies. So this moral sense affects how we see ourselves and how productive we are. And why we need philanthropy. Because if there's no philanthropy in a group, if the moment someone falls and we just discard that person, why should anyone sacrifice for the good, for the higher good? So in every military platoon, every section, we have a stretcher bearer. Because if someone falls, and it may be me one day, I know I'll be looked after. You'll be looked after. You'll be looked after. Then the group says, okay, we work together. Today, we think in terms of formulas. We have all kinds of DIY books. You follow this formula, you follow that formula, you'll be very successful, you'll be very healthy. Many of these books ignore the fact that we are moral beings, that our morale is so important. I mean, Sima Cheng said, a life can be as weighty as Taishan, or it can be as light as a feather. What is the difference? If I'm a bricklayer, I'm building a house for my family, I will lay the bricks carefully. If I'm building a prison for myself to be imprisoned in, I will lay the brick differently. If I'm building a temple or a church, my productivity is different. So how we resolve the issue of the class struggle affects the left-hand side of the balance sheet and how productive we are in the group. And if we are productive in a group, we are masters of the universe. If we are fighting one another, like in Ukraine, instead of going forward, we are going backwards. So the key is the common good. Good governance depends on whether the class struggle allows us to work better together. Now, all of us know, if you are in a good classroom, a good professor, we want to attend the class. We feel we are learning. If we work in an office, we have a good leader. You feel more energized. You feel creative. You feel positive. You want to cooperate. And the group becomes more productive. Or you have a professor who is scathing, always criticizing people, putting you down. A boss who's only interested, instead of, as Lawrence said earlier, creating an ecosystem, he creates an ecosystem. Then you feel smaller. Then you want to leave. To me, when we look at countries in the world, when individuals leave a country to get better value for themselves, then that country needs better governance. But if a country attracts talent because the people who come to that country feel enhanced, more valuable, well, that's a good ecosystem. So when we talk about the market, and there's many theories about the market economy, about freedom of choice, we must not forget that Adam Smith was first and foremost a moral philosopher. Without a moral framework, markets cannot work. There'll be a lot of problems. Without a proper framework, moral framework, legal systems, instead of creating common spaces, becomes oppressive. So in many countries, legislatures are captured by vested interests. And so people feel that the laws are oppressive, not liberating. Or we look at electoral systems. We keep on hearing democracy versus autocracy. Which works better? To me, it is not a question of a formula. It's a question of morality. If there's a strong moral system, a democracy can work well and autocracy can work well. If there is no morality, a democracy is oppressive and autocracy is also oppressive. It's something to think about, that we cannot, wherever we are, avoid the moral question which is connected to the class struggle. And it involves negotiations. Desmond is from NTUC. NTUC was created so that in the process of negotiations, the objective is to bake a bigger pie. And you will only bake a bigger pie if ordinary people at the bottom, workers, good people, get a fair share of the pie. Then Singapore will succeed. But if workers organize in reaction against bullying by employers, then the pie will shrink further and further because there'll be industrial conflict, investors will leave, and in the end, people will say, no, this is a toxic place. No point coming here. And there are many examples in the world where the political economic ecosystem is toxic. I'd like to end by talking about the Catholic Church. I was helping Pope Francis for 7 years, very privileged work, and got to understand a little bit about the church I belong to since I was born. The Catholic Church is the oldest organization in the world. There's no other organization in the world which has lasted so long with continuity. How come? Well, there is something for people to study. But Pope Francis has I think he can teach in NTU. You know? He had a very good prescription. He said, in a group, to solve problems creatively, positively, you must go through 5 stages. First, you must meet. Because if you don't meet, how can you empathize? How can you have a good right-hand balance sheet if you don't know each other? But if I understand you, and it's not just a Zoom conversation, understand you whether it's playing badminton or playing golf or eating a meal together, then there's respect. He said, you must meet and you must listen. Because if you meet only to give a lecture, but you don't listen, then people will keep quiet. Then it's not a genuine meeting. Then he says you must debate. Now, debate requires the participants to suppress their own ego, to listen, to work out win-win outcomes. And you always should look for a positive sum, because if it's negative sum, the negotiations are very tough. Then he said, you must pray. Now, this is very interesting. You must pray. What does prayer mean? It doesn't mean just reciting the Our Father, because that's meaningless if you're just reciting it. Prayer means stepping back, reflecting, why are we here together? Why do we belong to a group? What are our responsibilities to one another? Are you in severe need? Should I accommodate you now until you have recovered? Because one day I may need help, and I will need your help. Prayer means looking after the weak. Without philanthropy, society cannot gel together. If we don't look after those who are fallen, and the healthy will one day fall, why should people contribute to the group? And if we are selfish in this lifetime, I will optimize within my lifetime. Why should I sacrifice for the future? So prayer is important. No, Lee Kuan Yew's last video showed him meditating. He had a conversation with a Benedictine monk. He was introduced by Ng Kok Song, one of our presidential candidates. And the Benedictine monk asked Lee Kuan Yew, is it better before any negotiations to meditate? Lee Kuan Yew said, yes. It says, therefore, in foreign policy, should ministers or leaders, before they negotiate, meditate? Lee Kuan Yew said, I think so, but it'll be very awkward. But meditation doesn't mean that we sit down, we cross our legs, we ring a bell, we burn a joss stick. No. It means pausing. For this moment, suppress egos, empathize, develop trust. And finally, Pope Francis said, you must decide. Don't keep on kicking the can down the road, postponing it. Because without decision, you can't bake the cake. So it's interesting. And I hope that this little musing of mine will be of interest and of some value to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yeo. Anyway, this is a good exercise for me. Going down, coming up, going down, coming up. Okay, we move on to our third speaker, Mr. Zhang Weiwu, who's a Senior Executive Vice President of ICBC Group, China. Mr. Zhang holds a master's degree in economics from Northwestern University of China and an MBA from Hitotsubashi University in Japan. In 1999, Mr. Zhang joined the head office of ICBC, and in 2004, he worked in the Shareholding System Reform Office of the head office. He has extensive overseas working experience in the banking industry. In May 2010, Mr. Zhang was appointed to establish the Netherlands branch of ICBC, and later served as the general manager of the Amsterdam branch of ICBC Europe. In 2013, Mr. Zhang was transferred to be general manager of ICBC Singapore. Since June 2021, Mr. Zhang has been appointed Senior Executive Vice President of ICBC Group, and he was the youngest Vice President of the 4 major banks at that time. You are more accomplished now, but still young. Currently, he is in charge of overseas business, global financial market, ICBC wealth management, and other business sectors related to the bank. So can I invite Mr. Zhang to the floor, please?
Thank you, Mr. Joseph Law, for your kind introduction. Distinguished Minister of State Desmond Tan, distinguished Mr. George Yeo, Professor Luke Ong, and Professor Liu Hong. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thanks for the invitation from NTU. I'm very honored to have the opportunity to attend the conference today. As an old Chinese saying goes, this is actually from 西汉礼记, 大道之行，天下为公. 大道 means the great way. It is principles and laws governing the development of a state. 天下为公 means when the great way rules, the world's affairs would be conducted for the public benefit only. It refers to the ultimate achievement of good governance. I think this old saying echoes today's theme, good governance for the common good. I believe ICBC, as a listed public company, should also play our role in promoting good social governance through sound governance, corporate governance practice. Today, I would like to share with you 3 thoughts based on the practice of ICBC and that of major Chinese banks. Firstly, sound corporate governance should not be subject to a single model. As the slide shows, you can see large commercial banks in China play a key role in China's financial sector. By the end of 2022, the total assets of big 6 banks in China accounted for 41% of that of the Chinese bank sectors. Therefore, their corporate governance not only determines the bank's own development strategy, risk status, financial performance, etc., but also has huge and profound impacts on many other aspects of the country's development and the common good, considering the co-position of the banks in modern economy system. Regarding corporate governance, China's large commercial banks basically followed all of the 6 OECD principles of corporate governance. However, as Mr. George Young's speech mentioned, countries differ in economic and culture. So this leads to different characteristics in corporate governance models. In this sense, I believe there's no best corporate governance. There's only better and more suitable corporate governance, and it requires continuous improvement. Therefore, Chinese large banks also input and improve their approaches with Chinese characteristics. As shown in this slide, I hope that a sound corporate governance should have 9 characteristics, which are also the criterion for testing its effectiveness. As we can see from this chart, the corporate governance structure of China's large commercial banks has some differences. First, the leadership of the CPC. Second, the ownership structure is relatively stable and concentrated. Ministry of Finance and Central Huijin Investment owned For example, ICBC's 66% of shares. Third, the board of directors consists 3 types of directors, including executive directors, independent directors, and directors assigned by the largest shareholders. Fourth, due supervision is implemented by the board of supervisors and the board of directors. Fifth, focus more on medium to long-term strategic objectives. Six, market competition, sound information disclosure, and effective incentive and restraint mechanism. With above-mentioned characteristics and years of effort, ICBC has delivered good performance and been topping global peers by core indicators such as total assets, capital, deposit, loan balance, and brand value. We ranked #1 so far, the biggest bank in the world. Our total assets is around 42 trillion RMB. Secondly, sound corporate governance should maintain long-term stability. Take ICBC, for example. Its corporate governance has 3 characteristics. First, we focus more on the long-term strategic objectives. We ensure that our business strategies align with China's national development plan and strategic layout, such as 2035 vision plan and Chinese path of modernization. We strive to perform our responsibilities as a financial institution in serving the real economy, in preventing and mitigating risks, and deepening reforms. Second, we seek more balanced and coordinated development. The balance includes the balance between making profit and taking risks, the balance between retaining adequate capital and expanding risk-weighted assets, the balance between achieving short-term results and implementing long-term strategy, the balance between guaranteeing shareholders' returns and meeting different stakeholders' interests, and the balance between maximizing economic benefits and performing social responsibilities. Just as a Chinese banker used to say, 好银行是平衡出来的. Well-balanced corporate governance makes a good bank. I think this is true. Third, the board members and senior management are relatively stable and can ensure the continuity of a business strategy. Generally speaking, the change of a leader of a large state-owned bank does not cause fundamental change to the bank's strategy. From the perspective of the whole financial system, large commercial banks are responsible for mitigating risks and maintaining the stability of the macroeconomic system. When the economy goes upward, banks normally run well, and we help prevent excessive credit expansion by adjusting our credit policies timely, consolidating asset qualities, and making enough provisions. When the economy goes the other way, we make more efforts to support the recovery and development of the real economy by increasing credit supply and reducing fees and rates. Based on the performance comparison between ICBC and other international banks in the past 17 years, we can see that the large commercial banks in China have delivered quite sustainable and stable performance and have shown less volatility in economic circles comparing with other major international banks peers. Thirdly, sound corporate governance shall interact positively with economic and social development. I believe that if effective corporate governance should not only safeguard the interest of shareholders, but also consider the interest of stakeholders, including depositors, customers, employees, etc. Take ICBC as an example. First, we pay great attention to our shareholders' interests. Since listing in 2006, we have created 1.3 trillion RMB of cash dividend returns for the shareholders, the highest annual cash dividend among all A-share listed companies for 15 consecutive years. Second, we actively give back to society. We continuously improve financial services to support re-employment, poverty alleviation, and communities. For instance, in 2022, the balance of ICBC's inclusive loans reached RMB 1.55 trillion, ranking the first in terms of a growth rate among all the Chinese peers. Third, we actively repay customers. We have established the Consumer Protection Committee, proactively responded to consumer concerns, and improves customer satisfaction. Fourth, we help employees develop and achieve. Fifth, we focus on environmental protection. By the end of June 2023, ICBC's green loan balance ranked first among domestic peers in both total volume and incremental volume. Last but not least, we keep improving ESG. We actively respond to the UN SDG of 2030 and became the first Chinese financial institution to sign the TCFD. Ladies and gentlemen, the relation between corporate governance and social governance is an ongoing topic. Regarding corporate governance, China's financial sector is also faced with a lot of challenges, such as how to better serve the real economy, how to better dispose risks in local government debt and the real estate sector, and how to deepen anti-corruption, etc. As I said earlier, there's no best corporate governance. We will work harder for a better and more suitable corporate governance in pursuing Chinese path of modernization. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Tsang. Now we move on to our fourth and final speaker for this first panel, and this would be Professor Reto Steiner, excuse me, who is the Dean of the Zoll School of Management and Law and Vice President for Academic Affairs, Zurich University of Applied Sciences in Switzerland. Professor Steiner is the Dean and Vice President and also teaches at the University of Bern in Switzerland and ETH Zurich, Switzerland as well. He has published widely on the topics of management of state-owned enterprises, local governance, digital transformation, and artificial intelligence, and is a member of various international academic boards. Professor Steiner has held numerous senior academic appointments worldwide, including in Singapore, in Italy, and in Hong Kong. And since 2013, he has been Switzerland's representative in the group of independent experts at the Council of Europe. Last but not least, he's not just an academic, but also has quite extensive political experience. Professor Steiner was a member of the state parliament and a former president of a city parliament. So he also has a wide range of experience. So Professor Steiner, please.
Esteemed colleagues, it is the year 2900 before Christ. We go to the early days of Egypt. The then Pharaoh was a bit scared because he lost control of his finances. And he said to his civil servants, let's introduce a technology that helps to know how much money we have in our account. And he invented the first accounting principles, which made Egypt a country that was able to control its finances. Since then, many technologies have been introduced in many governments around the world. I'm very happy to share some thoughts with you on the latest technologies that are summarized under the umbrella of digital transformation. And we want to have a look at the question, do we have a battle imp which serves the citizens with digital transformation, or do we rather have to be scared of these new technologies? When we have a look at developments and administrative reforms in the last couple of 100 years here in the OECD countries, then we see that these administrative reforms have always been interlinked with new technologies. 17th, 18th century, the French kings needed technologies that helped them to control the newly built country, France. 20th century, bureaucratic models introduced by Max Weber helped to create a country that is just, legally sound, and helps to really improve the economy of countries. Then in the 1980s, the governments had more and more tasks to provide to the citizens, but the finances were a bit problematic. Therefore, the technologies which have been summarized under the umbrella of new public management have been introduced, starting in New Zealand, Australia, USA, UK, and many other countries. Since, I would say, 10 years ago, we have a new administrative reform taking place. We could call it the digital transformation of the public sector. Here we have societal drivers, we have financial drivers, but, and this is probably new, mostly also technological drivers. And the question is, what is the impact of this new administrative reform? Does it serve the people, or do we have to be scared of this? When new technologies are being introduced in the public sectors, there are always three questions or three key questions that are being asked by the governments. The first is, how can we increase the quantity of services? If you have more people in a country, then you need better technologies to serve these people. Second question, how can we improve the quality of public services? Citizens become more demanding and governments must find a solution to these demands. And last but not least, the third question is, how can we reduce the time being used to provide the single services? Quantity, quality, and time as the crucial key questions. One example, when I entered Singapore last evening, I was really amazed. It took me 30 seconds to enter the country. The newly introduced e-gates for foreigners really work very efficiently, and I had a really good feeling when I entered Singapore. To be honest, it was a bit different 1 week ago when I was in New York. You had to wait 2 hours at the border to enter the country because the queue was so long. So new technologies can really help to make government services more effective and more efficient. But this doesn't say anything about the motives the government has to use these services. Another example, most countries in the world have armies, and all of these armies should provide a good quantity of services, if you want to call this service, a good quality, yeah, and also a time-efficient production of services. But armies not always serve the same purposes. I also served in the Swiss Army, not in the same rank as the previous speaker. I'm very humbled to hear his rank. But for example, the Swiss and Singaporean army follow very similar purposes, to defend the country and just to defend the country, nothing else. But this in an effective and efficient way. Other armies follow different purposes. So the key questions are asked exactly the same way everywhere in the world, but the motives the governments have to use technologies may vary widely. If you have a look at the consequences digital transformation as a technology has on governments, then we see some evidence, a lot of evidence, that the effects are usually very positive. We see, I cite some authors, colleagues, improved quality of services, such as entering a country through an e-gate. We see significant cost savings. The UK's Prime Cabinet Office published a report 10 years ago showing that they could save 50 times the amount they would need with personal services. We can also see an economic growth. Digital transformation does not only serve the single citizens, but mostly also businesses, and this can help to grow an economy. And last but not least, yes, digital transformation can help to make a government more resilient. If you use technologies, and we have seen this during the COVID-19 pandemic, then we can handle a pandemic much better than we could 100 years ago during the Spanish flu. So digital transformation can really help to improve the life of its citizens. But there is a but. There are also risks. The bubble imp does not only serve the citizens. There is also a risky side, a dark side of the moon. And we have to take care of this. Let's have a look at this map. It's a map being produced by the United Nations, who wants to see how far are governments with digital transformation. And this ranking is being made or composed of 3 dimensions. How many online services does a country have? How is the telecommunication infrastructure you need to provide the services? And last but not least, do you have the human capital to really serve the people with employees, civil servants who know how to use these technologies? Singapore and my home country, Switzerland, are very high in this ranking. But we see countries in this ranking who are also very high, who have completely different backgrounds, different philosophies. And that's why we have to have a look at the risks of digital transformation as well, to understand better what this battle imp will have for consequences, and to prevent that the consequences are not for the evil. What are possible risks? The first, and I would say the biggest risk, is that the country does not become more resilient, but it becomes more vulnerable. And this can happen at the same time. For example, last week, the Swiss army had a problem because there had been some hacking and some very vulnerable data has been stolen from the servers which have been called the most protected servers in Switzerland. This is scary. Cybersecurity threats are real threats. The Minister of Communication told it there are more such attacks than attacks we see in the streets of many civilized countries. At the same time, digital transformation can also lead to a discrimination of citizens, especially vulnerable groups who don't have access to digital services may be more difficult to be addressed. And there's also a risk that governments become less flexible. If you fly to a foreign country and you don't fly business class or you don't have a higher frequent flies tier, then you often don't go to a counter, but you just have an automatic teller in front of you. And I know many people don't like this because they don't get a personalized answer, a personalized support. That's why many people are very happy if they get a frequent flyer status. And this is also a risk we see of governments, that harmonized services, automated services are not always taking care of the specific needs of the people. At the same time, we also see a risk that governments become very technocratic. Everything has to be done through digital services. Every decision is being made based upon big data, AI, and this can lead to a government that loses a little bit the link to the citizens. How can we be responsive? Or how can we take care of the specific needs of the people if we don't listen to the people but base everything on big data? We have seen this in some countries during the COVID-19 pandemic. Big data really helped to resolve the problem or the risk of COVID-19. But some countries failed a bit to listen to the needs of the people. Technocratic solutions do not always touch the heart of the people. And this is where we have to be very careful. And last but not least, if you want to make decisions based upon big data, then we really need good data. My university is now introducing chatbots to support potential students to make the right decision what they shall study. And the quality is already extremely good. But we have also seen some very weird answers from our chatbots and recommendations to students. We were wondering, why does the chatbot give this recommendation? So if errors happen, the consequences can be quite severe. Digital transformation can help the citizen, but there is also a real risk. The Swiss-based World Economic Forum just published a couple of weeks ago the results of a survey made worldwide with business leaders and political leaders on what are the biggest risks, threats we have in the world. And one group we see are the risk associated with the digital transformation. So the tool we can use to make a government more resilient can be at the same time a tool who can make a country much more vulnerable. How can we overcome these risks? I think we must have a broad approach when it comes to digital transformation. Not only look at technologies, but at a sound legal framework, at an inclusion of different stakeholders and citizens, and a culture where civil servants know they serve the people even if they use digital services. I come to my conclusions. I think countries who introduce digital services must always have a user approach. See the citizens as users and the users as citizens. And always think from the point of view of the user journey. What serves the citizens? Second, digital services should be interlinked. We should not have services that only focus on one or the other service, but who really make the life of the citizens easier and who have an interoperability. Third, we should not only see the positive side of digital transformation, but also have a close look at the potential risks, and to make progress in the field of cybersecurity. I think this is the biggest risks we face in today's governments, and I think this will remain or even increase in the near future. And last but not least, we must take data protection serious. I know there are different cultures around the world about data protection, but I think the citizens have a right to know that their data is used in order to serve them and not to only control them. Therefore, we need a regulation that helps to foster economic growth, satisfaction of the citizen, but at the same time also to guarantee the safety of a country. And this has to be balanced. When I come up to my initial question, what battle imp does Aladdin get? Then I would say the digitalization of governments that is taking place right now is really in the interest of the citizens. And the advantages outweigh by far the risk. But let us take the risk serious, that we still have a future where governments are here to serve the citizens in a more effective and efficient way, and not governments that become less resilient, more vulnerable, and don't serve the citizens anymore. I believe in such a future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to the four speakers. I think as you would have noticed, we are running a bit short of time, but I would beg your indulgence because I think that there are a couple of things that we want to discuss further with the panelists. So we are going to proceed with a short discussion session before we carry on to the next panel and then lunch. So I will borrow a few minutes in advance from lunch for a short discussion. Can I invite the panelists up to the stage, please? I should also mention that Mr. Tsang has gone back. He has something to attend to, so he unfortunately cannot join us for the discussion. Okay, so we heard four very interesting, very informative, and in their own ways very provocative presentations as well. What I want to do is I want to pose a few questions that I think are broad enough that cover the different things that everyone had talked about. The first question, if I may, to all the panelists for your reactions is this issue of the reality that we face today, where you have big companies, big firms that really command a sizable chunk of the global economy, right? And in the context of the themes of the common good, governance, philanthropy, you have companies, big tech companies, for example, like Apple, where the market capitalization of Apple is smaller than the GDP of 7 countries, right? Larger than the rest, yeah? Or you have Microsoft, where if you translate their market cap to GDP, will be the 10th richest country in the world. So these are realities from a governance perspective for economies that want these countries to be present, to invest, and to work with them. But of course, the government's role is to look into the welfare of the people. Yeah? And we see a lot of the tension today with anti-globalization, deglobalization. So can I have your thoughts about how governments can and should manage this tension between the people and this big concentration of wealth, basically?
Maybe I'll start.
Yeah, please.
All right, thank you. All right, so first I'll just make 3 quick points, right? So first point is that in Singapore, we are quite clear that we are a small country, but as long as we continue to remain open as an economy, as a market, we have to embrace some of these challenges. It comes together as a whole package of whether big MNCs, data companies, and so on. So my first point is that as long as we remain open, we have to also embrace some of these intricacies and inherent characteristics of the open market, where big companies like data companies, and this is a wave that we cannot stop. So rather than to fight the trend or to find ways to control it, the question is how, in Singapore's context, how can we ride and to empower our economy and our people to ride on this wave? So that's my first point. And my second point is related to what Minister Josephine said. In order for us to also look after the portion where you mentioned about how the needs of the people, especially the more vulnerable one, will not be subsumed or suppressed by these big waves, is to ensure that we try to level the playing field. So Minister Josephine talked about how we put in place legislation, regulation, and also create capacity and resources and expertise to support the smaller companies like the SMEs. So one is to try to level the playing field. At the same time, also as a government, I think for good governance and to ensure that there is a common, like Mr. George talked about, how this share of gains can be shared with the workers, is to ensure that this tripartism and also the negotiation between the employers, the big companies, and the workers are always on balance. And my third point is that actually it's almost like a wave that is coming, and you can put in the regulation to try and level the playing field. You put in place infrastructure. Hello?
Sorry, please excuse us. Oh, you can't hear me.
Chi.
Yeah, lunchtime. Give them a minute, see if they can solve it. some kind of outage, because you could hear the drip.
Yeah, that's
sound.
right. Let's keep it.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Maybe if, with your agreement, in the interest of time, we just call it off. Okay. Yeah. I will try to do a CSM. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, very sorry about this. I hope you can hear me. We're trying to sort out the technical issues.
Hello?
Okay. Okay, now it's back, but we do have we do have time constraints. So I think we had a discussion, and some of our panelists have to have other commitments as well. So apologies, but I'm going to bring the panel to an end because the next panel will have to come up as well. Yeah. So it just leaves me to invite all of you to join me in thanking our distinguished panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Huh? You have to leave. There are other events. Thanks so much. Sorry for this. Thanks, sorry for this. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Professor Liao, for chairing this session. Once again, please give a round of applause for Minister of State Desmond Tan, Mr. George Liu, Mr. Zhang Weiwu, and Professor Steiner for their insightful sharing. Next up, we enter the first dialogue of the conference. The theme is Bridging Research and Practice in Policy Making for the Common Good, which will be chaired by Associate Professor Wang Jue, Director of Nanyang Centre for Public Administration, or NTU. The panelists are Ms. Tin Pei Ling, Member of Parliament and Director of Public Affairs and Policy from GRAP Singapore. Oh, no? And Ms. Tin Pei Ling will not be present today, unfortunately. Okay, no, sorry about that. And Professor Zhu Xufeng, Dean of the School of Public Policy and Management from Tsinghua University, China. And Professor Hideki Shiroyama, Professor of Public Administration from the Graduate School of Public Policy, University of Tokyo, Japan. Mr. Peter Lin, Director of Strategic Development from Temasek Holdings, Singapore. Now, I will pass my time over to Professor Wang to moderate this dialogue. Professor Wang, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I know we are a bit behind the schedule, but bear with us. We have a very exciting panel here. We're very honored to have the four prestigious panelists with us. Just as MC introduced, we have Professor Zhu Xufeng. He is the professor and dean at the School of Public Policy and Management at Tsinghua University in China. He has many titles, a long list I cannot finish in a minute. So I just summarize. He holds some leadership roles in the organizations in China, in Asia, in the world, including the member in the UN Committee of Development Policy. He has won many national academic awards, including the National Distinguished Young Scholar of China, which is very prestigious. His research interests including public policy theories, science technology policy, environment and climate policy, public governance. We also have Ms. Tin Pei Ling. She is the elected member of parliament in Singapore since 2011. She concurrently served as chairperson of the Government Parliamentary Committee for Communications and Information and a member of GPC for Social Family Development. Prior to this, she served on the GPC for Home Affairs and Law, Health, Culture, Community, and Youth. She also served on Public Accounts Committee in the previous term of Parliament. In Parliament, Ms. Ting actively championed issues pertaining to public health care, elderly, youth, women, digital economy, and the smart nation. We also have Professor Hideki Shiroyama. He is a professor of public administration at the Graduate School of Public Policy at University of Tokyo. He is a very renowned scholar in the field. He studies global governance, international administration, science, technology, and policy process. He has served as a member of government advisory councils on science policy, nuclear safety, consumer safety, space policy, public record, AI, IT, and global health. Lastly, but not least, on my the end is Mr. Peter Lim. He's the Director of Strategic Development at Temasek Holdings. Prior to this, he was the Director of Fiscal Policy at the Ministry of Finance, overseeing national budget. He worked closely with Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and the President to lead and coordinate Singapore's COVID-19 economic relief package, which is a very significant and timely response to the crisis. So as you can see, we have a very good group of panelists here to discuss the topic of this panel, which is how we integrate the policy from the research and the practitioner side to work for the goal of the common good. So we'll invite the panelists to share their view on this topic in general, and after that, we'll proceed with some questions that we will ask each of them to share their view on those topics, and then we'll open floor to see if you have any questions for that. Okay, Prof. Zhu, please.
Thank you, Professor Huang Jue, and thank you for having me. Thank you, Professor Liu Hong's invitation. And also thank the NTU. A lot of my friends are from NTUs, and also many thanks Lien's Foundation for sponsor this conference. This is my third time to participate in this Lien's biennial conference since maybe 10 years ago, maybe. Because my research area is public policy theories, and especially for the expert or research influences in the public policy. Today's panel, we have 4 panelists. 2 are from academia, and 2 are practitioners. One is from public sector, another is from business. So this is a very good combination of our panelists, and also we can discuss about how to bridge the gap between the research and policy. And also, my research is on think tanks since maybe over 20 years ago. I started the research on think tanks and the behavior and the influence of think tanks and the theory, think tanks and the experts in the Chinese policy process. And also, now I'm researching on the experts in the globalization process, and also maybe the area of digital technologies and also others. So maybe this time we are talking about the how to bridge the gap between the research and the policies. First, maybe there must be the gap between the 2 domains, social domains, as we know, because we have different social responsibilities of between decision makers and experts. Experts is the roles of experts are provide scientific research and evidence to decision makers. But they haven't any responsibilities if the decision was made incorrectly. And any disasters, the responsibilities of the decision-making disasters are on decision maker side. Therefore, there are maybe more burdens, psychological and other burdens of decision makers they have, because they are the real responsibility holder of the decision makers. Therefore, there must be some kind of gaps between researchers and decision making. So this is one of my first opinion. Another one is, although there are some kind of gaps between the two domains, social domains, we must link and bridge, because the policy is becoming increasingly more complicated, even though here the globalized world or the digitalized world. Therefore, the decision makers need more scientific evidence to make a decision. Therefore, the experts including like professors, like scientists, or even foreign experts from international organizations and NGOs, they are very important to support and input their ideas to the policy decision makers to let the policy makers make correct and great decisions. So maybe because of the time, maybe now I'm stop here, and maybe we are talking about this topic next round. Thank you.
Christine, can you share also some of the views on the topic?
Oh, thank you. Very good afternoon to everyone. Well, I thought that maybe I'll just share a few points. I think from an academic researcher, between academic researcher and perhaps the policy formulators, policy makers, there are some fundamental differences, but I think at the end of the day, the goals are the same. It is about how can we, through our work, reach or fulfill that common good. That is the theme for today. Although researchers, policymakers, or we call them practitioners, the broad category, may be operating on different timelines, under different mandate, the output would be different, but I see that there are a lot of complementaries as well. If anything, I think when formulating policy decisions or even action plan, it is always useful to take in inputs or draw on the depth of the research and data that researchers may have. And I think we see this, for example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, when there are a lot of uncertainties about what this disease is about, and therefore how should the government, for example, react and respond. And I believe that at least from Singapore's experience, the government has very actively drawn on the expertise, the experiences, the knowledge that the researchers may have in different parts of the healthcare system, especially in terms of infectious disease or the public healthcare, to inform them in terms of what should the policy response be or what should be done. Policymakers, I think, will have always a very practical challenge of trying to get things done and fast. And so policymakers will then have this synergizing role to play, taking in inputs from different sources or different stakeholders, and then trying to make sense of it. Some trade-offs will have to be made, but eventually we'll have to make a decision and move forth with that. And so I think from these two perspectives, it is quite clear that both will have important roles to play. And therefore, this theme about bridging comes about. How can we bridge? One of the things would be to put them together at a table. Let's talk. Let's co-formulate the solution together. And I think this would hopefully help to make a decision that is as balanced as possible, taking into consideration the different trade-offs in that sense. I thought that while this is, I think, an ideal approach, of course, there are also some things that we will also have to bear in mind while we approach this way. So for one, of course, policymakers in choosing the academic or the researchers to be on board will have to be careful and very sensitive to the selection of experts. I think, for example, what we want to avoid would be selection and confirmation bias. So I think getting inputs from a good range of experts would be useful. And then also on the flip side, I think the researchers will also have to be cognizant and be mindful of objectivity. And so then, therefore, the inputs that can be given will also be, in terms of credibility, in terms of the usefulness, can of course be enhanced. So I think in a nutshell, it's that I feel that there are obvious merits to having both sides, in this case, the researchers and the practitioners, to come together and discuss to promote mutual understanding or broader understanding of issues, and then formulate a solution that takes in these different perspectives, and yet ensuring that it is practicable and feasible on the ground. And then thereafter, it's to then look back, review, and see how it can be further refined. So I think there is this role to play, and would be happy to discuss this later. There are some examples that I think, from a Singapore's perspective, or from my perspective, that I've seen that I can share. But I will just reserve this for later, given the time constraint. I'll hold it there. Thank you.
Professor Shuriyama.
Thank you, Dr. Bond, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. So I'd like to speak as a second academics in this panel. So in the initial talk, I'd like to focus on why it is difficult to bridge the research and practice. Also, everyone agrees that it is very important to connect that, to broaden the perspective and to broaden the option. So the first point is that, in the morning session, we have been discussing about what is the common goods. It's sometimes very difficult to decide, and it's very complex. So in the document about this conference, the concept of the polycrisis is used. We have to deal with the polycrisis. We have to manage a complex risk. But the nature of the risk actually is so diverse and so different. That's the very simple but very important challenge we have to deal with when we are dealing with the common goods. The type of the risk are different. For example, some of the risks are very rapidly happening, the natural disaster or the cybersecurity issue and so on. But some of the risks are happening very slowly. Accumulation of the risk of the very important for the climate change, for example. And some of the risks are, how to say, wave type, risk level going up and down, and the changing, just like a public health issue, just like we face in the case of the current COVID changes. So the type of the risk are different. And also the interaction among them are also different. Sometimes there is a trade-off between dealing with the risk, the public health response or the economic recovery, which is important. Sometimes we have to take trade-off decision. But sometimes we can have a win-win solution. Some of the measures are helpful for reducing one risk, but also helpful for reducing another risk also, in case maybe politically relatively easy. And sometimes there is a chain risk of the reacting to each other. So in the case of the Fukushima accident, for example, beginning with the tsunami, earthquake, then leading to tsunami, then technological disaster in the nuclear, then forcing the people to evacuate, and during the evacuation process, some of the patients, especially elderly people, die in the process. So how to deal with the kind of the reaction process is important. So anyway, so diverse type of risk and so diverse relationship, then how to deal with that? That's the first big challenge. The second challenge relating to that is okay, it's already changed, not yet? Okay, good. Yeah, the second point I'd like to mention is that we are talking about research and practice. But sometimes, communication among the researchers in the different disciplines is very important and difficult. For example, in the case of the nuclear accident I mentioned relating to Fukushima, there has been a discussion about the need to think about the earthquake risk and tsunami risk. And there has been a committee in the government for talking about updating of the standard for 5 years and 10 years. It's good that something have happened. But on the other hand, there has been an endless discussion between the geologists, earth scientists working on the earthquake issue, and nuclear engineer dealing with the reactor design. For example, they have a very different concept of the probability. The natural scientists working on the geologists tend to think that it's very difficult to think about the probability because it is a the natural phenomenon and we don't have enough sample cases. But from the engineering perspective, if there is no probability, we cannot design. So that kind of endless discussion happened in the case of the nuclear safety standard design. So how to facilitate that kind of the interdisciplinary communication is practically very important as the first step to bridge to the practice. The similar issue might happen relating to the COVID case. The government set up a committee selecting the people from the medical field and also sometimes from the economists. But how to, putting the people on the same panel is relatively easy. But how to facilitate a fruitful discussion across the discipline, how to make a balance between the public health benefit and the economic benefit and the trade-off issue. Sometimes that's very difficult. So this kind of interdisciplinary communication is the challenge we have to face. And thirdly, that is the point mentioned by the Ms. Ding during her remarks, and the time framework is very different. We researchers tend to focus on the relatively longer term research, having a concrete and a clear message, at least 2 or 3 years. For the research project, we tend to have that. But in the case of the practice, sometimes the urgent need is needed. So sometimes how to manage the timing is very important as the broker between the researcher and the practitioner committee. So those are the things, the challenge we have to face for bridging the research community and the practice. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lee?
Thanks very much. Before I begin, I must say that I fully agree with all three panelists. And I would try to bridge or build upon what they say with 3 points. I myself, as a practitioner, have been in government for 16 plus years, looking at a range of economic and social policy. So 3 points to think about how we can bridge this. First, pointillism, right? I think there's a lot of scope to collaborate between a researcher as well as a practitioner, generate new ideas, like Lauren said. But we must understand the different roles and constraints of each, right? For academic, I think a lot of times we're trying to get to as precise an answer to as precise a problem as possible, right? An extreme case is a randomized controlled trial. But for a practitioner, including policymaker, we aim to get to the roughly correct answer in a constantly evolving landscape of complex choices and trade-off, right? So how do you bridge this, right? And I want to borrow a concept from this economist, Esther Duflo, who said it best. And she gave the analogy of pointillism. Pointillism is a style of artwork, post-impressionist, where you have specific points in the painting and it builds up into a very beautiful picture, right? But each point is very precise and perfect, right? And I think that's the kind of frame we need to think about, right? As good research, it's important to elaborate what is the real issue and what is the impact of any certain policy. But often, as a practitioner point of view, you need to look at the broader frame. What exactly are we trying to get into, right? So both are important. Without the dots, you don't get a picture, and without the picture, the dots are meaningless, right? So we have to appreciate this is the framework that we're working on and understand each other's role. That being said, second point, I think we recognize that the world is increasingly getting a lot more complex. Different fields of works are intersecting, and you have to have a perspective that cuts across multiple domains, right? And that's where I think there's a lot of role in collective leadership. I think collective leadership, not just within the practitioner world, across different sectors and across geography. I think there was a few mentioned about the various areas that's emerging that's difficult and it requires this collective leadership and understanding of the issue. One is digital government. I think quite a number of people, panelists have spoke about that. I just want to highlight 2 emerging areas that I think are critical where we need to have a lot more collective leadership, where the science is not yet quite, and framework is not yet fully understood, but requires a lot of work. I think first is this issue of understanding the financial economy and the real economy, right? Most modern economy is built on credit and is subjected to global capital flows. And this is the financial economy that most people in the business world are dealing with. Right, if it's done well, if it's put into practice well, it has served a real purpose in the real economy. It allocates capital efficiently across sector, and it can invest in sectors that can deliver long-term growth. Right, this is the real economy. But if you think about most of the practitioner and the public economists, I would say, they're looking at what we call long-term supply-side drivers of the real economy. What are factors of production? What are land, labor, capital, and how do they generate long-term drivers? But actually, the two are very related, right? And if you think about it, a lot of the crises in the world are actually financial in nature, but leads to very long-term real economic shock, right? For example, after the GFC, Europe took almost a decade to recover unemployment levels of before the GFC. So I think that this understanding between the real economy and the financial economy is one key area that we need to understand better. And it matters because the understanding, not to say that central banks should be dependent or should preserve the independence, but in the areas of surveillance, in the areas of understanding the risk, the fragility, as well as the feedback loop between the financial and the real economy, I think that's very critical going forward. The second area, then, I think this is where I'll give a few examples in Singapore, is this whole area about social and economic policy. I think there's a lot of, if you think about it, a lot of synergies between these two, but often they are viewed in isolation. This is a social policy, this is an economic policy. But actually, this is where I think we spend a lot of time in the Singapore government thinking about how do we maximize the synergies between social policy and economic policy. Just to give a quick example, the Prime Minister gave some announcement at the recent NDR. He mentioned two policies that the government is making enhancement to. One is public housing, and one is on the issue of retirement adequacy for what you call young seniors. I'm not young seniors, but many of us are approaching that age. But just to use those two examples, if you think about public housing, it is essentially a social policy, but has huge impact on the economic domain, right? I mean, you look at the work in the Raj Chatty, actually a lot of your life outcomes, right? Your social mobility in terms of your life outcome in your career are determined by your environment where you grow up, right? In your neighborhoods and all that. And that's where I think when we think about public housing, it's not just about affordability, but it's about mixing across income strata as well as across ethnicity. And it's a huge economic payoff. Second example, retirement adequacy, right? We talk about how we can help retirement adequacy, but we think about how Singapore designs it. Actually, there's a huge component. I mean, compared to most retirement systems around the world, there's a very strong focus on work, right? And it's supported by government support, right? Government fiscal outlays to support work in the view of building up retirement adequacy. Actually, what we're trying to go for is not just retirement adequacy. Right? We're trying to go for productive longevity, that people can work as long as they desire to and beyond the nest egg and reinforce their personal and collective responsibility. So that's another example where, even if it's a social policy, if you design well, you can maximize a lot of economic outcomes. Now, let me bring to my third point, which is that, there is now a lot of re-examining around the world what is the new role of the state, right? And this has got to do with, you call it polycrisis, you can call it many adjectives, but basically there's a re-examining how do we restore or build or strengthen the confidence of the middle class, right? I think Desmond talked a bit about that just now. And I think there has to be said that, there's a bit too much focus on the external and not enough focus on what I call the real challenges in the domestic arena, right? If you think about some of the great challenges, right? Every society in the world are dealing with 5 races, right? It's a race against demography, right? Many populations are aging, especially in Asia. How do we think about having a renewed sense of view of what's human capital development, right? How to work longer, how to engender lifelong learning. Second is a race against technology. We talk about digitization threat, AI, automation. This has been running for a long time, and its pressure is building up, right? How do we reskill the workforce for the future? Third race against inequality. There's a natural tendency in many society and economy for people to segregate, right? And that builds up a lot of fragility in the system. Fourth, race against climate. No need to say further, but how do we retool our economy to adjust for the price of carbon? And lastly, race against external competition, right? And then how do you think about reinvention economy? Right, in all these races, and every society to grapple with different degree of some of these challenges, it is not something that you can deal with it later, right? Because the problem stores up. The more you postpone this action on some of these fundamental, real domestic challenges, the more the problem builds up, and it gets harder to address some of this issue, and then it affects people's confidence in the outlook for future, confidence in trust among different parties and stakeholders, and then you cannot build a consensus to move forward on this issue. Right, so a lot of people have talked about this. How do we build a consensus together? I think it has to come down to how do you address some of these fundamental, real challenges that every society is facing to a certain extent. And if you can do it well, you can turn that vicious cycle into something that more virtuous, right? A virtuous cycle where, as George said, you can bake a bigger cake, right? Once you can turn it around, and it's got to do with actually the human aspirations and confidence in the future, you can turn it to a positive force. Right, so I just want to end here. 3 points. As a framework, we can think about pointillism. As an approach, I think there's need to be a lot more collective leadership within each sector, but across sector. And lastly, I think the focus has to be on some of these real domestic challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this panel indeed addressed a very important question about the practice and also the research and their different focus and how to bridge them together. As panelists all have shared that it is agreed that the evidence-based policymaking is very important, but they all do point out the challenges in the different focus of the scholarly research and also policy-based research. So as in the room, we have both scholars and also we have practitioners. We understand for scholars, we want to make our research, especially for those working in public policy and public administration field, we want to make our research policy relevant. And from the practitioner perspective, when they do decision making, they also want to find some scholarly works that can be used as a base for their decision. But in fact, there's still a gap as shared by our panelists and their challenges. So based on that, I would like to ask how we can improve the situation to facilitate the research translated into policy options, and what are the possible ways that we can bridge the mind gaps between research and practice? Thank you. Prof. Chu, can you start?
Okay. This is a very important question, and also I can follow what I have said before. First, how to improve and how to bridge the gap between research and the practice. First, communication is very important. What kind of communication? Scholars and decision makers, officials must have opportunities to meet in a certain circumstances, such as the forums and also like internal seminars and also others. And also some kind of channels allows the experts, allows the researchers to report their ideas, policy ideas to the government. But maybe the channels must be multiple channels because we encourage scholars and we encourage the decision-making system have multiple channels to input expert policy ideas. That's we called this kind of multiple channels, and also through maybe internal and external channels, idea market. What kind of market of ideas? Because every ideas, they have a demand and a supplier, right? So for every decision-making process, they must compare different policy alternatives and also to select the best one. So what kind of suppliers? So maybe one scholar just mentioned that make consensus, reach consensus. So what kind of consensus can we reach? We don't think it is a good situation that there are only one voice from the academic or from the think tank on one policy. This is a biased policy idea inputs to the government. So we must allow the expert to dialogue, to compete, to debate from each other. And then the decision makers can select one maybe the best policy solutions for the complex decision makers. This is maybe the first thing. Another thing is we must facilitate the market, the idea market, through mass medias, especially for currently we have social media, we have a lot of platforms, social media platform to openly discuss policy issues. But maybe this is the totally different scenario for the internal support of the policy making, because the audience of the debate between the expert and decision makers, and the debate between the mass and the experts are different. So if the experts want to have more visibility in social media, they must change their strategies. Maybe, for example, they can't write very complex and very long reports to the social media. They must shorten their ideas. But another one is because of this, you cannot in-depth analyze some policy issues. Therefore, you can irrigate the public opinion through the social media. But for internal channels, so the experts can deeply analyze the policy issues with a sort of long reports to the government. And this kind of analysis will be more analytical and more informative. So we must be aware that in the digital area, the populism throughout the world have been aroused in different countries. So this is the consequences of the social media's rising, because everybody only looks the very short messages and irrigate by the expert and influencers in the public opinion. Therefore, the policies made by the decision makers can be led by social media one side biasly. So that's why we must be aware about that. So maybe this round, my third opinion is because today's topic is common good. So between different policy ideas, we must say the common language about the different policy issues. For example, between China and America, there are some kind of conflicts between the policy ideas, but some common language can be said. For example, sustainable development. So this could be a common good and a common language. We can use this kind of language to communicate with each other. Then we can reach the consensus. And our experts and the scholars can do a lot between the track 2 dialogue and diplomacy with this common language of the policy issues. Thank you.
Thank you. It leads to more challenge for the scholars to learn how to communicate with their ideas. Ms. Ting?
Yeah, thank you. I have 3 words, 3 key phrases to try to summarize what I've been thinking. 1 is leadership, 2, platform, 3, broadly speaking, spirit of Kaizen. So I think in most circumstances, the leadership is important because, first of all, there must be this articulation of what's this common vision, what is the end goal, what's the objective that we are trying to achieve. And the leaders will also need to be willing to take in opinions from different sources, and this obviously includes the researchers. I think it would be quite disastrous if leaders think that we know it all and that we do not need to also draw on the, some of the lessons or points, insights from well thought through researchers. So I think that's one, so that willingness. And it goes both sides as well, even within the academia, the willingness to also be, to listen to practitioners and see how the research can be put to good use or perhaps to even be adjusted if need be. Second, platform. Platform is to basically create opportunities whereby both sides, whether it's academia or the practitioners, can come together and talk, and as well as to formulate the strategy. For example, in Singapore, one of the meetings or one of the setup that I have observed would be youth as well as the youth at risk focused, this platform. So in tackling this, the issues or the challenges that accompany youth at risk, actually there's a lot of research that the policymakers would have to draw on. What works, at what age, for example, does addiction kick in, and then what can be done, what kind of social environment, what kind of intervention actually works. So then based on the studies, and these could be multi-year studies that have been commissioned, the policymakers then make a policy decision on what's the best way forward. And I thought that that was very successful, where both sides, the academia as well as the practitioner, come together to try to address a common issue that we want to address, and in this case, youth at risk. And then after they implement, it's when they get the data, the feedback, and then they try to refine. So this is where I thought the spirit of Kaizen comes in, whereby they refine and then they put forth again. And so actually over the years, this setup has gone through different names. At first was just youth at risk, and then later become something like, about cyber youth, and then central youth, a committee on, that primarily looks at youth issues. And then now it has expanded to look at, other recidivism as well. So it has sort of expanded as well. So I think this has been something that I thought was really, translated into practice. But for this approach, I think it works well when you have some luxury of time. Sometimes in instances where there's a crisis, for example, the COVID-19, when there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of unknown, things have to be moving very fast because we're talking about lives at stake, then that perhaps would have to be put through a much accelerated time frame. But still, you could still see part of this in action. The leaders are obviously very willing to listen to health experts, whether it's about how diseases are spread, even the air dispersion of particles, etc., etc. These are domains that policymakers ourselves, or actually not just myself, but anyone there, I'm the legislator, would not be best placed to make a decision on. And this is the best time to take, to invite researchers to come in and give their expert opinions. And then after considering all the factors, then the policymakers will have to synergize and then make a decision. But again, there are platforms for this. There are committees whereby the researchers as well as the practitioners come together to talk through and then make that decision. And then again, it's that iteration and reiteration, and see how that has to be adjusted as the situation changes, so that the policy is best fit for that situation at that point in time. So I think this broadly would be the how I see we can bridge between research as well as practice. And I think going forward, it would be useful that we continue, fostering this mutual understanding. In fact, if I may just add on, I'm sorry I've been, going on this broken record. I think even for more sensitive situations, such as, now the biggest relationship that is affecting the whole world is US-China. I think that researchers, as well as the different countries' policymakers, I think there is a very good opportunity and a good space for people to come together and hopefully can mitigate some of the risks that comes along with this tension. For one, the researchers, given the seemingly neutral position that they are from, can help to promote mutual understanding, how each country is thinking about certain issues, and then hopefully whether it's between the two countries or the broader community, better understanding of how they think, why are they doing certain things that particular way. And then two is that there is that slight gray area for channel 1.5, for example, whereby certain messages the government can't say outright, but perhaps the researchers can help to share some of these messages and signal across. But this one sometimes can be quite risky, and the academia has to have a certain standing and not be seen as being just a mouthpiece, and so that is to be taken into consideration. And then the third part is to how can we bring the rest of the world, that means the world minus that two, for example, come to a realization, as well as perhaps even coming out with a new approach to bring the world forward, even as the tension, as we recognize that tension will not be immediately resolved. So there is that, I think, utility there as well. And if we are able to manage this well, I think despite the growing discomfort, I think we will still be all right. And hopefully we can still have a stable world order. Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Shirayama?
Yeah, thank you. One of the things I think which is important is establishing a network of the researcher and practitioner, not necessarily focusing on the immediate issue. The government have to deal with the immediate issue, that's true. But having a network based on the more broader perspective might be necessary. I would like to mention the reason why I said about that. For example, I have the classmate in the undergraduate days at the University of Tokyo. Then suddenly he make a call to me, and he's searching for some good advisory committee member, and he mentioned some of the names. But actually the name he mentioned was the professor he studied 30 years ago. Issue of the bias of the selection of the academics, which was mentioned on the committee. So if for the government official to perform their function, they have to renew the kind of network in each field. So that kind of the occasion have to be existent networking on the routine basis, not necessarily focusing on the immediate issue, might be helpful for that kind of purpose. And also from the bureaucrat perspective, that might be helpful, especially in the case of Japan. We have a very short-term rotating bureaucratic positions. Every position may be around 2 years or even sometimes 1 year. So sometimes it's good to broaden the perspective, but also it is disadvantageous for the bureaucrat to invest in more time and resources for studying about the substance of policy. So maybe giving them an opportunity to study about the policy outside of the current jurisdiction is sometimes very important. They tend to be afraid about that because they fear that it might be invading the jurisdiction of the current practitioners. So they tend to say nothing officially. But if they can broaden to the community, including the academics, so in that case, they can still speak for that. The one director in charge of energy policy moving to another section in charge of for example, the healthcare. So they cannot talk about the energy policy officially anymore. But if there is a kind of platform to discuss among the practitioner and the researcher beyond the immediate issue, they can still talk about and study about the environmental issue. So for that kind of purpose, the network of the researcher and practitioner beyond the immediate issue seems to be helpful. And also, that kind of opportunity might be helpful for the academics, to understand the kind of context, how the knowledge is used, in the actual process. And so in that respect, that is good. And also, the issue of the common language, I think, is very important, even among the academics. And so sometimes same concept is used differently in the different discipline. The concept of governance, for example, and so on. So maybe that is also helpful to have a common language for communication across the discipline. So setting up that kind of the network might be helpful. So then the issue might be how to set up that kind of network. So we can set up a kind of a session in the academic association, bringing the practitioner. That's one possibility, and or bringing the practitioner in the university is one of the another way. Giving the position in the university for the practitioner. Maybe the Lien scholarship might be one of the kind of the arrangement. And in our case also, we set up some interdisciplinary center and giving the position of the visiting researcher to the bureaucrat. So they can study in the University of Tokyo, even about the issue, what they are not in charge of that kind of practice. So that kind of institutional arrangement might be helpful to giving the kind of opportunity of the networking beyond the immediate issue. So that's the kind of idea I have. Thank you.
Hey, thanks very much. Agree with the point said. Maybe I'll just take a step back and look at what is the ecosystem we're trying to build. I think fundamentally, look at every society. It needs to have a system that first has that marketplace of idea, that contest of ideas, right? Because you want the best idea to lead the policies and the actions taken. This contest of idea must be within the policy and practitioner makers' view, but also across sectors. So that's the first thing you need to do. But the second part to that is, after having that contest of idea, you want collective leadership. You want to take action and make a trade-off and move forward. And I think that each society and ecosystem must find a way to connect the two, right? We have many societies where there's a lot of contest of idea, but there's no collective leadership. And likewise, if we only have that collective leadership, but not enough or sufficient contest of idea, then it's not a very resilient system. So I think the intermediate channel between these two has to do with what many of them have mentioned, this issue about building the channels and the modality, the platforms, and the exchange of views. I think that essentially builds the trust, but I think importantly also you have to address the core issue, which then builds the confidence of the many different stakeholders to address some of those issues. So I think we have to think of both at the same time, to get to the outcome you want to get to.
Thank you. It seems there's a lot of things you can try and make effort. Following that, I would like to invite you to comment or assess your respective government, how they have been doing in terms of incorporating policy research outcome in the decision-making process. So I probably will start with our panelists from Singapore to briefly.
I answered already. This one I can be very fast. I think this one I can be very fast. Is it like... Hello? Okay. Okay, this one I can be very fast because earlier I've already shared some examples and I think it's quite clear. While there is still much for us to continue to improve on, but I think we have a working model right now. So I'll pass on that opportunity to Peter.
Lien, do you have anything to add?
No, I think every country is a work in progress. Like I said, the challenges that we're facing, the core challenges, and the 5 races we deal with, I think are not easily solved. And I think even for Singapore, which starts from a position of strength, we're only at the start of the journey, right? My own sense is if these are not handled and addressed domestically, it is very hard to address the global common goods, right? The issue we talk about climate change, pandemic, preparedness, biodiversity, water. These are global, and if the domestic issues are not addressed properly, I think I find it very hard to believe that some of these global commons can be addressed.
Professor Zhu, can you say
okay,
about
so,
China?
Not about China. Maybe I talk about a lot of countries. Many countries have different knowledge regimes. The knowledge regime is a socialist concept, which means the combination of expert decision-making systems and consultation and all around the country, the decision-making, how absorb the ideas from the academic and also consultancies. So my idea is different countries have different knowledge regimes, and this is not only depend on political regime, the political system. Maybe some scholars or someone can believe that in democratic regimes there are more like freedom and freedom of speech, and then maybe they will be more expert knowledge supporting the decision making. But actually, this is not right, absolutely, because there's elections, so the politicians have the legitimacy of by themselves to decision making, because they are elected by the voters. Therefore, they have more confidence to make a decision. And when they are facing with the very important decision, and they should listen to the expert or scholars, but they may let the voters to make a decision. For example, in the United Kingdom, the Brexit is a very complicated decision making. Even though experts were warning that if they leave the European Union, they will be a disaster. But they just initiated the referendum and let the citizens to make a decision. So just to mention that the nuclear power plants. So in Sweden, they actually, in 2017, because whether or not to build nuclear power plants is a very technical decision making. So should be supplied by the experts, especially for the technical experts. But the Sweden, they initiate a referendum, and to let all the citizens to decide whether or not they should build a nuclear power plant. So this is so that's why I think the democracy and the scientific policy making is different. They are not very automatically association. Okay, so that's maybe so. Otherwise, the authoritarian regimes, they are also maybe someone can thought that this kind of political system, they will not, the leaders will not listen to the expert. But this is also not correct, because they are very eager to listen to the expert because they have a pressure. So we can see a comparison between the United Nations, United States and China during the COVID-19 pandemic. In America, so President Donald Trump, they seldom listen to the scientists and the experts. But in China, so our Chinese scientists like Zhong Nanshan and other scientists, they are very powerful and very influential to the government. And also, finally, they got the medal, national medal of our Chinese government. But otherwise, in America, so like Fauci was criticized by the White House. So different political regimes are not definitely related with the knowledge regimes. So we must compare the different countries. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. And Professor Shirayama, can you say something about the decision making in Japan and whether they incorporate policy research towards?
Yeah, so thank you very much. And I basically agree with the professor's point that each country has each knowledge regime, so it's different. So in the case of Japan, maybe also true in other countries, that we don't have a system just like the United States, the kind of the revolving door system. So there is no such mobility between the private sector, academic sector, and the government. But on the other hand, even under each country's regime, there can be a possibility for change. I mentioned about the interest in the government for sending some of the bureaucrat as a visiting scholar to the university, for example. They have interest for having that kind of the daily interaction. And also, we have a tradition of using the advisory council, maybe similar to Singapore, I don't know. But of course, it depends on the implementation. In some cases, traditional representatives sitting on the council, and they tend to be a source of the rigidity and past dependence. But depending on the discretion of the bureaucracy, they can increase the very different type of people using discretionary power. So younger generation or sometimes, the expert from the different discipline are used. For example, one of the cases I remember is that when Japan began to discuss about electricity deregulation, they do not utilize the expert of the electricity because they tend to be conforming to the current regime. So they try to include the economists in the telecommunication area because that is the area where the deregulation moved fast, about 10 years earlier. So bringing those type of people is a kind of the catalyst of change. So using that kind of scheme, there can be a potential for changing. So that kind of operational and the implementation aspect is also important. That's the first point I'd like to mention. Another point I'd like to mention a little bit is the point relating to the democracy and the expert decision making. Of course, those two different, I agree. But sometimes interacting aspect exists. For example, for the expert decision to be respected in society, it has to have a trust. So for making a trust, some public involvement process might be also necessary, even for the technocratic decision. And that's one aspect. And also another aspect is that in some of the area of the knowledge, the local knowledge is very important, which can be provided by so-called citizen science, for example. So, for example, the preservation of the biodiversity in the local area, for example, the situation of those things, local situation, is known more by the local citizen expert rather than the expert in the big university in the metropolitan area. So maybe in that respect also, the citizen science and the democratic decision making sometimes complementing to each other. So of course there is a difference, but some complementary aspect exists, and now there are several attempts to cultivate the kind of the possible path. So that's I think what is happening. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good interpretation of the current situation. We do have some questions from the audience that I would like to read them out. The first question is, the idea of evidence-based policymaking might be manipulated by some politicians to become policy-based evidence, meaning they may distort and selectively use scientific evidence to support purposive policies. How can we prevent this kind of risk? Maybe we start with our practitioners, because you, from the decision-making, the practitioner's perspective, how do you see this kind of risk and whether this is a challenge?
All right, I think just to recap the 2 points. First, the analogy of the pointillism, you will never get, even in the local area, you have many different points and very different contradictory results, right? But I think the public, as well as policymaker, understands that you have to take a broader picture, right? Every policy domain has trade-off with multiple domains, right? So I don't think it's a case where I think it's manipulated, but certainly in the interpretation and then the practice of policy making, you always have to take a broader frame and broader picture view on that. I think that's point number one. Point number two, I think, is at the end of the day, it is that feedback loop between expert opinion and studies and then practitioner is a feedback loop in building trust and confidence, right? And I think everybody understands this is the long game, right? You have to implement good policy backed by the best evidence of what is the best choice to make in this. And then that's how, in any process or government regime, there's this element of building trust and confidence. So I think everybody understands that. in practice it's hard, right?
Okay, Ms. Lee.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think just earlier I had mentioned about avoiding selection bias and confirmation bias. I think that is one of, I mean, this is the reason why I mention it, so that, you know, when we come to making policy, we don't make this policy-based evidence, right? So, yeah, so I think that's one. Two is that fundamentally, at the end of the day, even if you have a diverse range of experts coming to give opinions, the leader will have to make a decision. There will be trade-offs. So in that sense, inherently, there will be some sort of you know, side taking. Therefore, then, it is incumbent on the leaders to explain why was that decision made in such a way after taking in all these different inputs and looking at the so-called evidence that has been put on the table. And so communication in this case becomes important to explain the hard trade-offs that have to be made and to build that trust. Because at the end of the day, it's let's agree to disagree. I understand that our, you know, preferences or decisions are different. You may still disagree with me, but I want you to know that I made this decision in the best interest of everyone. It's not self-serving, for example. So I think that's that. And then at the end of the day, if I may say, for example, in Singapore, we are a democracy, and for us, if we don't, you know, if we try to game the policies or the decisions made too much, at the next election we'll be voted out. And this is especially so when actually some of the you know, issues are quite, I mean, there are international experts around and we are very exposed to international media. If we are not careful, we will get a slap in the face, and that won't look good for us. And so we have to conduct ourselves very responsibly in that sense. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. To our two scholars, do you feel pressure?
First, let me answer this question. The first question I should ask is, what is the manipulation? Because I guess the answers, the question is on maybe they select a different or favorite expert to support their decision making. But as I just mentioned that there are different social domains, decision making and research. So decision makers have more pressures to when they are making decisions. So I don't think they will select their favorite expert to support them. Maybe they will use them to support their decision making, but before the decision was made, they will not do that because the responsibility of make incorrect research decision was on their shoulders. So this is the first thing. Another thing, I believe that there will be some kind of like political use of knowledge. I believe that. For example, if the expert or evidence-based decision making is the evidence, the economy is right. So for me, I can use this evidence for my favorite policy agenda. So this is I believe so. But another thing, yeah, some scholars always complain that the decision-making process was manipulated by the decision makers. That's why. Why will this happen? Maybe you should reflect yourself. Why your suggestions, your policy suggestions, are always rejected by the government? Maybe this is because you have not enough persuasive evidence to the government. I always observe that you know, the government decision makers are got more information than the experts do. You know, they have, every day they have read a lot of things, and they must make a comprehensive decision making. So, but experts always submit and report proposals, maybe one side. And the experts always feel very good by themselves, and they feel their policy proposals are best than others. But maybe on the table of the decision makers, maybe these policy recommendations are useless for them. So that's why some experts always complain that their policy proposals always be not accepted or absorbed by the decision-making process. So I think you must reflect by yourself. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Shirayama.
Okay, thank you. I like the concept of the policy-based evidence. I am a little bit more sympathetic to the complaining expert, Professor Zhu. And yes, it's true that, I mentioned about the operation of the advisory committee is very different depending on the situation. And in some of the situations, it's true that, the final decision is already made, thinking various factors by the bureaucrat and the politician, then open the advisory committee and they only utilize the evidence which is suitable to the predetermined decision. It sometimes happens, so it can be characterized as an example of the policy-based evidence. So it's true that there are some cases corresponding to that kind of a category. But on the other hand, the point which is the common among our panelists is that the area of the evidence and the decision making is different. Evidence can provide some source, but there are many values involved in the decision making. So how to think about the trade-off of the value? That's the issue only the politician or decision maker can decide. And also even for many evidence, there are inherent some uncertainty. So how to think about the uncertainty? We have to be cautious or not. That's also the kind of policy-related decision. So that kind of thing cannot be decided by the supplier of the only evidence. So there are many fields outside of the evidence which is necessary for decision making. So maybe that's a common element which three of us are talking about. And then what's the problem of the policy-based evidence is that it's a kind of the blame avoidance strategy of the bureaucrat and the politicians. So they have to show is the kind of leadership which has been discussed. They have to think about the balance between the different value, and the assessment of uncertainty is also the very important part of the political decision making or leadership. So that is a kind of expected function, but sometimes it's very hard to explain. So sometimes to expedite the process, the decision maker tend to say that, no, this is based on the evidence provided by a scientist, so it's not our decision. So sometimes that kind of the blame avoidance strategy are taken by the bureaucrat and the politician. So that's a problem, but of course it's not always, and some leadership function is performed well in some cases, but we have to think about the actual process in different cases.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, Professor Shirayama, there's a question particularly targeting to you, because you mentioned the time constraint in policy design and intervention. What is the principles for policy making and implementation on the limited time?
Maybe that's relating to the issue of how to manage the uncertainty. If we use more time for research, uncertainty can be reduced, but it's never, diminished. Endlessly, we have to deal with the uncertainty anyway. So the scientists tend to think that, they cannot say early in the first phase. But maybe what might be necessary might be that to communication between the decision maker and the scientist, even at the relatively early stage, even though there is some uncertainty. So I mentioned about the case of the tsunami predict and how the geologist and the standard setting, the body are communicating relating to the nuclear safety standard. So in that case, the academics stick to the rigorous definition, so sometimes they're difficult to communicate. But the communicate at an early stage might be necessary, and maybe the criteria of the judgment might be different from the academic judgment. So even though the evidence is not enough to be published in the academic journal, some of the evidence can be important for the decision-making process, potential adversary effect. So that kind of process need to be set up beside the academic process. So the academics does not have to only work in the academic area. They can work in the policy-related area, and in that case, they have to follow the different criteria of the work. But what is it? It have to be more clearly specified. I think that's need to be done, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. As the next question, I would like to invite Professor Zhu and Ms. Ting to provide some, share some thoughts. So the question is, what is your intake in good enough governance in the context of developing economies as a realistic goal in reducing poverty, nuanced in understanding the evolution of existing institutions and government capacities versus the achievement of the common good? Yeah, the goal to reduce poverty, nuanced in the understanding of the evolution of existing institution and government capabilities versus the achievement of common good.
So too many abstract concept in the in the question. First, I understand that this is about the developing countries' government. What is the good governance, and also how to eliminate the poverty issues in. First, I think this is related with sustainable development. I think the problem of developing countries, the solution of problem of developing countries is development itself. So we must, especially for the developing countries, we must develop yourself first, and then you do other things like post-modernized countries have been doing. For example, like environmental protection. This is the post-modernity issue, not a developing issue. So if you are the LDCs, the least developed countries, you haven't any resources to feed your citizens. So first you should develop yourself first. Then you should think about other post-modernity policy agendas. One case is Sri Lanka. Several years ago, they used a green agriculture. This is a post-modernity policy agenda. Then the whole country has been bankrupt because of the shortage of the agricultural issue. Okay, the time's up. Thank you.
One minute?
Okay. Well, I think good enough is a very subjective, benchmark to measure. But I think in the end, very realistically speaking, is we need to define what is most important for the country there and then. So, for example, for Singapore, post-independence, we were definitely a developing economy, and I think it was quite clear that at that point in time, survival, economy was the most important. And so the social compact reflected that between the government and the people. And so it was a time where it was really just focusing on building up our economy, finding jobs for our people so that we can all get out of that, having broken off from Malaysia, this huge hinterland, so to speak. And if we just do an imagination, right? Imagine how, if we go back to that time, using what we know now, I think many of us, especially our younger generation, would have been mind blown. I think it would have been very difficult because back then, the way we were governed is very focused. And some might say that quite hard-handed in some instances as well. That what worked back then would not have worked now, given our population, given where we are today. And so I think it really, it's dependent on what is the key focus, what's the primary objective there and then. So this is the case. And I would like to just add that, this good enough governance, nobody will be ever good enough because perfection is always this unattainable goal, but we will always work towards it. And this is what, even for us today, it's a constant pursuit. And even for China, I think it has been amazing that within one generation, it has lifted pretty much the population out of poverty. Of course, there are still pockets whereby still more can be done to help then. Can more be done to, refine the way, things are run? The answer will always be yes. It's the same for all of us. But if we look at, because there was a mention of poverty, I think China, in this case, has done very well. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. I know we are behind schedule, but there's one last question to Ms. Lien. That is not entirely related to the theme of the panel, but it's very interesting. So the question is, based on Temasek's operating experience, what's your suggestion to the development of China's state-owned enterprises?
First, I shouldn't comment on Temasek, but just as a general policy maker, I would say that I think the Chinese economy and I have a lot of interaction with the policymaker in China. I think you can say that the set of reforms that they undertake is one of the most complex in the world, both on the social, the fiscal, the market economy, very, very difficult. And I think they understand the issues, but I think this issue of how to allocate capital efficiently is something that they're still working on. It's a very critical issue.
Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause to all our panelists for their excellent sharing. Thank you.
Thank you all the panelists, and thank you, Professor Wang, for moderating this dialogue. Please allow me to make two quick announcements. Thanks for the support of the Singapore Innovation Park. There are a few social enterprises who set up booths right outside the conference hall. They sell crafts and artwork made by people who face life disabilities. So I strongly encourage you to take a look and possibly purchase some items of your interest. And secondly, for presenters tomorrow, if you need your name tags, please go to the registration table and ask my colleagues to give you the tags for tomorrow's conference. Now, it's time for lunch break. I can't wait to hear more from the other speakers who will be sharing their views on various topics after the lunch break. For guests who borrowed simultaneous interpretation headsets, please remember to return them to the registration table before you leave. Thank you for your cooperation. The conference will resume in an hour. For our next session, Strategy and NTU Dialogue on Bridging the Great Digital Divide in the Region and Beyond, BRI for the Common Good. Please enjoy your lunch and company, and see you later.
Institute of American and European Studies, China Center for International Economic Exchanges. Ms. Penny Liu, founder, Singapore Innovation Park and former member of Parliament. Professor Tang Zhiming, founding dean, International College Director, China ASEAN Studies, Panya Pivot Institute of Management, Thailand. Prof. Wang Shengkai, Belt and Road Economic Research Institute, Renmin University of China, to share with us more about BRI for the common good. Now I will pass my time over to Professor Ong to moderate this dialogue. Professor Ong, please.
My brother and sisters, can I invite the panelists up here too together with me? I cannot be alone. Yeah. How can a panel discussion is alone, right? Doesn't make sense. Yes, my brother and sister. Good afternoon, my brother and sisters. The topic of our sharing this afternoon is about digital inclusion and digital Silk Road. I thought before we start the conversations, I want to set the stage, set the context. And the best way to set the context is to understand why Silk Road is all about. And you go back to long time ago, once upon a time, with the Silk Belt. As many of you all know, the Silk Belt actually started from Xi'an, across the Pamir Mountain, Central Asia, from Central Asia to Europe and beyond. And this is often called the Silk Belt. But there's another route, which is the maritime route, and that is from Southeast Asia, through the Indian Oceans, through the Red Sea, and to the Middle East and beyond. But one thing very interesting about the Silk Road and the Silk Belt is the spirit. What is the spirit? If you are a traveler or you are a businessman at that time, if you move from one place to the other, you either go to an oasis, in this case it's along the road, or you go to port, in this case along the sea. You expected that when you land at that place, the host will take care of you. So that's an understanding. Everybody knows that if I travel along the hard terrain of the Central Asia, I go to an oasis, the owner, the people in the oasis will look after you, give you water, feed you. But when you become the traveler, you will expect the same thing. Why is this? This is the spirit of collaboration. And it's this spirit of the collaborations in the Silk Road and Belt that actually resulted in the outcome of win-win. And that is the concept of what I'd like to say this morning. It's called the common good. Somebody called this in the morning the bigger pie. Or some of us call this the common prosperity. But it's built on the concepts that each country do what you do best, and then we share the rest. Now, we have moved from the land to the sea. What is next? land, sea, what's next? Must be the air. That's what by the way, my boss is here. The trustee of NTU, by the way. So, to the air. And air actually is about airwave. And if many of us will know, airwave actually is the digital Silk Road. With that as a backdrop, really, when we talk about digital Silk Road, I hope I want to frame it not to look it as an infrastructure, but please look it as what is the spirit of collaborations, of win-win. Now, with that as a backdrop, I would like to introduce our distinguished panels. And this is the time where I pass the buck to them. I sit down and relax. Now, in order to make sure that I get their detail right, so I need to read. Imagine if I say you're from this center, but the wrong center, not very good. Okay, first, on my left is my good sister. She is the founder of Social Innovation Labs. Many of y'all may not know, a lab sounds like a commercial outfit, but indeed it's not a commercial outfit. It's a social enterprise outfit that involve the people, the publics, and the private sectors with the mission and purpose of doing good. And many of y'all would recognize her because she is a very familiar face. Indeed, I'm proud to say that she was our Member of Parliament for 14 years. Shall we give her a round of applause? Next to her, this is a lady which I was supposed to meet, but didn't meet yesterday. Even here they say Dr. Chang, I will say professor, because she's really a professor according to here. She's the principal investigator for the Institute of American and European Study, and also a professor, currently works in the China Centre for International Economic Exchange, which is a think tank. But there's one thing that I want to highlight according to what they're given to me. And that is this. Listen, she was once the top 10 young economists of China. Shall we get a round of applause, please? Next is my brother from Hong Kong, Prof. Wilson. Prof. Wilson is from the university, is the Chinese University of Hong Kong, a very, very prestigious university. He's also a fellow with Stanford University for advanced studies in behavioral science. But what really caught my attention when I read his CV is that he is the lead editor for Data and Policy, a flagship journal focused on data policy interactions published by Cambridge University Press. Why I want to highlight this? My brothers and sisters, while I highlight the spirits of the digital Silk Belt, it doesn't mean it don't have any challenges. Of course, one of the challenges must have to do with data protection and data security. Later you have questions, please don't ask me, ask my brother, Prof. Wilson. Okay, shall we give him a round of applause? So it's a very important topic. Beside my brother Wilson, is my another brother, Prof. Tang. He's the founding dean of International College and director of China Asian Study in Panyapit Wat Institute of Management, Thailand. By the way, Its short forms are CASPIM, CASPIM, and that is the most active think tank on China and ASEAN in terms of projects and opportunities. I repeat, China and ASEAN. Indeed, if you think about the road, the Silk Road and the Silk Belt, and you think about the digital Silk Road, participation by ASEAN as a whole is important. And if you have any question regarding to the participation or the involvement of ASEAN, ask my brother. Shall we give him a round of applause, please? My final brothers, which is right at the end, even though I say final, but it's not the least, really. This brother of mine, Wong Shen Kai, is an expert in internet accelerated speed and digitization. But more importantly, he's looking at it not from the perspective of anything, but from the perspective of road and belt. So we have someone who is specialized in digitization in the context and road and belts. It's very, very niche area. Very rare that we have this opportunity that people are really specialized in digitization on road and belt. So don't miss the opportunity. You need to ask him a lot of questions on this. And not yet. I tell you when to clap. Not yet. But what impressed on me for my brother is this. He is the member of the National Committee of Digital Economy, and he has won a prestigious award, including Leadership Outstanding Achievement Award from China. My brother and sister, shall we give him a round of applause? Now this paper is put to rest. My brother and sisters, this is the time that we allow more free play. The formality is over. But I thought before we start the dialogue, I'm sure you'd like to hear from the panel of experts what is their comments or what is their feeling, I like to say, regarding to digital inclusions and the digital Silk Roads. But in order to make sure that you have most of the time, they all agree, they will share with you in 30 and 60 seconds, 1 minute, their what I call elevator speech on these subjects. So can I invite my dear sister? I'll start with the guest. No, go by this way like that. Oh, guests, but I don't know which guests. There are so many guests here. Then they have to just pass by lah. We go by order lah. Okay, fine. 我跟你讲，不用这么客气，我们更做潮流走哈。来。
If Brother Ang insists, we can only comply. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know that, and a distinguished guest, I know that we're just after your lunch. So, if you want to close your eyes or whatsoever, just stand up and do that. That means give us a bit of face and time. Jokes aside, I want to really take this opportunity to thank Professor Ang, right, for his very, I would say, humorous but also, elated introduction of all of us. We are now all brothers and sisters in this room. And I also want to thank, Stratagem and NTU Lien Fellows for bringing us here. I want to also take this opportunity, since the topic is on inclusion and all, to also thank, NTU for specifically asking my organization, the Social Innovation Park, to bring along some of our marginalized artists. So the team of people that you see out there, there's the hearing impaired, there is the wheelchair bound, there is the intellectually disabled, and so on and so forth. Various groups out there who have not talents on the academic field, but a lot of talents with the handicraft and the arts and all. And I saw many of you going to them, embracing their work. I want to take this opportunity to really thank you very much, because that is the spirit of inclusion, and that, is in fact the spirit of this particular seminar, the conference, and the spirit of this particular panel, where we want to talk about not just, how do we prosper with digitalization, but how do we prosper together in a spirit of common good. When we talk about, is my 60 seconds out?
Not yet. Continue.
Okay. When we talk about AI, drones, automated self-driving, biomed, digitalized biomed. Oh, there's such a thing too, not bad. And all of these things, what is the one thing that comes to mind? Are these technologies that are only in our dreams, or are these technologies that are here today? I believe that, we are at the start of, generative AI, 3D printing and all of those stuff, but it is here to come and it's here to stay. And with the advent of IoT of things and the fourth industrial revolution, it is very clear that companies that are able, or not just companies, but countries and also individuals who are able to embrace these technologies would then have a surge. And I want to give you, a set of figures that will perhaps, really wake us up. Back in the days of Kodak, how many of you remember the company Kodak? The camera, film, right? Kodak, half the room. Wow, I'm old, right? So back in the days of Kodak, it had a market value of about $38 billion. That's not bad, and that is USD. But they had 140,000 employees, which means that the value add per employee is around 270,000 US dollars. And then YouTube came, and it was sold for about $1.6 billion, all in US dollars, and they had 65 employees, which means it's 25 million per worker, per employee. And then came Instagram. Instagram was sold for just $1 billion, but they had only 13 employees, which means each one is 77 million worth. And then when you think that, wow, that's crazy, right? What is that about? And then you go, WhatsApp. How much was WhatsApp sold for? Any ideas? $19 billion. $19 billion. And they had a grand total of 55 employees, which means each one is worth $345 million. How is that possible? That is possible because there is a growth of exponential technology, and those who are tech savvy, those who are able to leverage on technology instead of number of workers, then reap the premium of digitization. What this means is quite clearly that the digital trend is here to stay, and it is also here to open up, enlarge the gap between those who have the skill set and those who do not have the skill set, whether this is per country, per organization, or per individuals. And I think we have to be very careful about that. Because when the pendulum swings, or when one becomes too, I would say, too rich and the other one becomes too poor, that is neither desirable nor sustainable. And when the pendulum swings, it will hit us hard. There's a Chinese saying, 物极必反. And therefore, I advocate, or I think the whole panel advocates, that the philosophy that we could adopt for the greater common good is really that we should all try to close this gap itself, close this digital divide gap, and more than that, have adopted the philosophy that when the tide comes in, all boats are lifted. I think it's only then that it can be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, my sisters. Prof. Mohan.
可以吗？可以可以啊。
Go ahead, please.
可以可以。首先我还是非常感谢这个新加坡南洋理工大学对我的邀请啊，这也是我第2次参加这个联世学者的这个会议。我是非常感慨啊，因为我觉得在互联网时代，我们有一个这样呈现大家不同思想碰撞的这样一个平台，我既感觉到荣幸啊，但是又感觉到实际上是一个非常难得的一次交流机会。实际上我们今天探讨的这个话题呢，是有关善治与公共产品。其实对于数字经济时代来讲，我觉得善治实际上是数字化时代我们觉得最重要的一种价值。其实从无论是工业文明，还是我们到现在的这个数字文明，那实际上善治本身来讲，我觉得就是对文明的一种再现。那么对于这个我们说数字文明来讲，我觉得用中国一句古话，就是在苏轼的这个《易传》里边，他提到一句话，就是什么是善治者啊？那么古代的善治者呢，实际上是不与民争啊，而顺民这个自治。那么顺其而导之啊，实际上就意味着更多的是在一种新生事物或者是一种新的我们未知的这种情况之下，最好的治理实际上是应该支持它，我们说更多是能够滋养它去发展。那么这种状态呢，我觉得对于数字化时代恰恰就是一种更好的这种善治。我们都知道，无论是人工智能 ChatGPT， 还是我们现在未来可预见的一系列的这种新的技术，其实对我们的治理者而言，我觉得都是一种未知的领域。那么什么是真正的这种善治？我觉得是需要我们通过一种更好的这种治理模式来去激发它的这种成长活力，来去引导它这种有序的发展。那么实际上我认为数字文明没有一个我们所说的这个完全是我们在预设之下的这种文明状态。其实对于技术而言我认为技术是中性的，但是什么是让技术向善呢？其实是需要我们一种新的制度、新的治理模式和我们整个对于善治文明的这种建设。所以在这种情况之下，尤其是在我们已经进入到全球数字文明时代，那更需要我们不仅仅是从国家的角度去未来引导这个我们的数字治理，更需要我们在全球治理层面上能够建立起这样一种包容、平衡、共赢win-win 共赢这样一种治理模式的这种发展。我觉得这对于我们现在当下数字文明是最重要的。那么但是呢，我们现在也看到包括人工智能，包括一系列的新的技术，可能会带来非常大的风险。无论是国家层面上，比如说可能会产生意识形态之间的碰撞那么也可能对于地缘政治上带来这种冲突或者是产生我们现在这个在技术上的这种重大的这种冲击。那么另外一方面呢，在社会治理层面可能会带来一种信息的泛滥、信息的泄露或者是我们看到一些算法的这种歧视性的做法。那而对个人来讲呢，可能会涉及到个人隐私的暴露或者说我们个人的这种数字身份受到一种侵犯。那么这些都是我们在数字时代可能面临的这种风险。所以对于我们的治理者而言我觉得是需要建立一个良好的这种制度，或者是我们的这样一种治理模式，能让我们的这样一种技术更好的为人类能够提供这样一种向善的服务。我觉得这是在数字文明时代向善的一种本意也是我觉得今天我们探讨这个善治和公共产品的一个最重要的一种内涵。谢谢。
好，谢谢。Prof. Wilson.
Thank you so much for having me here. I think I will just mention two major points in my 1-minute introduction. The first thing is I would like to emphasize the capacity of generative AI to bridge the digital gap. I hope that most of you here already have some experience of playing around with ChatGPT or Brain or other generative AI tools. But I would like to draw your attention to two studies about the impact of generative AI. One is, you can Google them in the internet. One is done by MIT. Another one is NBER, National Bureau of Economic Research paper by some of the professors in Stanford. Both of them found something very interesting about generative AI in bridging digital divide. They found that the impact of generative AI is much higher in improving the ability of people at the bottom than people at the top. So it is for the first time when we have the internet and all the IT tools, we have found something which is helping the people at the bottom instead of the people at the top. It is not difficult to understand why, even though you may not be a programmer. Because generative AI can improve a lot of things, including your English, your writing. If you're already very good English writer, you don't need that much help from generative AI or ChatGPT. So I think one thing we have to look at is the ability or the potential of generative AI to help us to bridge the digital divide. The second point I would like to make is that, but in order to have access to all those wonderful things of generative AI, you have to have the access to the internet. So that is the problem, and that may be the priority we should have when we continue to build up the digital shield wall. I checked out some numbers about internet access. There's no problem in Singapore. In Singapore, the access to internet is 96% in 2023. But you know what? If you look at the African region, some of them only have 28 or 25% internet access. If you look at the world average, globally, the internet access rate on the world is just 64.5%. So it means that 40% of our population don't have access to internet. Even if ChatGPT is wonderful, it's free of charge, they still cannot benefit from that. So I think how to improve internet access will be a major priority for digital, to bridging the digital divide. And another point we have to look at, but I don't have time to talk about that right now, or you can ask me questions, is how we should reform our education. Because ChatGPT can do so much for us, including writing computer code. So even the computer science department now have to rethink very deeply about what they have to teach the student when ChatGPT already can do so much for them. So how to have internet access, how to use ChatGPT for education, our future generation will be some of the key things we should look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Can I invite Prof. Tang, please?
Yes. I have 1 minute also, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Today's topic is about digital divide and how to bridge divide with digital economy, with digital Silk Road, like you said. I will make 4 points briefly. First point is the situation of digital divide now in ASEAN and in the region. Second is how government try to bridge this divide. And third one related to the Belt Road, our moderator mentioned, how so far, what are the government and Chinese companies did for digital Silk Road. And also last point is the, what lesson we may learn from their operations for further improvement. So my first point is about the digital divide. What is digital divide? How to measure it? At the moment, we use 2 indicators. First one is the so-called digital GDP. That means the GDP, how much percentage of GDP is contributed by the digital sector. But this one is quite confusing because different countries have different definition of digital sectors. Like China, digital GDP is very high, about 40 to 50%. That's because they include so-called how they call it digitalizing of industrialized industry. So, but other countries quite low, like Singapore or Thailand. Thailand only 15%, because we only measure the core sector of the digital sectors. That's the first one. Another one is maybe we can use the UNIDO definition. That means in each sectors, what percentage is in L1 to L4, responding to Industry 1.0, to 4.0. This is called digital density. That's another measurement for that. An easy one, of course, is the famous paper Google and Tamasa doing on SCA. They actually using the gross merchandise value of e-commerce. About 6 countries, ASEAN, they compare these things. So my point is there is a digital divide across ASEAN countries, but also there's a digital divide inside each country, right? Across different demographic groups, like different regions, different income groups, even age groups, or even gender, right? There are figures in different, Singapore very small, right? But you still have different divide. But in Thailand, there's different provinces. Different schools have different access to internet. There are figures. So that's my first point. There's a digital divide, and we must do something to bridge this divide. So my second point is, what have we done? In the case of Thailand, government has so-called master plan for digital economy. Now is in the second phase. Basically, there are 4 areas. The first area is digital manpower, how to generate digital manpower. Second one is how to digitalize economy, and third one is digitalize community. And last one is build up the ecosystem, innovation system. This is the master plan for digital development. And one interesting thing is we have the focus of so-called smart city. I think Singapore is also a smart city, very famous. Thailand now has 36 government-recognized smart city, because you need to have something to organize the development. Smart city, they have 7 smart, including smart environment, smart energy, smart service, many things, smart people, 7 smart to develop. That's important, interesting things. So this is the what government had done. My third point is how BRI may help, how Chinese companies are involved. From my studies, actually, Chinese companies are very much involved in digital economy in Southeast Asia. For example, first one is in the case of infrastructure, right? Build up the mobile network, in cloud, and also data center. Now, this is infrastructure building. Second one is participate in e-commerce and related service, logistic. There's many companies done that. And third one, very important, is to provide solution, because not only have this network, every company, if you try to digitalize the economy, you have to do many things, like IoT things. Many companies need solutions. So companies, I know, like Ali or China Mobile, they're all involved in these things. And next one is capacity building. They try to involve in education, provide training. And last one is e-government. In the e-government infrastructure, they did a lot. So this, from what I observed, what BRI and the Chinese company have done. And my last point is, what lesson we learn? Are they happy? Are these countries happy with Chinese involvement? I think the 4 lessons very important is, the first one is, what they do should really respond to the need of local community. Sometimes China had their own plan, but are they needed in different countries? That's important. Second one is, I suggest we should have more pilot programs to demonstrate the benefit of this economy for free for different countries. And third one, of course, Chinese companies have good product and good service. For example, Ali Cloud are very well received in Thailand because they have very responsive service. And last one is capacity building, how to help local people to develop their talents. That's important. I think in the early days when Japan entered Southeast Asia, they did a lot for capacity building in local societies. So I think these are the lessons we may learn from the Chinese companies.
Thank you. Can I invite my brother?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shen Kai Wang from China. It's my honor to have such a good opportunity to participate in today's activity. Last night, we had a dinner together. During it, we had made an open and a very happy discussion. We jointly agreed that this is a very good and meaningful forum. How to bridge the digital divide and eliminate the digital trade barriers. How to build the digital Silk Road and develop the digital economy. How to enable people from different countries and regions to share the benefits of digital technology application and digital economy development. And the past decade and the future prospects of the Belt and the Road are all very topics worthwhile discussing. Next, I want to speak some symmetric sentence in Chinese. 希望能够多通过这种形式的国际论坛，促进沟通和交流，达成共识和理解，增进民相亲和心相通。面对困难和挑战，为不同国家和地区的数字经济实现更加均衡、没有鸿沟和壁垒、互惠互利和双赢多赢的可持续发展，找到新的道路和方法。基于自己的研究工作，我愿意大家一起来分享自己对此所做的一些学习、思考和认识。主持人就给1分钟开场白，下面要谈到好比对数字这个 digital Silk Road 的建设的目的、意义怎么建，要谈到，还要介绍一下我来自我老家是浙江义乌，那么可以以义乌作为解剖麻雀，来看看在一个中国的小县城，这个数字经济，这个 January by January， step by step 是怎么一步步走到现在，成为中国就从某一个城市来说，the size of digital economy #1，作为第一大城市一个县级市数字经济，一步步是怎么走过来的，是达到今天这么一个规模发展程度，可以给大家介绍介绍情况啊。我自远方来，不亦乐乎参加今天的讨论会，参加这次论坛，谢谢大家。
谢谢 Thank you. My brothers and sisters, in case you don't know, you can ask questions through Slido. I would like you ask questions personally, but the organizer say it's through Slido. So please use Slido. You can see the question coming out fast and furious. Now, before I entertain your questions, I also want to know what is important to you, so that at the end of the day, whatever we say in the panel is addressing what is important to you. And I want to frame what is important to you in 2 questions. And I hope since you cannot come and speak, I would like you to just show your hands if you think that that is important to you. My first question is this, my brothers and sisters. In your view, infrastructure projects like the Digital Silk Road, and there are many other digitalization projects, what are the opportunities for the countries and between countries? I repeat, looking at the number of global digitization projects such as the Silk Road, Digital Silk Road, what do you think are the opportunities? Who among this room thinks that it will create new business opportunity? Pull out the hand. Kakak, put out the hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is only 5%, you know. I mean, 5% of your think that is only producing new business opportunities. Okay, so be it, huh? So we have 5%. How many of y'all think that this infrastructure is the way to transfer know-how to the country? Because not all countries are the same. Some are developed, some are more developed, some are less developed, but this provides an opportunity. How many of y'all think that is a good way to transfer know-how? Put out the hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6. All right. Slightly better. How many of y'all think that this project is the way to build the intellectual capabilities of the countries? Intellectual capabilities include things that you can create, for example, with the advance and with the spread of social media. You have seen TikTok, right? That's a way of people creating entertainment today. To me, that is part of social capital. How many of y'all think that is creating intellectual capital? Pull out the hand. Right? There's one group of people who perpetually don't pull out hand. I will go and down and ask you why you don't pull out the hand. Cannot be, especially those from the student side. Yeah, I expect you to be. I know if I got a choice, I will take down your name and this become your class participation. You don't put out the hand, you're not participating, therefore you don't get the marks. I'm just kidding. We carry on, huh? Lastly, how many of y'all think that that is the way, the digitizations projects like the Sea Road is the way that strengthen relationship between country to country? A good example is open trade. It strengthens relationship. Another example is it strengthens relationship not only between government to government, but people to people. Because with connectivity, you are able to now talk to friends and friends, family and family, regardless where you are. How many of y'all think that it strengthens relationship? Put out the hand. Okay, look like strengthened relationship is the most. All right, so with that as a backdrop, now you know what are important. It seems that many of you have felt that it's the social aspect of digitizations that you feel are the most important. With that as a backdrop, and you know what you're interested in, can I ask you to review the questions that you have sent? Well, I give you 1 minute. Look at the questions. Add what you add. Vote what you want to vote before I invite the distinguished panels, so that we are here to serve you, not serve ourselves. Right? Ready? All right. Yeah? I take the opportunity question first, because later on I got a vote for what are the challenges. Remember, our brothers and sisters, life is never black. It's always black and white. Digitizations is a friend. Digitization is good, but digitization can also be bad. Okay? I've addressed the good part. Later on, I want you to vote on what are the challenges of digitization. Because digitization, you don't implement it carefully, it will divide the countries. It will divide between countries and among countries. All right? Now, first question. This is a question that talk about the challenges. And there are 6 of them, and they say that, you know, today we have competition. What challenges will China encounter in developing the digital Silk Road? It's about the challenges of implementing digital Silk Road. I can call upon you, or you can pull out the hand. Brother Wilson.
So one of the, it's working, right? Because I actually spent the last 10 months in the United States, so I maybe one of the challenges I can perceive is the US-China tension. The US perception of China is extremely negative. I can tell you from my personal experience. I went an apartment in Palo Alto, which is the city next to Stanford. Even my landlady talked about the negative things of China. And I saw the negative news about China on the major TV level almost every day, mostly about military aggression with Taiwan. So how is it related to the digital silver world? So I think one of the challenges China face, or any countries in the digital silver world face, is they may be forced to take sides, right? If you join the digital silver world of China, then the US may not be, or US and their alliances may not be happy about that. So I think how to manage the conflict, how to overcome the tension will be one of the challenges we have to face in order to further develop the digital silver world. Although things can be quite negative at the moment, and if you want to look at some statistics or data, you can go to the Pew Research Center, Pew Research Center. They did a survey about the negative perception of people in major countries towards China. Some of the figures just made me feel quite surprising. For example, do you know how many people in the United States think negatively about China in the latest survey? Anyone want to make a guess? It is 83%. So 83% of the people in the United States think negatively about China. But that's a good side. That's a positive side on the other hand. If you pay attention to some of the news, actually the Secretary of State, Blinken, visited China in June. Even though they disagree on many different things, but even the United States would like to work with China on some major areas like the climate change or the environment. So that I think one of the challenges of the digital silver world is the US-China tension, in which they actually try to sanction China with all the high-tech equipment. But on the other hand, we still have a way out to overcome the challenges. It's work on areas that are of common good for all the countries. So I think I will stop here. If you have further opinions or suggestions, we can further discuss it. Thank you.
Wilson, you want to elaborate, give one example of where are the area for common good, one example?
Oh, I think smart city is a good thing. For example, Singapore have a very excellent reputation of being a smart city. I read many academic articles telling me how wonderful Singapore is in terms of smart city. It's also a green city. So that I think how to make the climate change better, because everybody agree on climate change in the world. For example, California just got a hurricane, which surprised me a lot. That's the first time in my life to find out that there's a hurricane heading towards California, Los Angeles, just 2 days ago actually. The last time they have a hurricane was something like 80 years ago. And then when we look at Beijing, they just got a typhoon, which surprised a lot of people from Hong Kong. We always think that, oh, the typhoon will come to Hong Kong. And suddenly it go north, and then it land on Beijing. So I think that climate change is something the whole world agrees on. It's something common good. And then we all want to develop something through technology. It can be high power computer, it can be ChatGPT, or you can be just try to store more data and analyze it. So I think climate change and the environment is one way we can overcome some of the major challenges to make the world unite together.
Thank you, Wilson. Anyone on the panel want to add? The question is more on challenges.
Yeah,
yes, Prof.
I agree with Wilson that at the moment, China-US conflict is a very, very big challenge. I think we all must think, is this conflict inevitable? How can we do something together to manage this conflict? Especially for the think tanks, academia. I think US is very much influenced by the mainstream media, right, in the propaganda things, which may affect the common thinking of the common people. So I think we, as academic or thinkers, try to do something, right? How to help the two countries can manage the conflict for the common good of a human being in the future. Okay, thank you.
Can you give one example of the joint things that the think tank can do together? One concrete
Like
example.
have more conference like this.
More conference like this. Okay. All right, thank you. Any others? Sister?
Well, I think, I agree with what my brothers have uttered. I did a survey of some of the most innovative nations in the world and visited some 100 innovation agencies and companies in the last 1 year or so. And these are, of course, in the European countries, US, Japan, even within China, of course, Singapore, and so on. And what was really interesting was that those countries that I visited earlier, and when I surfaced this thing about collaboration with China, a lot of them were saying, well, there are some concerns, but we still need to be fed. We still need to feed. And therefore, business is still on. But I think the mood in the last 3 months or so changed quite dramatically. And what is clear to me, is a case where if you like, the rivalry has become a little bit more obvious, a little bit stronger. And I think there are also narratives and articulations, whether it's official or non-official, state players or non-state players, that have sort of entrenched their positions such that, it's now about the ego sometimes, more than the economy. In one word, in one phrase, I think these things arises because 树大招风, if I could put it quite simply, right? And then, it is really a case whereby if you ask me, what are some of the concerns more specifically, right? I think people think that a rising, Chinese influence itself might be something that's worrisome because of different language, different history, different, rule of law, or the lack of it, and so on and so forth. So there are many concerns about that. But there is also a real, security risk. I mean, whether the dominance is a US dominance or a China dominance or a European dominance, it doesn't matter. There is a security risk, a cyber security risk all around. And sometimes it's not even by state players. It's the hackers, So I think the security risk, is another aspect of it. Then clearly, also in terms of economic dominance, right? Because we all know in my earlier articulation that, the players who knows how to leverage on the digital skills itself and will reap the premium of the digital world and the Internet of Things. And of course, the fourth industrial revolution. And I think China is running quite ahead of that. I won't say in all aspects, but in, quite a number of aspects. And people sit up to that. So whether the risk itself or the challenges, is perceived or, it's real challenges, as long as somebody thinks it's that way, then I think there will be obstacles. How do we overcome that? I agree, more dialogues, more sitting on the same side of the table, more getting to know each other, and I think a lot more, I would say, cultural and people exchange, genuine exchange, and not just framed as a competition for chips or, satellites, but more of exchange of, common good, of technology for good. How do we come together as researchers, as technologists, as scientists, as researchers in universities and so on? How do we come together to really work towards a common challenge that humanity faces, whether it is climate change, whether it is aging population, because we see that across the world too, or whether it is the case of COVID or something else that might come out. There are enough challenges in the world today for us to put all our brains and hands on deck to resolve. Then there are conflicts which are really a lot smaller in terms of purpose, importance, for us to create. So really, fundamentally, what we need is mindful leadership. A mindful leadership where we are aware of the risk that humanity faces, where we are awakened by the spirit of human good and greater good and common good, and where we make sensible decisions to spend our time, our effort, our resources into becoming solution providers rather than troublemakers. And I think, unless we all embrace this mentality, the little fights, the little tiffs can escalate and can explode into something that we all do not desire.
Thank you. Mohan?
我觉得，我认为对于我们这个数字化时代而言其实挑战和机遇是一体的两面为什么这么说？其实从现在的这个数字全球化和我们的这个全球治理来看，我觉得还是存在着这个3大赤字所谓这个 three defense。那么这个3大赤字，第一大呢，实际上就是发展的赤字。那么尤其是对于我们数字经济时代，我觉得这个问题是更加突出的。那我们现在看到这个以全球的这个数字贸易为例，那过去10年之间，全球数字贸易的这种发展要远远超过我们一般货物贸易和服务贸易这种增速，年均是增速8.1%远远高于我们同期货物贸易的这个3.5%的增速。那么，但是我们如果来分国别来看，那么现在全球前10大的数字经济体、数字贸易经济体这个包括像美国、欧洲以及像新加坡印度、中国等等。那么这10个国家占到现在全球可数字化服务贸易的这个总出口是占到85%以上可以说这个我们说其他除了10个国家之外，仅占到不到15%。那么在数字化时代，我觉得首先要解决的就是我们现在面临的这个数字鸿沟的问题。因为在数字经济这样一个发展态势之下，我觉得最大的问题就是我们所谓的这种马太效应就是强者恒强。那么对于这个我们大多数发展中国家和我们的这个落后的国家而言，那么数字时代如何能让更多的人享受到我们这个数字经济时代所带来的这种数字化的红利？我觉得才是我们数字经济发展能够更多体现它价值和公平所在的这样一个意义。那么包括我们现在看到亚太地区现在是全球数字经济发展非常迅速的这样一个区域，但是总体而言我们看到在区域之内，那么发展水平依然是非常不平衡的。那么有一些国家无论是互联网的这个植入问题，还是我们现在所享受到这个数字普惠的问题，依然有巨大的这种差距。所以我觉得对于数字化挑战而言，首先是发展赤字的挑战。那么第二点呢，我觉得最大的问题是我们现在当前面临的全球数字治理赤字的挑战。这个不仅仅是对于中国、对于美国，我觉得对于全球来讲，数字治理赤字是我们面临必须要解决的问题。而且在数字化全球时代，我们发现有一个非常突出的现象，就是这种非经济的因素或者是政治的因素、意识形态的因素、价值观的因素、地缘的因素，可能越来越干扰我们在全球数字竞争和数字合作当中的这个进程。那么现在我们也观察到，美国越来越把这个数字政策与它的国家安全政策、贸易政策、产业政策、社会政策相挂钩。那么这样带来的是更大范围内的去扩展它的这个安全的边界。所以在这样的问题下，如何能够解决全球层面上不被这些非经济因素干扰，而更多的建立起全球有统一共识的这样一种治理体系，我觉得是无论是对于我们某个国家还是对于全球来讲，都是面临最大的挑战那么因为这个已经涉及到不同国家它的法律制度、国家的治理模式，包括它的这种长臂管辖所带来的这种挑战，我觉得这是非常值得我们去探讨的。那么第3点呢，其实就是一个信任赤字我觉得这个对当下而言可能会更重要刚才几位专家谈到的这个中美竞争的问题，我觉得除了竞争层面这个因素之外， 也有来自于两个大国之间相互缺乏政治互信或者说战略互信的这样一种影响在内。那么这个互信的问题不仅仅是发生在中美之间，我觉得对于现在很多国家都面临这样一个问题，就是在数字化时代，如何能够重建我们这样一种互信的问题。而互信的问题实际上是需要我们通过治理通过规则标准的统一，通过我们共同的去推进我们能够达成共识的这样一种治理模式来加以推进的。而另外一个层面呢，我觉得除了我们的这个官方和政府层面之外，其实社会民众包括智库 think tank 以及我们的这个研究机构，它应该在数字治理建立这种数字互信方面能够发挥更大的这种影响力和作用。这也是我觉得我们在这样一个这个数字化时代要强化多元共治的一个意义所在就是我们要排除这些非经济的或者说非真正体现我们中立价值的这样一种因素在内，而更多的是从技术中性和科学善治本身来讲，去追求我们数字治理的这样一个方向。如果这3个赤字从发展赤字到治理赤字到我们的信任赤字能够解决的话，我觉得对于我们数字化时代可能不仅仅是挑战，可能会带来更大的这种数字化时代我们这样一个全球发展的机会。谢谢。
谢谢。Yes, my brother.
我补充2句刚才那个议员 Madden 说到了树大招风这个词儿我呢想到了这个富有浪漫主义精神毛主席的一句诗这个牢骚太甚防肠断，风物长矣放眼帘说到中美的冲突这个我觉得美国人冤气重了点接着刚才国内来的这位专家说的话美国人可能从他的那个政治的角度说专打老二 number two 是吧？这个昨天晚上我们一起参叙的时候也提到了这个事儿，过去是前苏联，后来是德国，对吧？现在中国可能不管是这个经济的体量，数字经济的体量都是 number two 了，美国人觉得对他可能有一定的威胁。实际说起来，中国的学者可能谈到政治问题都有点弱势，不太擅长说这些事儿。但是我觉得可能美国人对我们的一些发展上面理解有偏差，中国真是无意去跟美国争这种风头，说在这个地缘政治或者是地区影响力方面去争这个 number one，这个中国人还是目前比较专心致力于自己的经济社会发展，对吧？不想在政治上或者军事上跟美国在这个地区或者全球有什么说去争那个 number one 不会的。包括刚才主持人说的，今天我们的讨论会和整个这次 conference 会是这个 for the common good， 包括我们不管是一带一路还是这个 digital Silk Road， 总的说来还是为了这个共同利益，当然也是为了中国的利益，有更多的产品可以输出，有更多的国际合作伙伴，这个创造更大的国际市场。但是我们实际跟美国人想象中的一些冲突真是有点他理解有点过。我觉得这个还是从长远一点看，这个放眼一点看应该是我们更多的还是关注能把这个好不容易站起来富起来，对不对？想让中国人民更加的富起来，改善民生，改善福祉这个角度，这个通过我们的交流，也通过我们的论坛，这个更好的 communication understanding。美国人可能对中国一个刚才来自国内的同事说了，一个是缺乏了解 lack of understanding， 另外一个是误解 misunderstanding， 对吧？对中国的一些发展的理念，他可能还是缺少一些，没有站在东方人的角度来考虑，或者中国人的角度来考虑中国的发展理念
My brothers and sisters, these last 30 minutes or so, we have been focusing on the first question. In some way, my sister Molan has also addresses the second question, and that's the issue of digital mistrust. is there any other questions that you want to float regarding to this area before I move to digital inclusion? Because more or less you addressed the most popular number 1 and number 2 questions. Anything else? 1, 2, gone. The next area that has come in has to do with digital inclusion, or how digital is both a friend or both good or can be bad. And one of the questions asked is, 40% of the populations do not have internet access. And yet, we are all pushing for internet, pushing for selling of services, and we are talking about digital transfers. But what happened to the other 40% who do not have access? Are we going to leave them behind? What's the comments? It's about digital inclusion. Penny?
Well, I have a set of data on digital, should I say, development in different economies. So let me just read them out a little bit. So in terms of internet penetration, according to the International Telecommunication Union data as of 31st December 2021, because I say that because I'm sure it's changed over time, right? But I think it will follow the rough trend. The penetration in developed countries is as much as 90%. So 90%, I guess, you know, in Singapore is maybe 110% or something, right? But in certain other places where the country is huge, you know, there could be some pockets that are still, you know, left out. So, but on the whole, it's 90%, which is relatively high. And then amongst the developing economies is 57%. So the gentleman is quite right that there are areas, you know, of the world that doesn't have, you know, access yet. And then among the least developed countries is actually only 27%. So that statistics actually alerted me. Because when we go to some of the developing or the least developed countries, we go to the hotels and they have internet and we think that they have internet. But in the kampongs and in, you know, the villages and so on, they don't. And then in the landlocked developing countries, the figure is around 35%. And then amongst the small island developing states, it's around 64%. So slightly better. So what it really tells us is that it is true. I mean, the person who asked the question is right. That the very basis of really, you know, talking about the rise of IoT of things, the reaping the benefits, the premiums of a digitization or digital economy, you know, is really a talk amongst the privileged today, right? Whether it's a privileged city and country like Singapore or, you know, somewhere else, the fact is that there are people who are still living in analog world that we are not as familiar with anymore, especially the Ling Ling Ho, you know. So the question then arises as to then how do we, you know, close the gap? Because as this panel itself has alluded to, that unless prosperity, you know, is better spread, I cannot say evenly spread because that's almost impossible, but at least better spread and covers, you know, most, if not all, of cities or towns or villages, it's going to become a very serious issue in time to come. The classic case of bourgeoisie versus proletariat may replay itself in the digital world. Yes, ChatGPT, generative AI could really, you know, help those who are less privileged. But again, as I think Wilson has said, is unless they have access in the first place. So in a sense, the Digital Silk Route itself, has got some good news there. Because the Digital Silk Route is actually built along 4 major initiatives, right? One is, of course, the infrastructure itself. And then 2, the platforms and the programs, right? 3, the education and training. And 4, the research piece, the research and development piece. So in a sense, if these efforts could really be focused a lot more on, reaching the unreached, just like in financial literacy, banking the unbanked, right? Perhaps, there has to be one where you digitize the undigitized kind of initiative, right? And it becomes a sort of a movement to include rather than to exclude. Otherwise, I don't think, we will have a very decent conversation 20 years from now.
Thank you. Wilson, can I throw the next related question to you?
Oh, okay, great.
And that is, because this question comes from Hong Kong.
Oh, okay.
So that's why you must be the only person to answer.
I know about Hong Kong.
It said that, how does digital technology improve satisfactions of elderly? Before I can read the question, somebody throw in another question. Please, throw in a small question. Yeah, no need to show me 5 minutes left, I know. How does digital technology improve the satisfactions of elderly in your country? More specifically, what is the role of the NGO can play in the smart senior care sectors?
Okay. Actually, if you look at many studies, a lot of the studies about AI is trying to enrich or increase the satisfaction of older people. Including in Japan, they actually invest a lot of resources in developing robots to take care of the older people because they have a major problem of the lower birth rate. But a lot of people live longer and longer. So there are several things AI or technology can do to improve the satisfaction of the elderly. For example, they can now use the video to look at different places or to see the travel stories of different places instead of going out to travel themselves. Or they can use the internet or all the technology, WhatsApp, social media to connect with their families with video, so that they don't have to go out, travel, and face the risk of accidents. That actually happened during the COVID years. During the COVID years, many people have the problem, including the elderly, of the risk of depression. But with thanks to the technology, now they can see their friends, family, their children quite easily with ICT. So that is exactly one of the incentives on how or why we should develop the technologies. And how does the NGOs contribute to that? I think it contributes a lot. I also seen that in Singapore, not just in Hong Kong, because I don't think I should limit my answer to just Hong Kong. Elderly really need some help to learn how to use a smartphone, all those technology, and it is a bad idea to send a bureaucrat to teach them. It's quite scary to send a bureaucrat to instruct the elderly how to use those social media and all those technology. So NGOs usually can help. Sometimes they have peer help so that they find other elderly people who are more familiar with the technology to help their peers. So that I think NGOs have a lot to contribute in terms of what we call AI literacy, technology literacy, or data literacy. So you are never too old to learn. Thank you.
Never too old to learn. All right, Prof. Tang, this is a question for you. It talks about artificial intelligence, digitizations create social issues. For example, the use of AI has resulted in social issues like fraud. And the question is, how can we create a more reliable environment?
I think 所谓魔高一尺，道高一丈。 we actually can use digital technology to detect and also solve the problems of fraud. This can be done through the joint efforts of the scientists and also government.
Thank you. Short and to the point. My brothers and sisters, I look at the time, I have only 5 minutes left. I wanted to give the panel a sum up of what they felt that are the most important regarding to this issue of digital inclusion and the digital Silk Road. And then after their sum up, I will then highlight what are the main learning lessons today. And just now I start from here, now I start from the other side. Prof. Teng.
To increase the digital inclusion is very important. Every year I go to Geneva twice to participate in the conferences and meetings of the International Telecommunication Union. And next month there will be a conference about SDG digital in New York, United Nations headquarters. To increase the degree of access of digital infrastructure and various digital products is very important topics every year in ITO conferences for to achieve the common goal targets. We must increase the degree of digital increase and to improve the degree of access of different digital products, especially for people with special needs, for example, the older. I think it's very close to the topic of our forum for the common good.
Thank you. Prof. Teng?
Okay, I make 2 points. The first point, I think you mentioned about challenge and opportunity. So what is opportunity for the digital economy? I think opportunity lies in providing solution for digitalized economy and digitalized community. There are many, many things can do. Both big companies and small companies, they are needed in different countries. So solution providers is a very good opportunity for digital economy. My second point is about today we talk about China, USA. Say many good things about China, but also would like to point out that China also has challenge. Something China should do is, one, rule of law. Now, how to build up rule of law. Second one is how to protect the ownership, property ownership, especially digital properties. And these two things are not so satisfactory in China so far, especially during the COVID. Now, we observed many things about ownership, about rule of law. This is actually the weakness of Chinese economy and Chinese politics. We do not want something like a democracy, as the United States promoted, but rule of law and protection of property rights is very important. This is experience from Singapore and also experience of many European, American countries, right, in their stage of development. So this is my point.
Thank you. Wilson? Prof. Wilson?
I would like to reiterate the importance of internet access. On the other hand, I would also like to emphasize if we want to have people to have access to the internet, we should also focus on the young people because the internet access will also provide them with free education. I'm not sure whether you notice about that. I learned it from my students. Whenever they have any problems, they go to YouTube and watch the video in the YouTube. So actually, you can self-educate yourself if you have free access to the internet. So that I think in order to have digital inclusion, in order to bridge the digital divide, and also maybe the income gap, having internet access for the young people so that they can now get good quality education, no matter where they are, including in the African countries, is quite important. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. Mohan.
我觉得数字化时代实际上最重要的是我们平权时代因为对于这个数字化而言，其实去中心化无论是人工智能还是区块链，还是它的这种 ChatGPT， 很多的这种技术发展，它内在的内核，科技内核实际上是要求去中心化的，是要打破垄断打破集权，能够实现资源要素的统筹和协调。而且这个本身来讲，也是全球化发展的一个内在的一个基因。所以我觉得数字化时代能够推动我们未来的这种全球化发展当然现在我们可能面临一个逆全球化，甚至半全球化，甚至我们先看到的这种这个两个平行世界的这种风险。但是我觉得从未来全球化数字时代发展本身而言，那么去中心化平权、包容互利共赢，可能是我们未来数字化真正的这种价值体现。这也是我觉得我们对数字时代依然能够期盼我们全球化这样一个最重要的原因，就是数字时代本身实际上就是全球化的一个最重要的一个基因。
好，谢谢。Sister.
So 2 quick points, The first is that I think this is a time of opportunities. And the solutions, especially what Mona just said, in fact, is going to come from the younger generation, more than my generation itself. So in fact, I think
you are still young. All of us are still young.
Yes, thanks to ICI. But on a more serious note, and therefore, I think when you talk about digital inclusion and all of these things, in fact, it's not just between, the less developed countries and the more developed countries, but it's also amongst the different populations and different demography. Because people are living longer, but it doesn't mean that they can continue to learn as fast as, say, a 12 years old, who are already on roadblocks and, APIs like that to create new games, new industry, if you look at all the internet companies that have really gone really, really big, most of the entrepreneurs are actually below 30 years old. So, I think there's a lot of opportunities out there, and we need to learn how to, leverage on them. That's the first point on opportunities. Yes, there are challenges, but there are more opportunities. Second point, is really on, well, earlier on we talked about whether, it's good or bad, right? And that it's a two-edged sword. Right? Technology, digitization is a double-edged sword. But I think, it is neither good nor bad. It depends very much on how we apply it, right? How we think of it, what guides our value system, and then how do we then apply it for good? Technology, for example, has always traditionally been used to make things bigger, better, faster, cheaper, right? And then you get rich, right? That's the story. But in actual fact, it can actually be augmented if to be aligned with what humanity's universal values are to make the world or the society a kinder, gentler, and more compassionate society. But we have to, of course, redefine our incentive system. So I hope, that in fact, the educational institutions would also, emphasize a lot more on the value system, on the common humanity values, to promote a certain incentive framework for us to operate in, for us to use technology for good, and to advocate digital inclusion. And only when we have done that could we then say that we have lived a life well lived and have succeeded, as a generation of conscious leaders that uses technology and digitization for good to lift all boats.
Thank you. My brother and sister, if you allow me to sum up in 3 points, what are the key learning lessons? The first key learning lessons is about digitizations and Silk Roads. It creates opportunities, and earlier the straw poll by all of you, in fact it's not for me, it's by all of you, and you identify that the biggest opportunities is in the area of building relationship. And that is important, because without relationship, there will be no trust. The second related matters is about the challenges of digitization and Silk Road. And the word is also trust. And the learning lesson in this is focus on what we have agreed, or focus on the common ground and move on. There will be areas that we don't agree. I think that is a very important point. There will be area, but don't get fixated on the area that we don't agree. As a result, stall, and we don't reap the benefits. So, second point of learning lesson I thought is quite interesting is focus on those we can agree. Agree to disagree and agree to agree. The third learning lessons, and I thought was quite interesting, and there is a role for institutions like us, that to build trust, and because there was some misunderstanding, I use the word misunderstanding rather than mistrust because it's one level lower, that many of these misunderstandings, in fact, can be clarified at the intellectual think tank level. And I think this is important. And that is the purpose of why we are here today, having these forums so that we can help to clarify difficult issues. With these three learning lessons, can I invite you to give our distinguished panel a round of applause, please? Where's the photographer? Photographer, can we? We'll take. I know you're waiting. Can we come together? We take a picture together. Yeah. Okay, come. Ladies in the center, sorry. Ladies in the center, guys. Yeah. Hey, I said ladies in the center. 我不是人力了。
Thank you, Professor Ang, for moderating this dialogue. Once again, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Zhang, Ms. Lau, Professor Tang, and Professor Wang for their insightful sharing. Before we move on to the next session, let's take a short break, and I will see you in 15 minutes. Welcome back. As part of the Lien International Conference, the Lien Fellows Plenary Session is specially organized for Lien Fellows to share their knowledge, experiences, and view on topics related to national development and good governance. This dialogue will be conversed in Chinese. Now, I'm honored to invite Lien Fellows Ms. Li Huiling, Head Chinese Media Group, SPH Media Limited, Singapore, up on the stage to introduce panelists and moderate of the dialogue. Ms. Li, please.
Don't tell me you're taking all this seriously.
各位下午好，到这个终点还坚持到这一刻，谢谢大家。那么今天我们到这个时候呢，谈这个题目会更专注于谈中国国内的从不同层面来谈。那么今天的这一场的题目是。这场的题目呢是中国式现代化和善治之路，那么中国现代化这个词是我们多年来其实应该大家都很熟悉中国现代化这个词，是一个进行式的一个词语。那么比较近期呢谈到包括农业的现代化，国家治理体系和治理能力的现代化。那么在19大开始也谈这个社会主义现代化。那么到最近这个20大报告其实就提出了一个中国式现代化。那么今天这3位学者他们的他们会从不同的层面来讨论这个课题。首先我要介绍先做这个报告的是金维刚教授啊。金教授呢，他现在是浙江大学国家制度研究院的副院长，中国社会保障学会的副会长。金教授是政府特殊津贴获得者，担任过中国劳动和社会保障科学研究院院长等职务。那他还是多个委员会的成员。对于这个养老金融方面啊，金教授是这方面的专家，在养老金融和社会保障领域贡献显著。那他主编出版了一本书《中国社会保障70年》这个专著，曾经在2019年被评选为年度最受关注医改专家之一。那我们先请金教授来给我们做报告，他应该是会从社会保障来看中国式现代化。
好，谢谢理事长的介绍。女士们、先生们，大家下午好。首先感谢会议主办方的邀请。今天现在这个单元的这个主题呢，是个比较宏大的一个题目，讲中国式的现代化。20分钟呢，我想呢，主要从社会保障这个领域，从这个角度呢，谈谈中国式现代化的这方面的发展的一些情况。我问一下会务人员，那个翻 PPT 有没有那个？我主要想讲一下呢，就是中国在社会保障领域这个确定的现代化的发展的基本的目标，目前的进展的情况。 还有这方面的已经发展到这种程度的一些重要的标志啊，包括下一步的一些发展的这方面一些主要的一些趋向啊，来谈谈中国的在社会保障领域推进现代化的一些主要的一些经验。由于时间关系呢，我可能会讲得比较快啊。首先讲一下这个中国所确定的社会保障的这个发展的目标。中国现在的建立的一个庞大的社会保障体系，主要还是伴随着改革开放以后逐步建立的，就是我们在伴随着这个经济体制改革，逐步构建与这个市场经济相适应的整个的一套社会保障体系。在这个过程中呢，也借鉴了国际经验，包括新加坡的经验。我们在中国目前的社会保障领域可以看到有些是体现的是国际上的一些主流的一些模式。也有一些是体现了一些国家的一些特色包括新加坡的中央公积金制度，是中国在养老、医疗和住房方面引入个人账户的一个最重要的一个参考。那么，中国在确定社会保障的现代化的方面呢，确定了一个非常重要的目标，就是要构建一个全民的社会保障体系那么这里面呢，就涉及到我们在整个社会保障领域整个的一个大的构架，这里面包括社会保险、社会福利、社会救助，其中社会保险呢又主要是以养老保险、医疗保险、失业保险、工伤保险和生育保险的5大保险呢，构成了一个社会保险的体系。目前呢还正在探索建立第6大保险，就是长期护理保险那么同时呢，中国也在发展这个有关的商业保险，包括商业的养老保险、商业的健康险另外呢，也发展有关的社会的慈善事业。那么在目前的发展来看呢，已经构建了一个非常庞大的体系呢，就是我们一个是在养老保障领域，我们已经构建了一个世界上应当说是非常庞大的体系。这个体系覆盖的人群已经超过10亿人到目前为止是10亿5700多万人同时，我们也构建了一个世界上也同样是很庞大的一个全民的医疗保障体系，覆盖的人数呢也超过了13亿4500多万人也是非常庞大的同时，我们也在这个过程中呢推进这个社会保障领域的改革特别是建立公平的社会保障制度，包括我们把机关事业单位过去所享有的这个养老保障的制度呢，和企业职工的养老保障制度呢，进行了整合统一建立了统一的城镇职工的基本养老保险制度。同时，我们也在居民这个社会保险方面呢，我们也构建了这个城乡统一的基本养老保险制度和基本医疗保险制度。同时我们在这个失业保险领域呢，强调失业保险积极促进就业的功能另外呢，我们就是建立了有关工伤的一整套体系，包括工伤的预防、补偿和康复的这个体系，还有我们也在推进这个生育保险和医疗保险的合并实施，完善有关的生育保险制度。同时，我们也在提高这个统筹层次就是在各个方面通过逐步的提高这个基金的统筹层次，来增强基金的支付能力和抗衡风险能力。尤其我们在企业职工养老保险方面呢，我们在去年实现了全国企业职工基本养老保险的全国的统筹这就意味着我们这个不存在过去大家所讲的一些地方收不抵制问题，因为在全国范围之内能够实现基金的大范围的调剂，能够确保基金的收支平衡。同时，我们也加强有关的这个基金的投资运营。在2015年的时候，我们出台了有关基本养老保险基金的投资的这个运营的办法，也就是说，这些基金可以通过市场化的投资来实现保值增值同时，我们也建立了这个作为应对人口老龄化的国家的战略储备基金，就是全国社会保障基金。这个基金呢是由国务院设立的，并且设立这个专门的机构来管理在2018年的时候，这个机构呢归到财政部它是全国社会保障基金理事会。那么这个基金呢，目前还属于储备只储备不使用 现在已经积累有3万多亿了。同时，我们也建立了一整套的社会的救助体系，主要是针对城乡的这个贫困群体啊和低收入群体啊，建立了一整套的这个社会的救助体系。另外呢，我们还发展这个有关的社会的福利事业，包括这个残疾人呐、儿童啊、老年人呐、等等这些群体啊，提供一些社会的福利。再就是我们也建立了军人的保险制度啊，包括我们颁布了军人的保险法啊，同时我们对于军人的实行这个退役金制度。另外呢，在军队这个转业以后呢，我们也建立了有关军人的这个退役以后的一系列的优抚安置的这方面的体系啊，包括对于军人家属的这方面的一些保障。另外呢，我们也把住房保障呢列为中国社会保障体系的一个重要的组成部分。那么对于低收入群体呢，提供一些保障性的住房，包括早期的这个经济适用房和后续的有些保障型的住房，包括廉租房、公租房等等。这是中国的社会保障体系的一个基本框架。从这个体系来看呢，中国的社会保障体系涵盖到国际劳工组织关于社会保障的所有的项目都有啊，非常的全面。这个国际劳工组织曾经发布过世界社会保障报告，在这个报告里面呢，提到了这个全球大约只有这个1/3的国家能够建立一个比较健全的一个保障体系，只有大概25%到30%左右的这个劳动人口呢及其家属呢是能够纳入到这个保障的范围之内的。那么中国呢，在改革开放以后，我们在40多年的时间之内呢，我们构建了一个非常健全和完善的一个社会保障体系，涵盖到社会保障领域的各个方面。这里面归纳起来呢，一个是社会救助这个涉及到城市和农村，还有这个灾民的救助，还有针对一些特困群体的救助，包括我们过去曾经实行的对于贫困地区的扶贫的这样一套体系。作为整个中国的社会保障体系的核心的是社会保险，我们是强调这个权利与义务相对应我们不同于有些北欧的福利国家，也不同于像新加坡是以这个中央公积金自我积累、自我保障，我们是主要以社会保险为我们整个社会保障的主体和基石，就是我前面提到的我们5大保险加上现在正在这个探索建立的第6大社会保险长期护理保险。此外就是刚才提到的社会的福利，还有社会的优抚安置，还有其他一些保障的项目应当说是个比较健全的一个体系。第二呢，就是中国社会保障实现现代化的重要的标志。归纳起来看呢，我们首先是可以看到，中国在这个改革开放以后我们经过了30多年的时间，我们就基本上建成了我们目前的这样一个庞大的社会保障体系。主要的标志就是体现了我们建立的是个覆盖全民的社会保障体系这里面呢就包括我们前面提到的，我们在社会保险领域在这个社会福利、社会救助方面呢，都是以覆盖全民为目标的包括我们的城乡的贫困人口都能够基本上做到应保尽保，实现这个建档立卡包括我们在前期的扶贫过程中，我们都是把所有的根据经济收入状况需要纳入到贫困人口范围内的，都是通过政府的一整套的扶贫来解决他们的脱贫问题的。而且呢，在2020年的时候，我们就基本上实现了这样一个目标，实现了绝对贫困人口的脱贫。那么目前我们这个社会保障体系呢，应当说发展的非常的迅速就是在其中的最重要的2个领域，一个是基本养老保险，还有一个是基本医疗保险呢，我们都已经实现了这个参保人群的参保率达到了95%以上，也就是说呢，实现了全覆盖。同时，我们也在探索呢，建立呢适应于现在互联网时代的这种新业态的这种情景之下的各类群体的，特别是那些新就业形态的这些劳动者，他们和这个平台企业之间没有传统意义上的劳动关系，那么他们很难像过去传统的那些劳动者和用人单位那样子建立这种参保缴费来纳入到社会保险体系。所以呢，现在呢，对于这部分群体呢，现在正在探索建立 有针对性的一些制度啊。目前呢，主要是针对于这些人群，由于他们在工作的过程中容易发生这个职业伤害风险，所以现在呢，建立这个职业伤害保障制度啊，目前正在一些地方进行试点。同时呢，我们还在开展这个长期护理保险试点。这个试点呢，现在已经在全国49个城市进行试点啊，已经覆盖了有1.45亿多万人啊，这个应当说规模还是很大的。同时，我们也在致力于多层次的社会保障体系建设，包括在这个补充养老啊，涉及到这个企业的年金，还有这个机关事业单位的职业的年金，还有补充的医疗保险啊，包括大病保险啊等等啊。另外呢，我们还大力发展各种的商业的这种养老保险，还有商业的健康险啊。同时，在去年呢，这个10月份开始呢，中国开始进行个人养老金的试点，这是作为多层次的养老保障体系的一个重要的组成部分。啊，目前的这个开户人数已经超过了4000万人啊。我们现在在36个城市和地区进行试点，应当说发展比较快。所以可以看出来，就是中国呢现在呢，在社会保障体系发展方面呢，整体上呢，朝着全民的覆盖啊、全民保障这个方向在发展啊。这张统计表呢，反映了我们中国在这个从90年代开始哈，这个到目前的这个各项保险的发展的这个进展情况。从这个规模来讲，这些数量都是在不断增长啊。这个特别是在养老和医疗领域啊。就是参保人数都是超过10亿人以上的啊，应当说都是世界上最庞大的这个社会保障体系。这是养老保险的参保人数啊，这些选择的部分典型的年份，可以看出来它的增长是非常迅速的啊，迅速实现全覆盖。这也是基本医疗保险的参保人数啊。其实我们在这个大概是在2012年的时候，我们就基本上实现了全民医保的目标啊。那个时候我们的医疗保险改革只是刚刚过了20多年，啊，大家知道现在全世界这个能够实现全民医保的国家并不是很多啊，包括我们很多发达的国家，包括美国在内，现在也没实现全民医保。失业保险的参保人数也是逐步的增长啊，这个发展非常快啊。这个工伤保险的参保人数啊，相对来讲会更多一些啊。这方面呢，反映了目前呢，就是从政府到企业啊，都在非常重视这个。对于这个方面的基本的保障，啊，包括生育保险，现在生育保险呢跟医疗保险的合并实施，进一步增强了它的保障的功能，啊，同时呢，保障水平呢也在不断的提高，特别是在这个养老金方面，我们从2005年到今年啊，已经19次的连续提高退休人员养老金了啊，去年是18次。去年我们在第18次提高退休人员养老金以后，我们的全国企业职工的退休以后的平均的养老金水平已经达到了3200元了啊！这个在中国来讲，这个在城市生活都是没有问题的啊。那么农村的养老保险呢，也在逐步的提高。当然，农村的养老保险呢，因为它有一个特点呢，就是它主要是以这个财政的补助作为它的主要的这个资金来源和它的支付的来源，所以呢，它的这个水平不是很高，因为它主要是财政支付的占主嘛啊，所以目前的水平到了2022年的时候呢，大概年末的这个平均的这个水平是193元啊，就是这个水平。这个水平看不高，但是在农村呢，因为农民是有这个有他的一些生产资料啊，有他的生活来源啊，包括他的承包的土地啊，包括他一些这种副业啊，所以他并不是靠这个这点钱来生活，他是有其他的，相当于这个是一个生活的补助。同时，医疗的待遇水平也在不断提高。我们现在呢，在城镇，这个职工的医疗保险的，就是政策范围内的报销比例已经达到了85%，应当说还是比较高的啊。只要是在政策范围之内啊，大部分还是由基金来支付的。同时，城乡居民的这个报销比例已经接近70%，应当说呢，这个报销比例也是很高的，因为城乡居民呢，他们的缴费跟职工相比呢，只是职工的大概这个很小的一部分啊。这个一般每个月个人缴费也就是100-200元啊，这个现在提高了，也就是有些地方可能多一点，但是总体上还是个比较低水平的。而职工的医保缴费一般一年会在2000元以上啊，所以呢， 缴费差距比较大，但是待遇水平已经很接近了啊。同时呢，通过这个托底保障，包括城乡的医疗的救助啊、大病保险啊，还有这个中长期保险啊，另外特别是现在中国有200多个城市推出的商业健康险啊，缴费很少啊，大概每年它是按年度缴费啊，大概也就是200-300元啊，但是它的保费都是可以达到100万元以上啊，有些城市可以达到300万啊，就是说它基本上能够涵盖到所有的中长大疾病。其他的保险待遇也在不断提高，像这个失业保险的这个待遇水平，在去年年末的时候已经提高到1700多元啊，这个在中国来讲，生活是没有问题的啊。同时，在这个因公死亡的职工的他的这种工亡的补助金呢，也达到了这个60多万元啊，这个还是可以的啊。另外呢，就是生育的待遇保险呢，人均也超过1.5万，基本上能够涵盖到生育的相关的一些费用，包括他在生育期间的这个生育津贴啊，这样可以减轻企业的这个用人的成本。同时呢，这个社会保障的待遇的合理调整机制也在逐步形成啊，不管是在这个养老啊、医疗、工伤、失业、生育等各方面，还有我们的社会救助、社会福利待遇水平呢，都目前来讲都是形成了一个相对比较稳定、合理的一个机制。同时，从基金的规模来看呢，基金规模在迅速的增加啊，这个现在呢各项基金呢都是这个持续的增长，而且呢规模越来越大，特别是像5项社会保险基金，在去年的时候呢，它的基金的收入已经突破10万亿元啊，这个基金的支出也达到9万亿元啊，还是规模很大，结余的资金也达到11亿万元啊。这是5项基金的结余情况。这里面除了在2020年，因为当时我们实行对于应对疫情啊，我们减免了各项社会保险缴费啊，减了有1.17000多亿啊，应当说减的还是比较大的。所以呢，当年呢积累会减少一些。同时，我们管理的服务的水平也在逐步的提高啊，形成了一整套的社会保险的服务体系。还有一点非常重要的是，具有中国特色的，就是中国在2020年的时候呢，决定建立了这个应对人口老龄化的全国社会保障基金。这项基金呢，这个目前它的资金来源主要来源于财政拨款，还有从国有资本划转啊，另外就是它的投资收益等等啊。那么这个呢是由这个国家直接设立，并且一直是由国家专门设立一个这个国务院的直属机构，就是全国社会保障基金理事会来管理。那么这个基金呢是可以用于市场化的投资，包括在海外的投资。那么它的投资收益率非常高，年化的收益率超过8%啊。这个到去年呢，我们这个目前数据没有公布哈，但是这个从现在情况来看呢，它已经超过了3万亿了啊，积累的规模还是比较可观的。而且呢，目前它是只积累不使用，所以呢它还在持续的积累的过程中。那么这个基金非常重要的意义在于，就是当中国未来人口老龄化的时候，当我们的这个养老保险、医疗保险等社会保险基金出现收支缺口的时候，除了财政补助之外，可以动用这个战略储备基金来弥补。而且这个战略储备基金，因为它有一个资金来源是来源于国有资本的划转，中国现在的国有资本呢已经超过了300万亿，所以呢，它以庞大的国有资本为后盾。这样呢，就是可以使得中国现在所构建的各项的社会保险制度都是可以实现长期可持续发展的。同时呢，中国已经把社会保障体系纳入到法制化轨道，我们现在已经出台了很多相关的一些法律，包括社会保险法，包括劳动法，包括这个有关这个收养法，还有这个职业病防治法，目前呢也是正在制定这个医疗保障法等等啊，同时还有很多配套的法规和规章。所以中国呢现在在行政系统呢是强调要依法行政、依法治国啊。那么同时呢，社会保障发展也有效地促进了中国经济和社会的协调的发展啊，这个非常明显。同时呢，中国在社会保障领域发展的所取得的成就呢，也得到了国际上的公认。特别是在2016年，当时国际社会保障协会举办的第32届全球社会保障大会上呢，授予中国政府社会保障杰出贡献奖。这是在这个奖项设立以后的第2次评奖，每3年评一次，应当说非常不容易。所以呢，这个奖 授予中国反映了国际社会对于中国在社会保障领域所取得的这个成就是予以公认的。这是当时由中国人力资源和社会保障部部长尹为民先生代表中国政府去领奖的一个照片。那么在这个受奖的时候呢，国际社会保障协会公布了这个对于中国评奖的一段这个评价。这个评价我觉得是非常客观的哈，这不是中国人自己说自己好这是国际社会保障协会的一个评价。从这个评价来看呢，反映了对中国在改革开放以后构建的社会保障体系的高度的这个认可和对于这方面所取得成就的一个中肯的一个评价。那么归纳起来呢，中国社会保障的发展呢，在这个实现现代化的过程中还是有它的特点的。第一呢，就是在这个发展过程中坚持保障和改善民生，为民谋福利这是它的一个基本的一个特点。第二呢，就是坚持在改革的发展过程中呢，逐步的来进行探索。我们很多的制度都是从基层开始做起的我们所以很多都是统筹城市，都是从市县级开始，从一些局部地区进行试点，在探索中不断的发展。第三呢，就是立足中国的国情来建立与社会经济发展相适应的这样一套体系就是我们在借鉴国际经验的过程中，也是结合中国的实际来推进这方面的一些改革包括制度的设计第四呢，就是坚守社会底线中国的社会保障体系要承担社会托底的责任，不管是在这个社会保险还是社会的救助方面，这些都是非常明显的。第五呢，就是坚持这个全面覆盖，促进社会的公平正义。中国的社会保障非常强调这个社会保障的可及性，也就是说让所有的中国人都能够依法享有公平的社会保障这一点特别体现了中国的特色和优势。那么最后呢，简要归纳一下中国在这个推进社会保障领域现代化方面的一些经验时间关系我就点一点不展开说。第一呢，就是中国制定的这个社会保障的这个发展的方针和目标呢是确定了我们社会保障整个发展的一个根本的保证，就是中国呢，我们这套体系是按照一个既定目标不断的积累、不断的完善、不断的推进的。第二呢，就是坚持走中国特色的社会主义道路，就是建立这样一个体系的，也是一个制度性的保障因为中国呢，大家知道它的体制和国际上很多国家不一样，是吧？那么它长期的实行的是相对比较稳定的政治体制，以此作为保障来实现我们经济的长期的发展，包括我们这个不断的制定5年的规划，使得我们的整个的社会经济发展目标呢，可以一直长期可持续的发展一届政府接着一届政府来持续的做。第三呢，就是这个国民经济的迅速发展，特别是财政的投入呢，是建立这样一个庞大体系的非常重要的基础。第四呢，就是我们在这个制度目标设置的时候呢，我们还是遵循社会保障的一些规律来进行这方面的调整，不断的完善相应的制度体系。第五呢，就是我们这个社会保障呢是讲社会公平的，但是呢不是追求这个绝对平均主义的，我们主要还是强调要实现这个权利的公平、机会的公平和规则的公平第六呢，就是要建立合理的待遇的确定和调整机制前面我已经提到，我们是通过逐步的来探索来建立这样一个调整的机制。第七呢，我们就坚持权利与义务相对应的原则，这主要是因为我们中国社会保障的核心是社会保险，所以强调权利与义务相对应，我们并不走西方的一些国家走福利化的那样一条道路。第八呢，就是社会保障呢，它注重的是一个长远的制度安排，所以呢，在解决现实中的一些突出问题的时候呢，更注重于长远的制度的设计。所以，像我们养老保险要搞顶层设计，医疗保险呢，我们也有这个政府确定的长远的规划和目标。那么第九呢，就是社会保障呢，虽然是由政府来主办的，但并不是政府包办，我们也通过社会保障的这方面的一些不同的制度安排。允许很多的社会的机构特别是一些企业来参与共同来构建这样一个制度体系。这个最后一个呢，就是我们目前呢在实现了这个外营式的扩张从基金包括覆盖范围的扩张之外呢，我们现在呢正在走这个高质量发展的路，就是强调内涵式的提升发展的质量这也是目前中国在社会保障领域的一个重点也是未来的一个发展的一个大的趋势。 以上呢就是我对中国社会保障在实现现代化过程中的一些主要的做法一些经验向大家做个简要的汇报，谢谢大家。
谢谢金老师。那么下一位是张永军博士，张博士呢，他现在是国际经济交流中心副总经济师，他在国家信息中心工作多年历任多个职位，比如经济预测部、财政金融处的副处长、宏观经济处处长等等。那张博士呢，他还有这个在地方政府工作的经验在陕西咸阳市担任市发展计划委员会副主任、市长助理，积累了这个地方政府的工作的经验。那么他在中国国际经济交流中心工作期间呢，主要是从事这个宏观经济和国际经济方面的研究。那么我们请这个张博士，谢谢。
各位大家好，非常高兴有机会今天给大家就是汇报交流一下关于这个就中国的这个现代化的这个话题的一个内容。那么我们知道呢，就是这个去年10月份，我们这个中国共产党的20大召开之后就明确我们这个就是以中国式的现代化来实现那个中华民族的这个伟大复兴。所以呢，中国式现代化现在在中国至少在中国国内是一个这个热词，是大家非常关注的一个内容。那国际上呢也引起了很多的关注。但是呢，关于这方面的内容呢，实际上关于这个现代化这一块实际上有很多可研究、可讨论的这个方面吧。所以今天呢，我给大家做一个这个简要的一个汇报，谈一谈自己的这个认识。首先第一点就是这个中国是这个现代化中国的这个现代化它实际上是有一个就是有一个整个一个发展的一个就是一个过程。那么实际上呢，就说中国的现代化应该说呢，实际上从这个真正的开始这个进程呢，就是从这个中华人民共和国成立之后。在这之前呢，实际上就说我们就说有一些我们的这个先辈在这方面有一些这种探索，但是呢都不是成体系的，不是真正意义上开始的这个现代化的这个进程。真正开始呢，实际上就是在这我中华人民共和国成立之后。那么中华人民共和国成立之后呢，实际上也有一个比较长期的一个探索的过程。那么如果说年龄大一点的这个我们的同志呢，可能还会有一点印象，就是说实际上就是在大概80年之前，那个时候如果中国去提中国的现代化，那个时候我们大家都知道叫4个现代化。为什么叫4个现代化呢？因为最开始中国从开始谈这个现代化问题的时候，实际上最初提出来的就是4个现代化。那么这中间有毛泽东、周恩来等等我们的中国共产党的这个老一辈的领导人，那么开始呢就在这方面做了很多的探索。最开始讲的就是4个现代化。那么这个4个现代化成型最正式的提出来，是周恩来总理代表中国政府在1964年第3届人大第1次会议上提出来，中国要搞这个就是4个现代化，把这个作为中国的一个发展的一个目标。这个目标呢，实际上主要就是指的工业、农业、国防和科技的这个现代化。这是实际上这样一个目标呢，一直到80年左右，一直我们中国都是提的是这样一个目标。但是从那儿之后，就是在第2代领导人以邓小平为代表的第2代领导人呢，开始接力这个开展这个中国的这个经济建设之后呢，就是又重新来考虑这个问题。那么再加上呢，原来我们提的这个就是这个时间的目标，因为原来是这个提的目标呢，实际上就是这个就是它是实际上有点这个就是说就是在可见的范围内，实际上这个目标呢有一点这个超前了。所以呢，后来在这个邓小平 为代表的第2代领导人呢，就开始，就是调整我们的发展战略，相应的也调整了就是我们关于现代化建设的目标。从那时候开始呢，实际上就不再提这个4个现代化，而提我们那个时候要提就是要建设富强民主文明的这个现代化国家。那么之后呢，比如说这个大概是在12大、13大之间提出来的。那么之后经过14大、15大、16大，一直到这个就是去年的这个20大召开的20大，这中间有一个不断的完善丰富的一个过程。那么从富强民主文明到富强民主文明和谐的现代化国家，然后到了19大提出来富强民主文明和谐美丽的这个现代化国家，这样一个这个演进的一个过程。总的来讲呢，它这个过程呢是内容是不断丰富的，这个目标呢也越来越清晰，这么一个过程。那么而且制定了就是说，从那个邓小平时期，我们这个现代化建设呢就提出了这个3步走的这个目标。那么就是大家都知道的，就是到先是建小康，然后呢建设现代化国家，然后呢建设现代化的这个强国。那么到了这个18大之后，以习近平为那个总书记为核心党中央提出来，这个现代化的这个过程啊，在小康之后分成2步走。第一步，我们到2035年基本建成社会主义国家；第2步是到本世纪中叶，我们建成这个社会主义现代化的强国。所以呢，把这个战略目标呢，实际上他又做了进一步的细化。这个呢是大概是我们中国呀关于现代化建设的这个目标的不断演进、不断探索的这样一个过程。这是我要跟大家汇报的第1块的内容。第2块内容呢，实际上就是要汇报的就是什么呢？就是我们现在讲中国要实现这个现代化，我们这个到底就是一个什么样一个目标啊？这个听起来呢，可能大家觉得这个不是一个很清楚的问题吗？还用去讲吗？就是说还用这个我们去展开篇幅去讲？实际上不是的。就是关于现代化的目标，实际上也有这个很多的，就是说这里边有很多可值得这个探讨的一些地方。比如说我们中国，我们讲这个现代化，那么这一个页面是我们这个中共20大关于我们中国现代化呀，中国现代化，我们2035年基本实现社会现代化，我们的整个这个目标，它是这么一个概括。那么这里边涉及到很多方面内容，包括像刚才这个金文刚教授讲到的，就是我们这个社会保障体系这方面的这个内容。但是实际上就是这里边它涉及的内容非常多。但是呢，我们看开篇的时候，它实际上讲到什么呢？就是讲到了经济实力、科技实力、综合国力大幅跃升，人均国内生产总值迈上新的大台阶，达到中等发达国家水平。实际上这是一个总领。它实际上对于这个整个现代化的目标啊，就是到2035年我基本实现现代化，它是一个统领的一个目标。那么这里边呢，比如说，从这个目标呢，我们看大多数是定性的描述，但是这里有一个定量的一个描述，就是我要达到就是中等发达国家水平。但是这个呢，实际上你说它是个定量的嘛，这里边也有很多可探讨的地方。比如下边呢，我就把这个可能要展开说一说，为什么呢？比如说这个就是各个国家之间呢，实际上关于这个到底什么是个中等发达国家，实际上呢，包括发达国家，实际上是没有统一的一个概念。我在这儿提个问题，大家可以回答一下。你们说新加坡是个发达国家吗？啊？新加坡在国际货币基金组织的定义里边，它是一个发达国家，但是在联合国的定义里边，它就不是一个发达国家。所以新加坡这么高度发达的国家，竟然它在有的国际组织里它就不是发达国家。所以呢，你觉得就会很纳闷，因为现在新加坡人均 GDP， 大家知道现在新加坡的人均 GDP 大概有多少，知道吧？去年的话，最新的新加坡的人均 GDP 达到了8万2千多美元，所以呢，比我们中国要高得多，比世界平均水平要高得多，大概是世界平均水平的这个将近7倍。所以呢，新加坡这么高度发达的国家，所以呢，它竟然在联合国这个系统里边定义里边，它不是发达国家。所以呢，实际上关于发达国家，不同的国际组织它是没有统一的定义的。所以在这儿我举了很多例子来说明这个问题，就是比如说在 IMF 它定义了有这个41个发达国家， 里边是有新加坡的。然后呢，在这个联合国定义的36个发达国家里边，它是没有新加坡的。那实际上就是说，这个实际上就是里边就是大家的定义就不一样了。所以呢，那还有呢，实际上关于不同国家的分类标准，还有比如说像世界银行的，它是按照低收入、中等收入、高收入这样来划分的。然后还有呢，实际上就是还有呢，就是说这个像这个 UNDP， 它是按照这个人类发展指数来反映这个国家的这个发展水平的。其实它那个可能也许更全面一些啊，但是也有这个不一样的地方。所以呢，就是说首先关于什么是发达国家就没有一个明确的一个定义。那这里边呢，就是说那更何况去说什么叫中等发达国家呢？所以这样的话就争议就比较多了。在这儿呢，实际上就是说，我这里用了很多数据，我就是说这个页面呢不一一去展现了。这里边呢，总的来讲就是说，在这个刚才讲的联合国，我们说它有36个发达国家，这里边最低的一个就是人均 GDP 最低的一个国家，像是保加利亚，去年的人均 GDP 只有13000多美元，所以它就比较低，实际上跟中国的水平已经我们中国去年是12720美元嘛，大概是这样一个水平，已经很接近了。如果按照我们和这个谁啊，和这个保加利亚去比，我们基本上跟它都就是持平了。所以呢，我们可能也许说那是不是我们中国就是发达国家了？那实际上在大家脑子里，其实你平常认为的发达国家是什么呢？我们媒体上讲到的，经常讲到的发达国家是什么呢？是最发达的那个国家，那一类国家。比如说我们经常讲到的 G7， 这个 G7 它就是是这个最发达的国家。但是呢，实际上这个G7 大概和 G7 水平相当的大概有20来个国家，这个呢一般国际上认为这是最发达的国家，而也是大家脑子里所认为的发达国家。但实际上呢，就是我刚才讲了，那么联合国定义是36个发达国家，而IMF 实际上定义是41个这个发达经济体，它不叫发达国家，因为有一些经济体，包括我们中国的，比如说香港特区啊、澳门特区啊等等，这些都是这个，所以呢，就是它是按照经济体来确立的。所以呢，在这里边呢，就是说到中国要实现现代化，要达到中等发达国家水平，那我们知道了什么是这个发达国家之后，你要明确什么是就是中国你确立的你的这个中等发达这个国家的这个水平到底是个什么水平呢？我们根据这样一些就是现有的国际组织所确定的，就现有的到底哪些国家是发达国家，那么我们看下来，比如说刚才讲了，那么总的来讲是40来个吧，40来个发达国家，那么有一半是讲的最发达国家，有一半实际上是这个就是那个国际组织把它列为这个发达国家的这个行列了，但实际上它呢，可能在我们的脑子里未必就大家会认为它是一个有一个也会是个发达国家，所以呢，在这儿我们稍微理一下，就是根据这40来个国家的它的人均 GDP 的水平啊。我个人觉得呢，就是说我们中国要确定的中等发达国家水平，实际上对标的不是最前面的20个国家，因为那20个国家大概是多少呢？我们知道它都是大概的4万美元以上，人均 GDP 的4万美元以上。如果按照这个水平，那我们这个就是20大也好，包括之前的19届五中全会也好，我们所确定的这个发展是什么呢？是在2020年的基础上再翻一翻人均 GDP， 再翻一翻。因为2020年我们中国的人均 GDP 是大概10400多这个美元，这个不同的组织算的稍微有点出入。那么算下来，如果翻1倍，如果价格不变、汇率不变，我们算下来大概就是21000美元。21000美元，你说是不是是不是个发达国家呢？是不是个中等发达国家呢？这不就成了问题了吗？那么按照刚才我们说的，如果是个4万美元的标准，那更是达不到了。所以呢，在这儿呢，我们就要把这个中等发达国家呢做一个界定。那么我们界定，首先刚才讲了，最发达的那些国家4万美元以上，这个可以大概通常我们脑子里所想的，国际组织通常所说的也都是这一批国家。而实际上另外一批有20来个，那么视为发达国家，但是这个人均 GDP 实际上差别很大，它不是这个远远达不到这个4万美元。所以呢，我们认为呢，就是说 中国所说的中等发达国家是后边这20个国家它的这个平均水平，这是我个人的看法，应该是按照这样一个水平去衡量中国是不是达到了中等发达国家。那有的人说就说，那你这不是太低了吗？你中国如果是40个国家的平均的话，那么无论是中位数也好，或者是按算术平均数也好，我们能算出来这些国家的它大概人均 GDP 也都要到3万5，至少要到3万5，甚至更多一点都要到4万。你定了个你在这儿你定了个2万2万多一点，你就认为中国就成为发达国家了？那这不是有点水平太低了吗？是吧？但实际上不是的，就是如果说我们刚才说的，按照这个40个国家的这个中位数也好，或者算出平均数也好，我们确定一个中等发达国家的水平，就说是个3万5或者是4万这样一个水平。那你们猜猜，现在我们通常认为的老牌的都是发达国家的，有国家不能达到，你们能猜出来是谁吗？首先我们知道的，通常认为的 G7 里边有2个都达不到，一个是现在因为当然这有汇率的影响，日本达不到，日本近10年差不多它大多数年份它的人均 GDP 都到不了4万美元，意大利基本没有1年能达到，基本上没有1年能达到。所以呢，如果你把这个定为3万6、7吧，或3万5以上到4万这样一个区间的话，那实际上我们说，通常认为的世界上最主要的发达国家，竟然7个里边2个都达不到，那这个标准显然是太高了。所以呢，我在这里界定就是说，我们所认为的这个中等发达国家就是2万以上，然后呢，中等发达国家水平呢，大概就是个人均 GDP 大概2万美元左右，这是这样一个水平。那按照这样一个水平来发展，那我们中国实际上是有可能，就是因为我们2020年我刚才说了，我们是10400多这个GDP， 那如果那个价格不变的话，汇率不变，我们翻一翻大概到2万1。但是这里边如果说考虑，因为这个联合国确定的这个标准都是这个名义值，如果考虑到汇率水平的变动，考虑到价格水平的变动等等这些因素之后，那可能就是说我们比如说到这个我们中国实际上到这个2035年，那么现在看呢，有可能我们的这个人均 GDP 呢，有可能达到2万8甚至3万美元这样一个水平。那实际上就是说，按照我们刚才说的这个标准，我们是能够达到的。所以呢，在这儿呢，我们是这样一个理解的一个，就说我就说我至少从我个人来讲，是怎么来理解这个中等发达国家水平的。实际上这个呢，因为国际上就没有统一的标准，所以呢需要去研究它。那比如说我在这儿再说一下，比如说前不久我们知道呢，就说这个莫迪总理宣布，印度到2047年也要建成现代化国家，他要成为这个现代化国家。那他的标准，那当然我现在我不知道，没有看他的这个详细的一个标准。那我们说现在印度现在人均 GDP 才有多少呢？去年2022年印度的 GDP 不到2400，所以呢他现在和中国还差的挺多的。所以呢，在这种情况下，要达到这样他要成为一个现代化国家，可以说他的标准肯定和中国的还不太一样，可能还是一个，可能就是说至少从人均 GDP 等反映发展水平的这些指标来看，它可能还是会是一个相对低一点水平的这样一个指标。所以呢，就是我们说我们怎么去理解中国所提出的中国式的现代化，除了这个发展水平之外，还有一系列的内容，它都要体现出来我们中国的一些这个特色。比如说那个习近平总书记那个就是去年在一个这个研讨班的讲话里边，专门讲到了中国的现代化是它有一系列的这种中国的这个特点，比如说是人口大国的这个现代化，是这个是个社会主义国家的现代化，是中国共产党领导现代化，等于一系列的这个特征，它是中国式的现代化，就是有这样一些中国的这个特色在里边。这是我们想讲，就是中国的这个现代化呀，大概是什么样一个水平。第3点就是说，我们要实现这个中国的这个现代化这个目标，下边我们要怎么办？首先一点，我个人认为，因为你刚才讲到了，你要达到这个中等发达国家水平，首先你的最基础的条件是你的经济发展水平要达到一个中等发达国家的一个水平。那么这个呢，实际上就是说， 也是我们这个党的19大也好，20大也好，我们把这个是作为我们这个最重要的，就是说这个就是现代化的这个目标之一来提出来的。那么在这个过程中呢，就是说你这个首先你的经济要能够这个经济发展水平要能够达到。那么这里边关键就是说我们的人均 GDP 要翻一翻。那么刚才讲了，实际上就是说这个如果我们在2020年的基础上，我们这个 GDP 如果翻一翻，我们是能够按照我们刚才所理解的这样一个目标，我们是能够就是这个成为一个就是现代化的国家，达到这个中等发达国家水平。这是第一点，就是我们要做到的。第二点呢，就是我们要做到的什么呢？就是你中国，你现在你这个经济要这个发展水平、总规模或者说你的人均水平要再翻一翻的话，那你首先你在产业上得能有体现，你哪些产业能够继续发展，能够扩大规模？因为你的这个从生产法的角度来看，你的这个 GDP 是由不同产业的增加值所组成的。那你的这个 GDP 如果说就是没有这种新的大规模的这种产业，比如说万亿级的产业，对于中国来讲，你可能需要能找到至少几个千亿级的产业、万亿级的产业之后，你的 GDP 才能够翻一翻嘛。因为你现在我们总规模我18万亿，如果我总量翻一翻，我要达到就说价格不变、汇率不变，我要达到我达到这个36万亿美元的话，那实际上你想，就是我没有几个万亿级的这个规模的产业，我显然达不到这个翻番的这个要求。所以呢，下一步关键就是要发展一些产业。那么这个呢，在20大里边我们提到了，就是新一代的信息技术、人工智能、生物技术，我们的新能源、新材料。这几年中国这个新能源车发展很快，新能源这个产业发展很快，这些实际上就是比较大规模的产业，它能够带动整个国民经济啊，能够实现比较快的这种增长。未来这个增长潜力比较大的这种产业。另外就是我们要就是这个环保产业，我们也是一个就是将来有比较大的发展潜力的这个产业。这是这个我们就是从产业上来讲，我们有这样一些产业。另外一块就是我们的这个服务业，我们中国的服务业呢，现在在规模上相对还比较小。我们要实现下一步我们经济规模的这种扩张，我们经济发展水平的提高，我们的服务业发展的潜力很大。所以呢，就是下一步就是我们这个服务业也是一个发展的重点。在这个20大的报告里面专门要提到，我们要构建这个就是现代化的这个服务业的体系，让这个服务业跟这个实体经济啊，跟工业农业要融合发展，实现它的融合发展，来带动这个就是这个整个社会整个的这个服务水平的提高，产业水平的提高。这是第二，就是从产业上来讲的。那么第三块，你这个产业要发展，那么我们说你的科技必须要发展。那么这些年呢，我们看到就是我们要在产业上取得一个突破，尤其刚才讲到的信息技术也好，就是人工智能也好，包括生物产业也好，这些产业，那么只有靠我们中国在科学技术方面能够取得突破之后，那么才能在相关的产业领域我们有大的突破，才能够去取得这个比较快的发展。当然有一些是应用，刚才我们讲到的服务业，是我们现在的信息技术可能要在全社会我们要就是进行这个就是说应用，就是大家通常就是中央通常所提的我们的这个产业的数字化。当然反过来也提了就是数字的产业化，就这些方面的内容实际上是下一步你要去发展的，这个相应的都要有技术方面的突破，才能够支撑产业的这种发展。那么第四块内容，在我来看，那就是说如果人均水平比较高，那么中国呢，因为是一个大国，它这个相互之间这种发展水平差异比较大。一块是城乡我差异比较大，另外一块就是区域之间的这种差异也比较大。所以呢，在中国来讲，下一步，那么我们很重要的一个任务就是要解决这种发展不平衡、不充分的这个问题。那么关键的问题就是要解决这个城乡差距这个偏大的问题，然后要解决好就是区域之间协调发展的问题。那么这些问题呢，实际上也是下一步我们实现现代化的过程中我们要重点解决的领域。当然了，我刚才讲了，就是说 这个现代化这个问题呢，它是一个内容非常丰富的有很丰富的内容。我讲的呢，只是我理解的重点，可能比较重点的、比较重要的几个领域。那么包括其他一些领域呢，刚才金玉刚教授讲了。那么后边呢，我们夏光会长也会讲到。那么我呢就简要的汇报这么多。那么我理解的也不一全面，不一定全面。那么有不正确的地方呢，也请大家呢多多的批评指正。好，谢谢大家。
谢谢张博士。那么今天最后一位做报告的这个学者是夏光博士。那么夏光博士呢，他是环保方面的，他是中华环保联合会副主席，也曾经担任过环保部政策研究中心主任等等职务。那么他作为广东省人民政府决策咨询顾问委员会的委员、研究员，长期呢都从事这个环保政策研究和管理工作，并且呢荣获国务院政府的特殊津贴，发表的论文有300多篇，主持参与的研究项目有90多个，这个著作撰写了7本著作我想还是因为时间比较紧张，还是把时间交给夏光博士。
首先非常感谢会议邀请我来做一个交流发言，然后我也在此祝贺我们的这个国际会议顺利的召开。我来自我从生态环境部退休了，现在在中华环保联合会一个全国性的社团组织呢，任一个副主席的职务那我就借这个机会向大家报告关于中国绿色发展方面的一些内容。我请把这个 PPT 打出来。是，没出来对不起，跟哪个？PPT 有点问题那我就再说2句说个开头。大家知道，我们今天讨论中国式现代化。中国式现代化里面有一个显著的特征，叫做推进人与自然和谐共生这是它的显著的特征，也是它的追求的一个目标。那人与自然和谐共生，它的实现的途径就是要走绿色发展的道路。所以我今天呢，向大家来报告，就是关于中国绿色发展的一些进展和当然还有一些存在的问题、面临的挑战，以及未来的一些趋势。这个绿色发展大家都知道，从“十三五”开始就列为国家的5大发展理念之一这个5大理念是创新、开放、创新协调、绿色、开放、共享5大发展理念，分别对应了5个领域。那绿色发展呢，放在第3位，应该说它的地位还是比较在前的还是十分的重要。“十四五”继续把绿色发展作为这个国家的发展理念，还是坚持5大发展理念我们这个绿色发展，如果说有一个定义或者说有一个说法的话呢，它就是以这个节约资源和保护环境为特征的一个发展进程。所以绿色发展它的本体是发展，绿色呢是它外在的一个要求或者是外在的一个约束条件。那绿色发展的提出主要的基于的原因大概总体上有那么3条。第1条呢是要提高中国以及中华民族长期的可持续生存发展能力因为跑得快不是最重要的，跑得持久才是最重要的。所以我们中华民族要伟大复兴的话，你不是100年的生存，那你是要数百年长期的生存发展。所以可持续性最重要。而我们恰恰是在以前有一段时间经历了这个资源环境代价过大的这个损失时期，也就是说环境污染也很重， 生态破坏也很严重，还有应对气候变化方面碳排放等等，都是存在很多问题，所以它是不可持续的一种发展模式。我们呢要把它改为绿色发展，这就是总书记说的，绿水青山才是金山银山啊，这是第一个原因。第二个原因就是说国际竞争力的需要啊，当今时代就是一个科技变革，这个绿色发展、绿色导向、低碳经济、低碳技术的一个国际时代。如果我们中国还是按老的发展模式，高消耗、高排放，这个低产出的模式去追求一定的发展速度，那个是没有竞争力的，也不可能参与国际的这个贸易体系、经济体系啊，一个国际大循环你就参与不进去，你是被排斥在外的。所以，出于经济的原因，我们也需要走绿色发展的道路。第三个原因呢，确实是有这个民族自尊自信的这个原因啊。过去我们环境污染很严重的时候，这个生态破坏很严重的时候，国际舆论对我们中国的反应也确实不好。我们中国自己的这个新闻媒体也经常报道这个各地有很多环境污染啊，这个现象特别严重啊。所以这样一种形象在国际上面，你尽管经济发展有一定的速度啊，你这个也取得了人民生活也得到很大的改善，但是你的国家形象是不行的，是不对的啊。也不可能反过来说我们要坚持4个自信，做到4个自信，我就不可能做到4个自信啊，因为你没有良好的生态环境，你就是灰头土脸。所以出于改善国家形象获得民族尊严的这个角度来讲，我们也必须要走绿色发展的道路。好，现在 PPT 出来，我来给大家做一个简要的报告啊。好，主要有这个3个方面的内容。出于时间的关系，有些具体的数据我就不深入的一一去讲，但是中间为了给大家就是感官上能够体会呢，所以我加入了很多图片，这都是我在全国各地亲自拍摄的啊，这个都是我的图片跟大家一起共享。这绿色发展的成就，刚才我们说了啊，“1035”、“1045”都作为这个国家的发展理念提出来了。然后今年年初的时候，国务院发布了《新时代中国绿色发展的这个报告的这个书，它讲了就是党的18大以来就创造了举世瞩目的生态奇迹和绿色发展的奇迹啊，建设美丽中国呢迈出了重大的步伐。可以说近十来年，全球如果说有生态改善的话，中国的贡献是最大的啊，就是把它绿化的面积啊什么，在世界上都是最大的。这个不是中国说的，是国际上的那个美国的卫星拍摄的卫星解析说的啊。具体反映就是这么几大方面，时间关系我可能稍微快一点。第一是产业结构和能源结构优化升级啊，我们产业结构呢，传统的制造业在调整优化，新兴的产业啊，在高新技术啊、装备制造等等，在快速的发展。所以过去淘汰了这个“1035”期间淘汰了过剩产能啊，1.5亿吨啊等等哈。能源也是从结构和利润效率上来讲，都在发生巨大的变化。过去我们高耗能的这些产业，钢铁、电解铝等等，这个综合能耗都下降了9%以上。这个单位这个发电所耗的煤，中国的火电行业是世界上最领先的，也就是发单位的电我们用的煤这是最少的。反过来，可再生能源、风电、光伏等等，现在也是居世界第1位的产量和应用量啊，这个也是我们的国家的一个重大的产业。这一个图片反映了一个增长情况，绿色供给的能力显著增强，也就是这种新能源汽车呀、多晶硅产品啊，都是居于世界第1位的啊。到2021年底，节能环保产业也是有了快速的发展，形成了覆盖节能、节水、环保等各个领域的比较完整的生产制造体系。这个图片反映的就是能耗的降低啊，这是绿色能源的增长。绿色建筑的改造，也就是把过去耗能就是比较散热严重的改成节能型的保温的建筑啊。生态修复，森林面积达到24%，就接近于1/4的国土，这是我们是用森林覆盖哈。这些图片都是我在全国各地 这个调查研究的时候，反映这个大家一起来看看吧啊，就是我看到这些产业发展，既先进、价值高，而且它也很清洁、很绿色、很低碳，我非常的欣慰。就是这是代表了我们未来新的增长模式啊，发展方向。这都是我们的这个现代企业啊，这些都引用了世界上先进的工艺生产。这个大家知道的绿色能源就是这样的，这个就是一个光热发电的一个基地啊。所谓光热发电，就是把成千上万的这种玻璃板，把太阳光集中起来，就是聚到这个塔上面去。这个塔里面呢装的是这种熔岩啊，一种盐类物质，它受到这个聚光以后就发热，熔岩发出来的热再去推动蒸汽机发电，这就是很简单的一个光热发电的一个原理。所以在我们中国现在是一个发展的大方向，因为我们的西北地区有广袤的土地，正好是戈壁、荒漠啊和这种盐碱地等等是不可利用的一些农业不可利用的土地，正好被我们用来发展这个光热光伏产业。这种光伏产业这个现在都在西北地区发展的非常迅速啊，我就非常高兴在那里。当然，光伏也是另外一种发电方式，这是大家比较熟悉的，所以非常的震撼。如果你到西北地区，从空中飞机上就能看见。如果你要是想那个，我也很就是推荐啊，我们新加坡的朋友们，你们是热带地区的居民是吧？可能不一定领略到这个西北地区是一个什么样。我非常推荐你们到那里去啊，那里可以亲眼看到这个就是绿色能源啊，这个开发利用的这种情况。这种光伏板底下还可以适当的种一些这个作物啊，这个什么药材啊或者蔬菜啊，然后还有草呢，还可以养点羊等等，它是一个综合产业体系哈。这些图片就反映了这个经济结构啊优化的一种状况。第二种进步就是生态环境质量显著改善，这是最重要的哈，这个绿色发展的成就。如果我们还像以前那样，环境污染特别严重，生态破坏特别突出的话，我们就不可能说绿色发展取得了进展。这里大气环境到2022年的时候，全国地级及以上城市的这种 PM2.5的年均浓度降到了29微克立方米。这对中国来讲也是很不容易的哈，因为中国是个国土面积很大的国家，它的北方地区它本地它的这个 PM2.5它就比较高啊，我们能够达到29微克立方米，就是已经属于优良天数了啊，这是优良天。所以中国这10几年来空气质量的变化，包括北京在内的京津冀地区空气质量显著的改善，是在联合国得到这个认可的啊，这个也是卫星图片解析的结果。人民群众呢也给予了高度的认可，所以我们的黄部长还曾经用以文学性的语言来表述了一下啊，说这几年头顶天空的颜值一年一年高啊，一年好看，空气呢也是越来越好，老百姓幸福感在增加。当然，这不是说我们一点问题没有，那绝对不是这样啊，我们还要努力，那是后面要讲的。水环境也是一样啊，全国地表水质优良断面比例达到了将近88%左右啊，这个大面积的那种流域性的、普遍性的水污染已经基本消除了，但是个别的还有很多小地方还有问题。我们的饮用水总体上是安全的，所以这跟刚才金教授讲的社会保障是相关的。就是作为一个14亿人口的国家，要让大家吃饱饭，还要让大家喝上干净的水，这本身就是非常艰难的一件事情。可以说是中国有这么多人口，达到这样安全饮用水的保障体系啊，应该是做出了极大的努力的哈。这个京津冀地区也是地下水的这个超采情况得到了好转。这个长江沿岸线等等也得到了修复。过去我们长江沿岸有大量的化工企业是严重污染环境的，现在呢都按照这个长江生态大保护的这个原理啊，沿岸1公里范围内都把它作为生态修复的区域啊，所以这个人民群众的获得感也在提升。土壤环境也是全面禁止了洋垃圾入境啊。过去我们为了发展经济，得到一些生产原料，进口这个纸张啊、服装啊、塑料啊等等一些，也就发达国家的一些废旧物质作为我们生产原料来用。 这个确实得到了一定的经济利益啊，因为它还补贴给你一些钱，但是严重的污染了我们的国土，也损害了我们的健康。所以近10年来，我们逐渐的减少，然后到现在直至完全禁止从国外进口这些洋垃圾了，我们已经不要他们的这些东西，所以也引起一定的矛盾啊。过去发达国家把这些洋垃圾给你，你不要了以后，他处理起来他就遇到困难了，他就批评我们。当然呢，这个我们也没有让步啊，这个就是我们还是坚持。这样发达国家它重新再建立它的循环利用体系啊，来解决它这个问题。其他的土壤环境、城市环境，大家是感受最深的。这个我今天也参观了这个新加坡的这个城市环境，我感到非常好。我们中国现在也是大量的城市啊，跟新加坡这样城市一样啊，建得越来越漂亮，它的绿化也越来越好。这里顺便说一声，为什么中国的很多城市跟新加坡的城市面貌很像呢？这就是我们过去在改革开放时期从新加坡学习了很多的经验啊，借鉴了很多的经验，特别是包括南方的一些城市啊，包括深圳啊、广东的一些城市啊，直接请新加坡的园林设计师帮助设计城市绿化体系。所以你到中国的广东那一带去看的时候，你觉得可能跟新加坡很类似，因为它的园林体系，就是中间绿化带啊、种植的树木啊，都是从新加坡借鉴过来的哈，非常好。所以新加坡应该说，在中国的这个现代化过程中，确实起了一个先导啊，这个经验借鉴的好作用。这是城市哈，城市的绿化面积这个提高到了42%等等，还有这个人均公园绿地面积呢达到了14%。这个老百姓现在很多城市追求的就是这样一种目标，就是出门500米有公园，大概就是这么一个形象目标。不是每个地方都做到了哈，尽量再这么做，出门500米有公园，哪怕再小的公园，我们叫口袋公园，也就几平方米、10几平方米，它也算一个公园啊。这是中国在做的事情。乡村环境打造绿色宜居的和美乡村，这个改善农民这个用水、用厕啊等等这些条件，使这个修路啊等等这些把清洁能源、天然气引到农村地区去啊。这是这个城镇绿色建筑面积的情况，完善城市基础设施的情况。好，下面又是照片，这都是我在全国各地我看到的这些变化和美景。我觉得手机就是有一个伟大的好处啊，随时掏出来就可以拍，所以我就见到什么我就拍什么啊。今天我拍了很多新加坡的城市面貌的照片啊，这是北京的面貌啊，这都是我居住的小区的地方，这也是我居住的周边的环境啊。这是北京的，这都是北京，这是北京西客站，这是海南省是吧？海南省的空气质量一直都非常好，这个大家也可以欢迎大家到海南省去休养哈。这个它那里的生态环境和我们刚才所说的西北那是大相径庭啊，完全是海岸风光。大家可能新加坡就更熟悉了，就跟它接近，就是这种风景啊，跟这个新加坡的很接近，看上去都是这个样子哈。这是海南省。它的城市就建设在这个，也是仿照这个公园城市，就是生态系统啊，就在城市里面啊，这个海岸线等等啊，这个非常漂亮。第3个重大的进展呢，就是生态系统的质量和稳定性在提升，就是生态大修复、大保护啊，初步建立了新型的自然保护地体系，到2021年底已经建立各类自然保护地近10000处啊，国土面积的17%以上。所谓哎呀，很抱歉，我可能时间真是不够用啊。科学划定生态保护红线啊，这个国土的面积还实施了重大的生态系统修复工程，森林的覆盖率达到24%啊，等等哈。这个就是我们还是来看一些图片，这就是沙漠里面的这个绿化和这个扩展，这个城市发展，这个地方它就是沙漠，把它绿化起来变成的绿洲啊，就是花草。所以我向大家推荐，这叫库布齐沙漠，在内蒙古，大家可以到那里去旅游哈，它也是个旅游地啊。这是当地的建立的这个宾馆，这是黄河流域进行生态的修复啊，这个疏浚治理黄河啊，发展这个当地的这种生态旅游啊、农业啊等等各种产业啊。这是库布齐沙漠治理的情况啊。还是那句话吧，大家眼见为实，你们多到这个 中国的库布齐沙漠啊、内蒙古很多地方啊，都是可以去参观旅游的。我看国内旅游也还是比较便捷的哈，比较方便。这个景色，特别是黄昏的时候，这个景色一照非常的壮观啊。这个你不去，你就感受不到。这是新疆的啊，这个新疆的这种生态环境啊，这个城市发展呀、生态保护啊等等这情况哈。资源利用效率，最后一个是在稳步的提高，我就不一一说了啊。矿山、这个绿色工厂、农田灌溉有效水的利用、共建绿色商场等等，还有电商等等哈。这个总体来讲呢，通过公众调查，大家公众的满意度啊，就是对国家生态环境治理和保护的这种满意度呢，达到了接近90%的样子啊。这个还是对国家给予了肯定。当然，我们还有很多的短板啊。这个绿色发展的经验是为什么做到了，我就不说了，这个下面有发言的时候再说。那未来的趋势啊，可能有这么几条。首先来讲呢，就是推动绿色发展的政治意志非常坚定啊。这个党中央也开了会，14委做了规划，国家发布了建立健全绿色低碳循环发展经济体系的指导意见，以及建立健全生态产品价值实现机制的各种意见，就是把绿水青山和金山银山既建设又开发啊。这个经济要做到环保，环保要变成经济，把这个融合起来，就是我们所说的绿色发展。第二个这个有利的因素就是全球变局中绿色影响力还是在增加，包括应对气候变化呀等等。我们提出的双碳目标就是来参与国家的国际的这种绿色化的大趋势，推动绿色“一带一路”。第三个有利的条件就是我们绿色发展具有转向效应和加速效应啊。所谓转向效应，就是你一旦朝着绿色发展的方向转过去，这个整个国家尽管开始的时候效果不一点点，但是你只要时间拉长了以后，这个方向就转过去了。就像我们开汽车打一点点方向盘，就开始越来越快。最后加速效应指的就是说我们知识体系啊，我们的知识体系啊正在更新啊，我们这个国家的教育体系正在更新它的这个内容。所以一个教授搞绿色发展绿色技术的，他就会培养更多的博士再带出很多的硕士再培养很多的大学生等等。这知识体系一代一代的更新叠加下去，这个绿色发展的效应啊就会越来越快。我们当前遇到的问题呢，就是经济增长还是就是原来的老的经济体系的压力还是比较大。这个我们能源消耗还是以煤炭为主的这些有很多工厂已经比较陈旧老化了，是吧？它这个急需这个技术改造，而且呢，还有一些这个我们大量的中小企业，它还是以相对传统的方式在搞生产的。这些工厂毕竟它的生产方式比较落后需要就是这个改造它、提升它，这个环保方面还有很多的问题。所以最后呢，生态环境即使取得了很大的成就，我们还是有很多的问题的这个还不稳固。有时候这个空气质量还会有一定的反弹，包括今年上半年也有这个沙尘暴的影响等等，这个空气质量有下降等等这个反映出来还是绿色发展还在路上还在路上任重道远，绝没有这个就是可以放松。而且我们要制度体系还是不完善，标准、法规、法律以及这个相对的规划等等，还需要提高它的这个标准最后呢，就是我们绿色发展的目标和任务。这个目标是“14五”规划已经提得很明确了，一共提出来20项主要指标，其中绿色生态环保方面的占了5项，而且都是约束性的指标，是要考核的这个一共有绿色发展有3大任务：提升生态系统的质量和稳定性，持续改善环境质量和加快经济发展方式的绿色转型。这个3大任务，时间的关系呢，我们就最后就看一下这个这都是任务都在很清楚那我们就看看最后的几个图片这就是也是我在内蒙古这些拍摄的这些，就是大沙漠，它既是自然资源也是经济资源它它既有生态效益，它也有经济价值我们把它开辟出来，做成这个生态沙漠探险呀，这些旅游这些活动，它是可以变成经济价值的冰雪也是一样，它既是生态，它也是经济资源 这个花卉这些产业具有更高的经济价值，可以就是作为西部地区还有更大的发展。好，这个最后我就讲到这里，抱歉哈，谢谢大家。
我们的学者都非常认真地准备了他们的这个报告。本来我们应该还要进行这个论坛，但是主办者说，因为下面还要就是与会者要再转移到另外一个地点参加晚餐，所以我们非常谢谢今天3位学者给我们做的这个报告。大家如果我是有一些问题，我们可能就是得在这个会后再跟他们进行交流。那我们今天这一场是不是就到这边啊？我应该不用了，谢谢。
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Once again, let's give a round of applause to Professor Jing, Dr. Zhang, and Dr. Xia for their insightful sharing. This year's Lien Conference, we received overwhelming responses from participants. We received more than 300 paper submissions before the conference. After shortlisting and review, the conference academic committee finally selected 4 papers out of them to be awarded as the best papers for this conference. There are 2 English papers and 2 Chinese papers. To qualify for the award, full paper must be received, all rounds of elimination based on relevance of topics and shortlisting through peer review. The selection committee, which consists of Professor Liu Hong and the research team, came to a decision based on the quality of writing and potential contributions to academic literature and policy making. May we invite Professor Wang Jue, Director of NCPA, up on the stage to present award to best paper winners. Professor Wang, please. May we invite the recipients of the Best English Paper Award up on the stage. Abdullah Fachi, Alam Fradil, please. May we then invite the recipients of the Best Chinese Paper Award up on the stage. Shi Xiaojiao, Ma Liang, please. May we invite the recipients of the Best Chinese Paper Award up on the stage. Wu Qian, Chen Liangdong, please. Congratulations to all winners, and thank you, Prof. Wang. We have come to the end of the conference. I would like to thank Mr. Joyce Feng Tu, Minister State Desmond Tan, distinguished guests and speakers for gracing this conference. Thank you so much for coming today. I hope this conference has allowed you to gain a better understanding on good governance in post-COVID-19 world. There will be a parallel session conducted tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. at NTU. Please come to NTU join us for tomorrow's sessions. For guests who have registered to attend welcome dinner later, please be reminded the venue is at the marquee of Hotel Fort Canning. We have prepared the shuttle buses to the dinner venue for you. Please follow the guidance of my colleagues outside the ballroom if you want to board the shuttle buses. For guests who borrow the simultaneous interpretation headset, please remember to return it to my colleagues at registration table before you leave. And thank you for your cooperation. It was my pleasure to be your MC today, and have a good weekend ahead. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the hotel lobby, board the shuttle bus to the dinner venue. Thank you. See you later.